If you're watching this is the most in-depth video any growth operator or agency owner has posted in 2026 going into 2027. It took me over a year and a half to put all of this together, and there are assets in there that I sell for over 15K plus, and in this video you're getting over 7 hours of exactly what I did over $550,000 with my agency in a single month at 21 years old, scale clients over $2.5 million in 45 days, multiple six-figure per month clients, and at the end of this video I even give you guys a part of a call that Joel Kaplan did with my private community. Somebody who runs up a portfolio of multiple 8-figure info products, and he breaks down all of their clients' offers and shows you what exactly is working in 2026. This video is worth millions of dollars, and if you're watching this right now, you're in the exact moment because you should be able to take this knowledge that I give you in this video, apply it to your business, and scale it to 6 figures per month plus, and at least scale your clients to multiple 6 figures per month. Let's get it. I hope you guys enjoy.
Everyone wants to start an AI business in 2026, and most people choose the wrong one without even knowing it. They go to build an AI store, some AI app, maybe run an AI agency, and then switch their niche because they think they're in the wrong one. And they spend 3 months building a product, decide different LLMs to use, and with no audience and no money coming in, they're just hoping it works. But the best AI business that hundreds of people are capitalizing on, the business that I've used, that you can do with zero leverage, you don't need a lot of results, and the opportunity cost is high, the one that I've made over 550K a month with this at 21, that skips all of that. You don't build a product or grow an audience. You plug into a business that's already running, has the offer, audience, proof built out, and you run the entire back end with AI and take a revenue share. And you can do this with one person, no team, and AI handles most of it. And I know this because I've scaled multiple offers to 6 and 7 figures a month, primarily with AI. And if you already run an agency or operating right now, this is the video that will show you how to quietly use AI to make it possible for one person to run 5 to 10 clients at a time and cash flow multiple 6 figures a month yourself if you scale it up that high. I'm not saying it's easy. Let's get into it. All right, so this is the entire Miro board that I have going over everything when it comes to AI, when it comes to growth operating, when it comes to this model and the best business model to start off with AI. So I'm going to go over it step by step. So the first thing is you have to understand the best business models when you're running in the service industry and the service niche. And, you usually start out in 3 buckets, right? One is a freelancer, another is an agency, and the other is a partnership. And as a growth operator, this is what I run. So basically, the model that I run is I work with a lot of info products and I work with a lot of coaches and high cash flow businesses. And I take a percentage of the revenue that I make them. And that usually ranges from 30 to 35%, and I pay out the sales team from that, so I'll take home about 20%. That is the highest cash flow business you can have. Now, when you're a freelancer, you're usually paid by task, $500 to $1,000, $1,500, trade time for money, and on an agency, you might have a fixed monthly retainer of like 3K a month, 5K a month, which sounds good in retrospect, but it's capped, and the churn is high. If you have 10 clients that pay you 3K in a month, which that's a lot of agency owners' dreams. Most of them are going to churn. It's just going to happen. And here's the thing that most people don't think about. You can't continue that forever. But when you have a partnership, like for example, I have clients that I've been working with for a year and a half plus. And these, like I said, I'll usually run the marketing, the sales, the funnels for them, the back end operations. I'll be the guy in their business and I'll take a percentage of the revenue that they're making. And we work in a revenue share. And this is essentially what a growth operator does. And you can kind of think about what I'm getting at here. You can plug in AI for all of the systems when it comes to the funnel, making the emails, making the creatives, doing everything that needs to be done for these businesses to run. And if you have 5 clients making anywhere from, 100K per month, and you have, 5 clients, and let's say collectively they're making $300,000 per month, and you have 20%, 60K per month to you, and you can run that with AI. And what this looks like is, you'll make proven funnels, you'll take a percentage of the fees, and you have very high cash flow, and there's no upfront capital, not only to the clients, but also to you. So you don't need any money for this to start upfront. You get access to all of the clients' data, you get access to their Zapier account, their Instagram account, you set up a launch date, and you run the copy with AI. And it's easy for them to work with you because at the start, you don't take anything up front. You just take a percentage of the sales, which you should be willing to do. Now with my business, I'll take $10,000 to $15,000 setup fees plus percentages, which works very, very well. Now, this is the hierarchy that you usually run, and I'll be getting into this. But if you're running a business like this, where it's a rev share business, you are at the top of the hierarchy and you can do everything at the start. But when you're closing high ticket deals and you're getting people to hop on the calls with you through Instagram, you're going to have an appointment setter and you're going to have a closer. And to operate those closures and centers, eventually when you have 2 to 3 clients, you can have a sales manager and you can run with 10 to 15 to a lot of clients with just this model, with just 4 people. You're not having a media buyer or a bunch of copywriters or CMO. You can do that, but AI takes off a lot of the heavy lifting. And this is what it kind of looks like. So let's say the founder takes 67.5 to 70% and 30% is allocated to your team. You pay the closer 10%, the setter 5%, and you take 15 to 17.5%, sometimes 20% of revenue, and it works very cleanly. Now, let's say you end up wanting to take a setup fee, and I'll be going over every single strategy that I run and be plugging in AI and how you can scale this. The setup fee strategy looks like this. So let's say you take a setup fee of 10 to 15K, and that's charged on top of revenue share. The reason why it works is you can get that from the client. They're very motivated. You have price anchoring and they'll immediately pay you. And the proof is that, let's say they make 70K in a month, you can take that to go and get more clients, run the same play with AI, create the systems with AI, and it's easy revenue share for them to say yes. Now, the opportunity value of this is the client already has the big audience. They're currently doing 30 to 40 to 50K a month. They should be doing 100K per month. That gap is, a $70,000 per month leak. And over a year, they're missing out on $1 million per year. And that leak is like where you come in and you present yourself and as not a cost, but you're a fix to a 70K per month problem. And I know that kind of sounds, more easy to say, but this is how it works out. So on the retainer model, you're really just fixed at a monthly rate. Charging someone 5K a month, it can work for like a month or two, and maybe some golden clients have infinite money, but most people don't. We'll keep paying you. And if you think about it like this way, let's say, you even have one client and you had a really good month and they hit $500,000 in a month, which if those numbers seem big to you, there are coaches doing millions of dollars a month with operators on the back end that are getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a month themselves. And so let's say your client is 500K in a month and you take, 5%, you're making 87.5. So you're technically getting paid an $87,000 retainer instead of a 5K per retainer, no matter what the client makes. And your income scales directly with the client growth. You're deeply tied to the client's income. It's very easy to get referrals, and you can systematize this very easily, and you have time to do that with AI. And just giving you guys a broad overview and what I'm going to be going over with AI, I write all of my emails with AI for the clients. I onboard the clients with AI. I do market research for the clients with AI. I run the ads with AI and script all of the ads with AI. I write all the sales scripts and make all the back-end operations with AI. Everything is turned off of AI. And I don't even have copywriters in my business. I used to pay copywriters 5K a month, collectively like 10, 15K a month. CMOs. I have now come to the conclusion that AI is just better now, okay? And I'll be getting into that. So here's how to have low churn. Number one, with revenue share, it's a win-win scenario, and you basically have shared success. You basically just plug into their back end, and the operational dependence just depends on you because you own all the infrastructure. And with the contractual relationship, you can easily charge us over 12 plus months because there's no risk to them, and they have long-term commitment. And the financial constraints with the client, all you have to do basically is just not fuck this up, okay? And here's how the sales funnel works before I go into stuff more tactical. So number one is the traffic source. So you see content all over Instagram, YouTube, you see Andrew Tate, you see your favorite influencer, right? YouTube content, ads, they want you to get into their program for anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 to $10,000 for a higher tier mentorship where they're working with you one-to-one. You are going to implement a system where you're capturing that lead, hopping on a sales call with them, closing that deal, and collecting cash. How are you going to set up the funnel? Well, the first thing is the opt-in page. The opt-in page captures lead through a sign-up form. Then there's a VSL page, which is a video sales letter. You're going to script out a video for the client to go and record explaining their program and explaining why they should work with you. Then you're going to set up a Typeform application where that basically connects, where they basically go and fill out the application, where they say their income, they say why they want to join, etc., etc. Then after that Typeform application, if they qualify for the next step, they book a call. You have a post-booking page, and they book the call with you. Now, the way that you can practice this, especially with AI, because all of the information is out there, is you can run funnels. You can funnel hack pages. You can repeat across multiple brands, and you can watch emails. You can observe sales calls, and you can begin to notice how patterns of 7-figure per month businesses and even your favorite influencers and how they're running their business. You can easily go to a YouTube video that's teaching you how to do something. Go look below, and there will be a video, an application, and you can look at that. And it's not very different across every single person. Everyone is running the same play. It's just how well are they running it, and that's how you come in. Now, if you don't know what to focus on, this is basically what you can focus on. You should focus on one skill up front. So, number one, do you build and manage sales teams? Are you good at writing sales scripts? Are you good on sales calls? This is what I started out my skill as. Or are you good at writing VSLs, emails, and ads? Or are you good at both? You're good at just driving traffic and scaling predictively, or are you good at a back-end integration? If you have all of these things, which you can do with AI, you can scale. Now I broke it down into steps here so you can really see it. So step one, pick your one strong skill. Is it sales, marketing, emails, copywriting, etc.? Identify your single most potent skill. The second one is use it to close a client. So understand their opportunity value. The way that I go and do that, and I've always done this for my business, is I make a 10 to 15 minute long Loom video explaining how many coaches are making their money now that you have the research, explaining how much money there is to make, explaining the benefits that you can do. I can make your emails better to make more money. I can replace your sales team to make more money, etc., etc. I'll show you guys my exact message. Then you partner with someone who has the skill you lack, and you learn the other skills on that client with a repeatable process. So usually what I did when I started is I took the 15 days we took to launch, and I took that to study others and just apply to our offer. And I made the client over $120,000 first month. And step four, you use the result to chase another client and get a case study, and it repeats and repeats and repeats, and eventually you repeat it with AI, and you get good by doing it on real clients and not before. Now, where do you go and find these high ticket coaches and these info products to work with? So number one, you can search niches in trading, real estate, e-com, agency, biz op, and I also have a scraper tool with N8N where it scrapes 200 plus leads a day that are all ICP, that are niche. You guys can take a look at that. And obviously there's X platform, there's Instagram. I do this on X and Instagram. You find engaged audience and you look at, trading e-com, and you look who they are following. It's best to look at who these people are following and send a variation of the same message. And I recommend having a single Loom video where you do the same exact thing. Now, the qualification of a really good client looks like this. So number one, engagement. You want to have the strongest signal of engagement to work with that client. If they have high comments and high views, obviously they're the strongest. They don't need to have crazy high views. Like, I have a very profitable licensing program, over 6 figures plus per month profit, and I don't have high comments and high views. I'll get 10K periodically, 30K periodically. Most of the time I'll get 5K. The quality of my engagement is very important. I teach a lot. I have influence. There's a difference between somebody who gets a lot of traffic and doesn't teach, and somebody who has like mid traffic but teaches a lot and has a lot of influence. Now, the next thing is their ops. Now, do they have a weak funnel or do they have a strong funnel? If they have a weak funnel, this is where you can go and step in. If they have a basic funnel, you can also step in. This is a better place to step in my opinion. And how is their team speed? So if you go and opt in, how fast do they reach out to you? What is the emails like? Are you receiving emails? Is it easy to go and like book a call with you? That's very good for him to have. Now, the audience potential also looks like this. I broke it down even easier. The big audience, what do you go and help them sell to their audience? Now you either have a low ticket funnel where you're selling $59 a month, $79 a month, and you take rev share of that. Obviously, there are big offers that have scaled to multiple 6 figures a month, but most of my offers just have a high ticket offer where you as the prospect will go and opt in. You'll go and submit an application, book a call, and you see working with me one-to-one as a fit, let's say, and I sell you on my $5,000 mentorship package. Now, quick thing, because most of you guys already know where this is headed. Everything I'm walking you through, the AI systems, the ads, the marketing, everything that we're going to continue on this video, I package into an entire licensing program for operators and for people that want to speed up their progress. It took me 2.5 years to scale clients to $1 million a month. In the first year and a half, I was grinding, and I made all of the internal SOPs for my agency that I include in the licensing program for my top month of making almost $500,000 in a single month to the exact SOPs that scale clients to $1.7 million a month, $2 million in 45 days, $500K a month, multiple clients to 6 figures a month. So when you get to apply those same exact systems to your clients and your outreach, and also what has been successful with me, you will get there a lot faster because proof of concept works in any market. Keep watching. I'm giving you the whole video regardless. But at the end of this video, if you want to go and apply to work with me one-to-one and also get a guaranteed client in the first 90 days, go below, click the link in this video. Now, back to this concept. Now, I always like to say, a lot of people think they can just sign on a client and start selling like a $59 per month school community. You'll be capped at like $30K a month. The best people do both of them, right? But if they have under 1 million followers, you should be selling high ticket and be just like providing that. You should be filling up your sales team's calendar, getting everyone on a calendar, qualifying them, and selling them on a $5,000 product. And you can downsell them to like $100 per month community if you want. And will be like full stack, direct response marketing, funnel, sales team, rev share plus setup fee. And this is the model that I run, and this can be a similar offering. And you really just want to find a gap to improve if you're going and pitching them. The thing that you can offer is you can just audit their sales process or really just rebuild one piece. Now, here's the exact outreach strategy that I've tried and true, and I've been using this for over a year and a half. This is a Loom video that I have going over my results, what I think they can do, and how easy it is to work with me. And this is how I have closed over 10 plus done for you clients every single month. People that pay me 10K, 15K upfront, plus 30 to 35% of their revenue. And the reason why this is also important is people that work with me one-to-one also get to leverage the fact that they work with me one-to-one and they have exposure to those results, which creates more frame. But you can see it as almost 3,000 views, and this is exactly how you should do your outreach as well. So the first part of outreach is obviously personalized. Like, you can make a personalized Loom video for every single person breaking down their brand. There's a custom message, it really burns out, it doesn't scale. Or you can make an evergreen video where it's one vehicle, 100 plus DMs, time closing, and this is basically what I do, and then I determine like what model we should run on the call. So this basically says like, I believe I can scale your info product to 6 figures plus per month. And you don't just want to do a generic broadcast with like low engagement. You want to really focus on a niche. So I focus on traders, e-commerce brands, agency owners, real estate, and really anybody in the make money niche, and sometimes fitness influencers. But the most important part is this applies to every single person. And after this video, when you're really just going through this, you should make it as easy as possible to understand. Now, what does it look like when actually following up these clients? Because obviously, like, you're not going to get a response on every message. Some clients are going to take, days to months to respond. And some of my best clients took like a few weeks to respond, and then we signed them on for an $8,000, $10,000 setup fee, a large revenue share, which they return back immediately. So following up, hour zero, the first thing you want to do is obviously sending the first cold DM. Then you want to obviously engage on social media. You want to be like, hey, can you check your DM? Hey, I had a question about your program. Like their story, comment on a post. You really just want them to see this initial DM. I have a DM process that I go and do with the exact script. So an example message would look like this. Reagan, you're clearly dialed in, so I'll keep it quick. I've helped partners like X add X to their top line in 30 days, and we consistently drive X, and I'm confident I can do X for you. Don't keep it super long. We mainly work with X. You can, launch that there before to add some initiality there. I don't reach out to everyone, only people I can guarantee to help add minimum $1 million in top line. The reason why I said this to this client, don't just be throwing out the $1 million in top line to them, is because they actually could, and we actually did, right? And if you're open, I'd love to show you what this could look like for your business, free for a 15-minute chat this week. Now, usually I'll replace this too with like, saw that you're followed by X, or saw that X followed you, or try to create some familiarity. But right after this, you're going to insert the Loom video below that you created in the outreach message, and the follow-up is going to look like this. So send proof message, short video, Loom video. Hey, did you see this? Let me know if you got a chance to watch the quick Loom video. This is really what you got to focus on. Free for a 15-minute chat this week. Very important to go and do that. Now, I'm going to show you guys how to frame the sales call in this when you're running the sales call. So when you're closing the deal, this is how the sales call framework looks, right? So you want to start off with rapport and framing. So make sure that they watch the Loom first. Make sure that they always watch the Loom before the call. If they watch the Loom before the call, they will have no problem giving you percentage and also giving you a setup fee, just depending on the setup fee. Some will push back, but this is how I set the expectation. Every single time they hop on a call, I'm like, did you watch the Loom video in its entirety? When they did, I have so much frame. Then you want to start with context and structure. What's the revenue now? What's our client acquisition process look like? Listen for gaps for revenue leaks, client retention. What's your bottleneck? What do you want to be at? Classic sales call framing. I have an entire script that I go about with this on a Google Doc that I just keep in front of me. Permission to pitch. So once you did that, I believe I can help you make $1 million a month, or I believe I can add 100K to your top line. Identify, what's missing, and offer the solution there. And then you explain that, you take 15% as an operator, as an agency, 15% to the sales team as well, so 30% total. We also charge a $15K setup fee, and you work with them on a 12-month basis. And then you pitch, you just show the gap, and you fill the gap. Like specific sales, it's very, very, very easy, right? And the sales script framework I look like is this. So like I said, rapport and framing. I'll go down here, content and structure. You guys can kind of read through this very fast. Opportunity gap, cost of inaction, and then permission to pitch. And you can turn that into a done for you concept, right? But this is what I have, and I'm always just looking at it because not even me. Like, I close multiple 5-figure deals per month, and sometimes a lot. And I'm still looking at the script. Like, I'm not a master of sales, right? So this is kind of what I was showing to you. And when you're showing the pitch, like, you can share your screen and show what you do for other clients. But most of the time I don't, because they already understand, because they've watched the fucking Loom video. And you want to use proof of concept any way that you can. So a lot of times when people are working with me, especially if you don't have results or you haven't scaled someone to the numbers that you're telling them that they can, you can use someone like me. Like, when you're working one-to-one with me, and this is what a lot of students do, don't have to do that. You can use this for any partner that you did before. I ran my own program, or I did operating, and I had any clients, I would use my mentor at the time, Ben Bader, RIP, and I would use the leverage that he had. I'm working one-to-one with Ben, who has scaled this guy to 6 figures a month, this guy to 7 figures a month, and I'm taught from him. You guys can use the same. I've learned from Jace, who scaled this offer to $2 million a month. So industry standard, partners role, peers income, and then what, their current income that they're making, and, kind of pin it against the proof of concept that you use. Now, like I said, this is how you borrow the proof when you have none. And when you're talking about proof, it's pretty easy to see that, like, you have all the proof of concept and all the systems. If you can make it seem like it's deployable into their business, like you have access to those systems and you can deploy it, which is what you can do, then it's the easiest. Now, as far as the deliverables, what you want to show on the pitch, number one is what you build and run. So the sales team, 2 to 5 direct response emails per week, SMS blasts, Instagram setters and closers, onboarding on autopilot, and a weekly webinar on the calendar. What I use most of the time is I'll use a frame like this. So you can kind of take a screenshot of this, look at this. This is a 15-day kind of story sequence that we run, plus our email schedules, plus the full sales team group call schedules. Everything that would have to do with their coaching program launch, you guys can look at this right now. And you guys can also look at, I frame out the 12 months of like running an evergreen funnel, a webinar, and an event. And that's kind of what I do there. Now, as far as onboarding, you want to have a system to onboard. And this is when you start using AI. So this is the AI leverage that you run this with. What I go and do is I have them fill out a onboarding form. And always what I will do is I will have them fill out a voice memo. And they'll record a 15 to 20 minute voice memo of their offer. And this is when I use AI to go and transcribe that, make them a complete offer, and start to make their copy. And I'll get into that. So client fills in the onboarding survey. Then clients gets they add you to everything. So you guys can see in this onboarding form, set expectations, add me to Zapier, set up your ESP, add me there, add me to Typeform. And then this client gets a, fully onboarded system without endless calls. It doesn't even take one call, by the way. They might fuck something up and then that takes a couple of calls. But I SOP out every single step so that I can use AI to speed up the process. And when we're doing the launch, this is the 15-day organic launch system that we use. You guys kind of just saw the stories. Now, I will say I've added ads to this process for all clients now when we're running this, but this specifically right here, like the 15-day launch, whenever we're running emails and whenever we're running Instagram stories, when you have the copy, what I go and do inside of an AI Claude profile is I have all of the copy that has worked. I'll plug it into the project files and also all of the emails that have worked, and I'll say, take this voice memo from the client of them explaining their business and their origin story. And that's what the voice memo prompt does in the onboarding, and make the emails like this SOP doc. So I have swipe files of hundreds of emails that have worked for every scenario for sequences, Instagram stories, SMS blasts, and I'll make it for that client's niche with AI. Now, this is the kind of system that you want to do. If you guys look at the timelines, you can kind of read this. I'm going to jump right into the first 30 days when running it with a client. So the first 30 days looks like this, and this window decides everything. So number one, you want to show results fast. You want to make money within the first 15 days, and you want to make the money. You want to set up the ads. You want to launch the ads with the Forrester strategy that I run. You want to set up the organic funnel, have the sales team ready, and you want to launch the VSL and start booking calls in the first 15 days with a whisper tease shout function. Okay, you guys can kind of see this there. So like when you're sending an email every single day and you're driving people on a wait list, on the 15th day, that is when the VSL funnel or the webinar is going to go live, or the sales team is going to go live, which I'm going to go more in, obviously. But this is your biggest revenue pocket. The first 30 days, the biggest pocket of revenue with a client. You want to over communicate so the client feels safe, and this is how you really secure a 1 to 2 year partnership, and you win the client over time, and you also win their the trust of others. Now, the client referral cycle looks like this. Deliver standout results, client refers friends, referrals close without sales calls. They'll literally push you 10K, 15K. They don't even need a fucking call. You wouldn't believe this, but my top clients have closed from referrals like this. They take on more clients, the results compound, and the clients come to you overall. Now, this is the 180-day roadmap to $100,000 a month. So day 1 through 30 is when you're going to build the most foundation and trust. Day 31 through 36 is when you're going to deliver the results and get the testimonials from the clients. And I have multiple YouTube videos and actually how to run the copy and get the best results. But day 61 through 90 is when you're going to scale and document all of the results you have with your clients, getting more clients, when you're going to start building your brand, this, that, and the third. And day 91 through 120 is, best case scenario, you'll have this offer and maybe like 2 to 3 other offers, and you'll systemize and you'll have a team and you'll scale to, 30K to 50K per month. This is when you're going to get growth and referrals, and you're going to actually have strategy and acquisition in your portfolio locked in days 151 through 180 dialed in. And this is the exact point in which you'll have all of these things called SOPs, right? And SOPs are all things and all kind of data points where once you have emails, SMS, marketing, sales scripts, all systems locked in, you can use AI to recreate those across all clients, okay? Now, when should I add my first team member? At 3 to 5 clients, you should consider hiring a VA or a copywriter or just a COO that helps you with all this stuff. You should have a sales manager the moment you get 2 to 3 clients to manage the closers and the setters, so you can be focused on marketing and you can be focused on your clients. And you can be focused on building the SOPs and having AI to write the prompts for you and having the correct prompts. Now, I'm showing you how to use AI in this video, but to continue to write emails, write SMS, write copy, write VSL funnels, right? Now, this is the exact process I use to work with 10 to 15 done for you clients at a time. Very lean. And the reason why it's so lean is because I continue to repeat the process with AI, and it's absolutely dialed in. And I'm going to show you guys my Claude and my managed profiles in a minute, and how to actually go and make funnels, make copy, and scale with AI. So this is when this gets very, very good. So these are the 5 inputs that every operator needs to be using AI with. So now that you know what the whole operating game is, now that you know how to operate and how to scale clients and how to get a team, this is the 5 inputs, right? So number 1 is the offer, the product or the service being promoted. AI needs to understand the offer. I'm going to show you guys this right now, but this is one of my clients, and I'm going to cross out the name here. This is one of my clients' profiles, and this is also a profile I use to make all of my business decisions and all of my copy for myself, and also brand decisions for my clients. So you can see whenever I onboard a client, I put things like their TXT file that I got from their voice memo. I put their complete offer that I made from that voice memo from a prompt that I have. I put a couple of SOPs, and I also link some more things in there as well. Now, I only added about 5 things. I added their voice memo on their thing because I made most of their copy and their initial copy from this project right here inside of Claude, but you can see I plug everything into files. So number 1, I have a couple of webinar frameworks that I use with AI to recreate these. I have video prompts from myself. I have Hormozi SOPs for goated ads, and then I have their and then I have their voice memo TXT file for the exact offer that they run. Now, AI also needs to understand the avatar, the target audience or customer persona. Once it understands that, it will know how to target that exact person. Are these people making 5K a month? Are these people looking to make 100K per month with trading? Now, what is their USP? And in their USP, it should be described in the voice memo that they run. Once it understands that, and once it understands the proof and the frameworks, you can have a summary line or a complete offer. Now, I'm going to show you guys an example of a complete offer that I run. Now, this is an exact AI prompt that I run for complete offers. And I always use, and I tell AI, I always use the voice memo on the onboarding form from clients. So number 1, it asks all of these questions from the voice memo. So when I have a voice memo like this, when I have all of these things here, right, that the client has filled out, it knows exactly how to frame this. So it asks all these questions: who, the outcome, the time frame, the methodology, the factors of value. And with this value, you can then go on to go and create the emails and the SMS and the VSL. And I'm going to show you guys an example of everything that this looks like from a completed standpoint. And I'm just going to go here and I'm going to look at a complete offer here, but you can see this is a complete offer that it went and filled out. So like who, Jake is a believer and there's no women left. He's a dating coach, yada, yada, yada. You guys can kind of read through this, all of the stuff that it fills out. And that's all of the information that it needs. And then you can go and ask Claude, what does this client do and how can we best leverage it? Okay. And this is very, very important because you want to have this AI project and these AI project files in the project. So if that all didn't make sense, I also included just a little fulfillment engine right here, just a diagram. So Step one, client sends a 15 to 20 minute voice memo, right? You transcribe that into a TXT file, you run the complete offer prompt that I just showed you, you load it into a Claude project with your past client SOPs, you generate the funnel, VSL, emails, and content from it, and that's how you go and get it. Now, I'm going to show you guys exactly how to make exact funnels from AI. So if you guys have seen some of my funnels, I will show you guys. This has all been generated from Claude Code. And Claude is now a fucking $1 trillion business that is generating websites that you can generate websites on Manus with as well. And I made this all from code. If you look at some of my other clients here, like this trading client, this is all from AI code as well, every single part of it. Smitty as well, all from code, essentially, AI code. Now, they're all really good. Now, this is exactly how you do it. So number one, you're going to take a screenshot of the funnel that you actually want. You're going to provide the offer and the screenshot. This is exactly the TXT file. Claude writes the code. So Claude generates unique funnel code based on your input, and you can basically go and host the images as well on something called img.bb. If you go and upload those on img.bb and you go and upload those into Claude, and then you also give the embed link on your Typeform on your opt-in page, you paste the code into GHL, a funnel that looks like this, or this will completely work every single time. So you can go and screenshot some of those, upload it into Claude, make it with there, and then you go and take the code that Claude gives you, the HTML code, and plug it into your funnel builder with Go High Level or ClickFunnels. Now, I always use Go High Level, and I would recommend you guys do the same. Now, here's exactly how you can build an exact VSL funnel with AI. Now, if you're looking at this is a VSL funnel where my client is going and creating a 30-minute long video. So I'm going to go and opt in real quick here, and I'll blur out some of this. And this is a video that we wrote. Now this is a video that they wrote with AI as well. Now, number one, you're going to download a competitor VSL if you want to go this route. You're going to transcribe that VSL inside of and you're going to transcribe that VSL and get the exact TXT file. You can do that with something called Video Downloader Help. Once you transcribe that, you're going to generate the VSL with Claude, now with your messaging, and you want to give the client offer and ask for a 15-minute VSL in the same flow. And I would also use a humanizer prompt. I gave a humanizer prompt in my past video, but I will also link it below. I also include every single SOP that I'm talking about in this video inside of my 7-figure licensing program. If you want to go and apply with that and also work with me one-to-one so I can implement these for you, we can run that. But you also want to run an anti-plagiarism pass and make sure that all of the testimonials and everything is right here. And once you do that, you will have a running VSL, and you can really just use AI as a second brain from there, okay? So besides just writing emails, and besides just writing copy, and besides just writing VSLs, which you only really need to know the frequency at which you need to be doing it at, you can use AI as a second brain. And you can use AI to assess leads. So assess lead value for revenue share or cash. So when you're looking at a client, be like, hey, does this compare to my other clients that I work with, or would this client make 6 figures per month based on what I've told you before? Offer comparison, funnel analysis. Would this funnel actually work, and what funnel should I use for this client? AI will literally tell you if it's trained, like my SOPs have it trained on whether or not we should run a VSL or a webinar for this. What kind of webinar? What kind of webinar should we run based on this client's offer? And then it can also audit the offer if the client needs that, and that's how you get clients to pay you 15K plus. And you know, VSL writing time, like before AI, VSLs took days. Now I can write a VSL and a webinar in 10 to 15 minutes that are really good. And the way that you want to go and actually scale with AI, and this is the last part that I'm going to be going over, is you want to take your first offer where you're taking 15 to 20% revenue share or profit share for yourself. Offer 2, you're doing the exact same thing. Offer 3, 15 to 20% revenue share. And you are given, with all of these offers, context, and AI understands the offer nuance. So inside of my Claude project right here, I have talked about extensively with AI, and you can go and get AI agents with Hermes, all these AI bots, Claude, Manus, this, that, and the third. AI will remember everything that you say, keep a profile of everything that you say, and keep inputs, and you tell it what works, and it gets better over time and over time. And I can onboard a client in 10 minutes, write a VSL in 15 minutes, write a webinar in 15 to 20 minutes, make the slides in 30 minutes to an hour, make all the emails, and just implement it and have my team implement it and have the business running and track the ads with AI as well. Now, if you want all of these systems and you want to work with me one-to-one to help you get to help you scale your agency to 50 to 100K per month. Or if you're already doing those numbers, scale it to $1 million plus per month. My peak month with my agency was over 450K profit to myself when I brought my clients in over $5 million that month, and I'm scaling this offer to $1 million a month. The important reason is I don't just run the licensing program. The reason why I run the licensing program is I built my brand on scaling offers to $1 million plus per month and doing it with AI, and I currently run that agency full-time while also running the licensing program. And it's very important to learn from people that are working and doing the exact thing that they're preaching. And if you guys just want to see some proof, these are some of the results that I've gotten. So I've gotten multiple six-figure wires from clients: 204K, 45K, 23K, 143K. I've made my clients 611K revenue, $1.7 million revenue there, 957,000, 210K, 142K, 162K, 45K day for my offer. You guys can see multiple $1 million months with my clients. Everything that I have lasted there, everything that I have documented. If you want to go and work with me one-to-one, get a guaranteed six-figure client in the first 90 days, and also help me implement all of these things done for you where you don't have to touch everything, where you don't have to touch anything, but I implement those for you to give you a six-figure per month growth operating business, go down below, schedule a call with me, and let's run it. And if you're not going to, I really hope you enjoyed this video. I put a lot of time and effort into it. I will see you in the next video.
All right, so if you're growth operating specifically, outreach is a huge problem for a lot of you guys. I developed the scraper over a year and a half ago to with my setter. This scraper scrapes the internet, scrapes people based on how much followers they have, what niche they're in, and it scrapes them based on the niche. The reason why this is so important is because usually when you're doing outreach of any kind, you're going through your creators' followings, and it takes forever. And even though you have the Evergreen Loom video and that approach, and it makes the DM process very short, you still can't get so many. This lead scraper will put in 200 plus ICP leads in 5 minutes in the Google Sheet. And I have the entire SOP here. This has changed the entire game. This has allowed me to close over 10 to 15 done for your clients every single month. Every single time my setter just goes through and he reaches out to everyone. And by the way, I did use this as a sales video to sell this, but now I'm giving it to you guys for free. And if you guys stay to the end of this video, I'll actually give you guys this system for free. Let me cut right to the chase in this video. Most operators are wasting 15 to 20 hours per week manually reaching out to clients and maybe closing 1 to 2 clients per month if they're lucky. For context, my company at its peak made over $1.7 million in 30 days with one client. 650K cash collected in 5 days, a couple offers over $1 million a month, $5 million in coaching revenue now, $2 million in coaching revenue now for a couple of clients, and we've documented the entire process. We've been #1 on WAP multiple times now. I've recorded the processes of getting multiple six-figure wires from clients, and those are from 6+ clients. Now, if you're watching this video, I've consistently closed over 8 to 15 done-for-you clients, all clients that have the opportunity or the potential to make over 6 figures plus per month. And when we have 35+% of that as a company, how much money are we really making? I proved that when I made over 350K cash collected for myself from 1 to 2 clients and documented the wires of us getting this money. Here's proof, and you can also check out my Instagram, my YouTube, go over those processes, learn something. And this wasn't just a lucky month. If you see here, this is one of my processors. I use WAP as my main processor. Over $73,000 in setup fees in 1 month from clients, all from which we reach out to. If you look right here, these are hundreds of leads that are all ICPs that we have closed. If you look right here, these are dozens of booked calls that we've booked on from the scraper for done-for-you clients, and we've closed dozens of them. Now, this is all from one scraper and one Instagram setter in my Instagram. Now, keep in mind, I had a good 6,000 followers at the time when we were really running it up, but at the time, when we made over $2 million in a month and I closed that client, I had 3,000 followers. And this wasn't just me. Jaden and Hayden closed a good 6-figure client just from this system. The client that is going to make them multiple 6 figures per month. Mirathan, the same thing as well. Ergun as well. These are all group chats of clients that I have put in, licensing clients that I've put in group chats with. You see Brendan, this client is going to make multiple 6 figures per month. DeMarcus is going to make multiple 6 figures per month as well. And then Ergun as well, he's going to make multiple 6 figures plus with a client, Tom trades it with a client that we guaranteed. And the scraper goes into the guarantee that I'm going to give you guys for the guaranteed client. If you watch the end of this video, this video is stitched to the video where I talk about the licensing program and the entire guarantee with that licensing program as well. Now, if you've been looking at that and you saw that sheet full of qualified prospects, the problem that you want to get away from, you cannot keep finding clients from your clients' followings. You cannot keep reaching out manually. You cannot keep searching for clients and taking hours and hours to search for clients and only closing 1 to 2 clients per month if you're lucky. This entire process gets us over 400 plus leads per day that could all make multiple six figures per month. And it's all automated scraping qualified prospects that we could close with the right niches. Here are some examples of clients that we got from them. Ahmed Mustafa, huge AI offer. Brendan Stein, huge ecom offer that we closed. Rayon, huge credit app offer that we closed. All over 100K plus views. Obviously Ahmed's, he's a multiple six-figure offer, doesn't have that many followers, but it's very niche. Daniel Holmes, huge trader. Rizdar, another smaller trader. Cooking with Chris, over 214,000 followers that we just automatically reach out to with one setter and one scraper. And this even works on Twitter as well. And you're probably like, geez, how do you close like 8 to 10 done for you clients per month? That's all with this. So basically what the scraper does is daily at 9 a.m. because the problem that I wanted to solve was I didn't want to go and search for clients anymore. I didn't want to go in a cold outbound them. I didn't want to get that. I wanted to get their email, I wanted to get their phone number, and I wanted to get their Instagram automatically so they could pull in a sheet. My setters can go and reach 200 to 300 to 400 outreaches per day. So if we're even closing at a 1% rate for all clients, and keep in mind, what are you doing if you close 10 clients and all of those clients are making at least 50K per month? And that is bare minimum, but let's say even like just one client is making 50K per month, and you have 20% of that, that's 10,000. So what is 10,000 times 100? Well, that's 100K per month per 10 clients. But let's say all of those clients, on average, that's 500K with 10 clients. Let's say $750,000, which you could literally do with one client. I could literally do with $750K with any one of those clients in 1 month. Let's just say for one client, you're making 0.2, that's $150K per month with yourself. Let's say you do this and you make $2.5 million a month with one client. I obviously did that with one client. Let's say over 10 clients, you have these numbers. That's $410K per month for yourself. Now with this process, with the licensing program, I show you how to automate that with your team and whatnot, and also guarantee you a client that could do those numbers. But this is how this kind of works, giving you a short overview. So first off, this scraper is going to push everyone into a Google Sheet. This Google Sheet is literally going to give you all of the Instagram and all of the contact information of these clients. You can reach out to them daily, plus the link. And these are all qualified people that you could reach out to that could make more money month over month over month. You can go by follower counts, you can go by niches, and let's just pull up a couple of examples. For example, Dr. Stocks right here. Boom, 25K. Those guys can easily make a good amount of money with info. 94K, my investing club, just 15K, could easily make 50 to 100K per month. And if you wanted to go after only people with 100K followers, you can do so. Personally, I go after 50K plus and even 15K plus. Still, because I know a lot of smaller audiences can make a lot of money with coaching if you're really good at what you do. This scraper, what it does is you can talk about the niches that you want. So trading coach, forex coach, we've made a lot of money in the trading space, crypto, wealth management. You can even go after consistent coaches who make a lot of money if you just revamp their offer, because you can take part of that existing revenue. Book a call, apply, DM to apply, free consultation, calendar, schedule, links that include Calendly or Kajabi or Linktree, this, that, and the third. This also includes follower counts, so you can automatically only scrape the people that have a certain amount of followers. So it automatically searches ICP, so your setter can reach up to those people on autopilot, hit that 200 plus per day. And I'm also going to give you the scripts that we use. One of those things that we do is we use one evergreen video, and I'll show you that in a second. So I'm going to give you this entire end-to-end with all the code and all the Google Sheets that you need to go and track. So it's not just an end-to-end automation. You're also going to get the sheet. You're also going to get all of the automations, all of the metrics, but I'm also going to give you the exact DM script automation that we use. So I never send personalized outreach. I never ever send personalized outreach to get clients ever. I've sent one single evergreen Loom video month over month over month for the last 6 months. I'll show you proof on that, with one setter to close 8 to 15 done for your clients. So while you're stuck sending personalized outreach after personalized outreach in Looms, I've sent literally one Loom video that you're going to get and you're going to be able to process and make the same as a part of my licensing system that I've used to scale my own agency to 7 figures plus, and then obviously other offers to multiple 7 figures plus per month. So you're going to see with this, I have evergreen Loom videos for every process, for my licensing program and for when I'm closing done for you clients essentially. Okay, now I'm moving into some advanced stuff here, but this is the Zapier automation section. These are just some advanced stuff that I have set up. They're shorter videos. I'm going to be going over more into things like the advanced scraper that I have to scrape over 200 plus ICP leads a day, the Discord payment automations. These are all SOPs that I have inside of my agency. So you can see that they're in a Loom video format. So watch all of these, and then we're going to move on to the mastermind section. I actually include a 6-figure mastermind recording in here for all of the speakers that I had. So stay till the end to watch that. Alright boys, what's up? So in this video, I'm going to go over how to actually fill out all of these. This is the Zapier section. So this is pretty much every Zap that you would need to go over and, run your business essentially, because connections are so important. So I'm going to be going over every single one of these that you should set up, starting with the Discord automations. So the Discord automations are very simple, so I'm hoping that you guys can just honestly replicate these, okay? I'm going to speed run all of these because now that there seems like there's a lot of automations and like zaps to Discord, there is, but let's just show it as an example, okay? You're going to see that we have a lot of Discord automations, right? Booked call to Discord, opt into Discord, type form to Discord. We have a lot of Discord automations, and that's because we run our business off of Discord, right? So if I go to the Discord, so you're going to see that the payments are coming through Zapier, right? The VSL opt-ins, we don't have this for this, and the type form automation. So basically, I'm not going to make this super long because I'm going to just leave it to your guys' own kind of intelligence to figure out how to do the rest of it. But I'm going to show you some of the basics, and then I'm going to tell you the other kind of connections that you guys need to make. So let's start off by making a Zap. And if you've already done this, good for you. You can just go ahead and do it. All right, guys. So now you guys are going to see what we do with payments. So payments trackers are so important because it allows you to track all of your payments and also keep track of like the status of those people, right? And how you onboarded them and everything like that. I'll show you guys what our actual payments tracker looks like. So you guys can see that all of our payments are being locked in here. And this is very important when you guys are actually, motivating the team and actually keeping track of things, so you don't have to go and manually do it. Now you can manually do it, you can be my guest, or you can just set up a simple zap and you can zap them over to a Google Sheet like this. Now you guys can see that I have a bunch of steps here. I have the date, I have the client name. You guys also get access to this template. Cash collected, so that's after the fees that these payment processors take. Revenue, projected revenue, setter, closer, very important because I'm going to do commission tracker down here actually, which they go and add it themselves. And then notes and signed contracts and call recordings. So basically what you're going to do is I'm going to create a zap like this. So I unnamed this for this sake. What you're going to do is you're going to do WAP payments, let's say, to Google Sheet. And like I said, boys, I'm not always the best at this, but you can layer these into multiple zaps. And what I mean by this is you can do WAP payments exceeded to add to the pipeline, to Discord message, to send channel message as well, that the WAP is completed. It gets crazy. But let's look at this WAP. Look at this. And by the way, I'm using WAP for this example. You can use Stripe as well. Just do payments exceeded. If you want to choose what product, do a filter. But basically, you just send a channel in Discord messages. So let's say this, every time a payment is succeeded, that is that. And then there is one that I have where it just gets directly to the Google Sheet and whatnot. So if I go in my sales tracker software and I go to closer, you're going to see that every time a payment is succeeded, they're created a row inside of my spreadsheet. So be very diligent on this. The app is called Google Sheets. I recommend using that. My Drive spreadsheet, worksheet, client's payment tracker, date, paid at 1718, yada yada yada. If you guys want to do this based on dates, by the way, just do a filter in here based on if you have the January sales tracker, February payment sales tracker, do a filter in here like this. And not a lot of people know to do this. Like I said, if you guys want to track it manually, you can, but your sales team won't always be on top of this, and you for sure want to make sure that somebody's on top of this. So if you want to do it the automated way, this is literally what 99% of my clients do. So only continue if date, and then you would start with the date's number. So like if it's January, I would do 1 or 01. If it's December, I would do 12, okay? And to be honest, if you guys just want to switch this, sometimes on WAP, the dates get a little bit ridiculous, like you guys saw all those numbers, but this is basically what you can do. And that is basically all you need inside of the payments tracker, basically. You don't need to use that for anything else because your team needs to be filling out everything manually. But as far as the apps, you want to set something up where it is like that. I'll also be going into certain softwares. There are certain softwares that when a payment comes through, they're automatically sent a tracker. They're automatically sent an onboarding form from your software. Very familiar in fitness offers. And then I'll be going over actual fitness examples in the next video if you are on a fitness offer. If you're a business coach, we have some of those as well. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed all of this.
And very, very simple. You want to be running these for your Zapier automations, and very, very simple, yeah. All right, boys, so now we are going to talk about your ESPs app. So this is your email service provider, and if you are working with me, you know that I mostly use Zapier. And the reason I use Zapier is because you don't have to warm up a lot of emails, very easy to use, very easy to actually set up your ConvertKits. And what I meant by that is I use ConvertKit, not Zapier. My bad, guys. I use ConvertKit, and you guys can see that every time somebody opts into anything, they get tagged in ConvertKit because I want to send them emails. Emails are a big, big, big conversion event for us, essentially. So these are the use cases I use it for. Go high level opt-in, so CRM opt-in to ConvertKit tag, and then Typeform to ConvertKit tag. Very, very, very simple. If you guys have watched these, you guys understand that these triggers make sense. I'm just going to show you a simple step. This video should not be long into what this kind of looks like. So in the go high level, you have to use always the pipeline stage change in lead connector. So this is what we basically do. We push setup, lead connector, this is for go high level, trigger event pipeline stage, and you guys are going to see it's the only one there. Go to continue, go to configure, move to stage free course, test, and then we move on to add tag to subscriber. The reason we add a tag to a subscriber is because when we're sending out emails in kits and whatnot, we're actually sending it to certain segments based on like their, we create the tags, but it's based on their activity, right? So we can tell that these people all opted in to the free course here, right? So we can put them in a 5-day sequence unto where they want to receive more value, and we told them that they received the free course and whatnot. So I actually layer my zaps like this as well. I know I didn't show that very much in the last video, but I actually show it where, you know, if they're added to a pipeline stage, which is the initial trigger, they're actually added to a ConvertKit tag, and they're sent a channel in the Discord. Sometimes this works kind of not well, but same thing, right? And boys, just to be quick with this as well, if you guys want to do this for Typeform, all you would do is just go and duplicate this. Go to Typeform. I want you guys all to do this for Typeform if you guys are using this. Typeform, go to submissions, the form you want to actually put in the submission, and then go to add tag to subscriber. Choose the tag that you want to do it. So I would have one central tag that you guys are using for all of your applications, meaning like if somebody goes and opts into your VSL, yes, you can have a separate tag for that, but have an inner circle apply tag. So if they fill out a Typeform or an application, go and add them to an inner circle apply tag. All right. So for marketing, right here, I want to show you guys just what I did. Okay, so what I'm seeing is we need to get very, very good and very fast, very fast essentially at making offer focused VSLs. And we need to do that by understanding the awareness levels of the actual audience, the offer mechanisms. We need to be able to see like, okay, do we actually have enough information, or do we actually have enough case studies and results to actually make a full-on VSL to an unaware audience, to a warm audience in a fucking day, you know? So what I did is I basically made this little table, and anytime we're gonna write a VSL, I'm also gonna write ads for this as well. We need to fill this out. So for example, as you see, like, okay, the goals, like the regular stuff, right? Awareness levels. This is the biggest thing right here. Awareness levels, core pain points, top objections, unique mechanism, swipe files. I want you to all put this in here. Anybody who's doing marketing, like Hike, Bryson, anybody like this, or anybody that's on the tier 2 offers. And then the most important thing right here is understanding like the length of the VSL and the visual concepts of the VSL, like what we actually need to show, the logical frame and the emotional frame, and then this should know. So like, for example, if they're a problem-aware audience, should be like 15 to 30 minutes, like they know, but you got to focus on agitating the problem, introducing your unique mechanism. If they're solution-aware, 10 to 20 minutes, product-aware, 5 to 10 minutes, and then most aware audience would be like 2 to 5 minutes. So that's for someone like, like TJR, right? Like he has mentorship, he talks about it all the time, or like Jeremy Haynes. He literally blasts out the price in his VSL. He knows that shit can be 2 to 5 minutes. But for someone like Sam, when he's making a whole entire new offer, or someone like Solomon, who's never sold it, he cannot survive with a 2 to 5 minute VSL, or even a 10-minute VSL. It just doesn't work. So this is what I want all the copywriters to do. This is what I'm going to do for all of the offers, for anything that we are writing, for emails, not for emails, but for ads for sure. And let me know what you guys think about this, if I should add anything else. But any time that we're writing it, I want it to be used with this. So
this is going to be a demo for the Looker Studio. Essentially, this is a template that we give you guys, so you make a copy of it. Once you've made a copy, you can go ahead and connect it to your sheets. I'm just going to walk you through it. This is a SEO dashboard, closer dashboard, closing, setter dashboard, and then the post-call report. This is everything that you guys should need in your offer. And if you need to add anything else, such as ad tracking or UMT trackers, you guys can go ahead and add that. But essentially, we recommend to stick with these basics because that is all that you would need to track. I'm going to show you how to connect it with your tracker owned by us or shared with me. I share the drive with me, so I'm just going to go ahead and connect all these. So Setter EOD. And you also have to understand that in the spreadsheet, you have to connect each separate worksheet separately. So if there was another worksheet, I would have to come here again and connect that as well. So that's very important. So I'm going to go ahead and connect the Setter EOD tracker. After that, I'm going to add again. So add data, Google Sheets, shared with me, closer EOD. So you guys can go ahead and look at it like that. So closer tracker, add it. Should be added. Sweet. So we're going to go ahead and add the master tracker now. Master tracker. So for example, now you see that there are a lot of trackers. If we need all of them, we would have to go ahead and connect it separately again and again until we cover all. So I'm going to go and connect the all-time tracker. So I've connected the all-time tracker. Make sure the data is being read by the Looker Studio. So how you can ensure that is you can go to the resource, manage edit data. I'm going to go into the all-time tracker. So I'm going to edit this. Once I'm in this, if I see all the attributes that are in the sheets gotten by the Looker Studio, I can go ahead and then be like, okay, Looker Studio has read it. There's no problem. For example, if there are cash collected in your sheets, but you can't see it here, either your heading's incorrect, Looker Studio has failed to read your data. So you need to make sure the sheets are pretty clear. Headings are perfect. There's no data that's spread across. It's very formatted and everything is perfect. So if you still can't see it, go ahead and disconnect it. And then either you can just refresh the fields or disconnect it and reconnect it again. Another column, right? You can just go ahead and go into the resource, add manage data, go to the sheet, and then refresh the fields. After all these, let's go back. How to connect these tables. After you connect all the sheets, you should be able to see all the sheets here. So now that we've connected all these, since this is the CEO dashboard, I need to connect the all-time data. And as you can see, the cash collected is 0 since I've added mostly dummy data. And then here. So just going to connect all of it. The reason why it's giving no data is because the time above is not between when we actually had anything. So I'm going into, for example, May, and then I'll go into June, July, August. Okay, today. So it should fill up. So this is the data. It's the same thing with the other trackers. It's super easy. So this is a closer tracker. You just need to add the sheets. And with the setter, it's the same thing. Nothing else needed. Once the sheets are connected, there's nothing that you guys would need to do separately. If the data is being read by Looker Studio correctly, everything should be on here. So as you can see, all these data is perfect. And one quick tip that I would give you guys, Looker Studio actually causes some trouble in connecting even when you've connected this. So there's a high chance that when I refresh again, these fields might not come up as they might, not cache data. So the only thing that you can do is refresh it. So you can refresh it. And one thing that I would give you some pointers on is if still this is not working, you can just go ahead and duplicate the property that is showing, such as duplicate, and then supposedly this isn't working. So this was cache collected. You can just go here and go into cache collected and you should be good. And you could just go ahead and delete it. So yeah, this is a pretty neat tip that you guys can do. After that, you can just go ahead and view it, and it should be good for you guys to send it. So again, this is like a date thingy. Once you change the date to when the data was accumulated, it should be good to show you guys the stats. So yeah, this is it. It should be pretty simple. There's nothing complicated about this procedure. And if you're having trouble with anything, there is a high chance that you haven't connected the Google Sheets correctly. So make sure.
So this is gonna be a really good video, really educational video. A lot of sales like managers out there or growth ops don't really use Looker Studios, but this is really key to track all your numbers, hold your team accountable. So I'm gonna go here on the template. So basically what you would do is you would come over here, you would make a copy of this, and then essentially when you make a copy, just name it to whatever offer you're on. And then right here, so all this data right here, remember those trackers, go back to those trackers that we have. So for example, if I was on an offer, I would add data into here. I would go to Google Sheets, and then I would make sure I put the sales tracker. I'd make sure I put the setter EOD tracker, the closer EOD tracker, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So closer EOD, setter EOD, and then actual sales tracker, right? And then once you guys are on this, you guys, it's pretty common sense to do, but like all you would have to do, for example, is like go to left to collect. You see this is a sales tracker from a different offer, so essentially you would just change it to whatever offer you're on. Pretty simple stuff. And then same thing with like closer dashboard, right? So it would be closer EOD tracker, whichever offer you're on. Once again, same thing goes for all that. You would just pretty much copy it all over. Closing percentage, so this is exactly where you're gonna see what your closers are closing at right now. Hold them fuckers accountable. And then you have the setters dashboard as well, so this is where the setter EOD tracker sheet is going to come into play. So you could hold all of them accountable, and basically right here on the names you can select whoever name it is essentially. So then you can see exactly what their stats are kind of looking like. And then daily post call report, so this is going to be really cool. This is the only other sheet you need. So you need the post call form sheet, and then yeah, other than that, it's pretty simple.
All right, guys, so I'm just going to show you how I go about making the Forrester strategy. And so we can do it for this offer, and then I can just keep this as an SOP as well, and just use it that way. So basically, the Forrester strategy is like this. So these are all example numbers, but for the Forrester strategy, this is like the SOP and how it works. So this is from Jeremy Haynes, like this SOP. So I don't want to take credit for any ideas that aren't mine, obviously, but we've used this strategy for a ton of ad accounts, and they've worked very well for the ones that we have ran it for. But this is the whole idea of it. So basically, you have a content cycle that is authority content, that is trust building content. As we know, not all content is scored the same. Content that talks about success or social proof or case studies obviously hit way better. So the whole idea is we're going to run one ad, one campaign to basically content that's already posted and run traffic to cold traffic essentially. I've listed out a bunch of reels that like this that already have this. So like, for example, some case study reels, some authority. And the idea of this is we're going to go and retarget people that watch 10% of that video, 25% of that video, 75% of that video, and then we're going to retarget them with our actual ads, which is the image ads, which is the, video ads that we're actually that are direct response ads. So what that means is they're going directly to the page and they're doing a CTA, because the only people that are going to watch 50 to 75% of a video, certain videos, are going to be people that are super engaged and warm. This is how we can turn them very warm. And so this is a small example of a campaign that we've been running that we honestly just started running. Now, keep in mind, this is a little bit skewed. We run this on Hyros, so we're not actually doing the tracking. So I know this looks like a bad conversion per booked call number, but it's not actually like that. The point of this campaign is to get cheap calls. So we've gotten around 20 plus calls from this campaign. And we just started. So that's just a side note. Basically what it looks like is this. So profile view ads. So the top of the funnel is going to be video views. We're going to be the engagement type, and the performance goal is going to be maximizing the views. So 3-play views is this. Usually I would run it. I'll talk about percentages as you're just running it to Instagram. But as you can see, these current posts
our like current posts here, and then we're basically just running it here. You can see there's a case study here, yada, yada, yada. And then after that, for the campaign, there will be a bottom of funnel campaign. And you guys can see the bottom of funnel campaign, specifically just for this one, is custom audiences that are queue video views 10 seconds. And then we have all of these ones. So 75%, 50%, 25%. Now, keep in mind, we're only running 10 seconds on this one for a very specific reason, going very cold. And you obviously want to turn this off, automatically turns on, but we want to make separate ad sets. So anytime that you're making separate ad set for this, so for example, I didn't name this 10 seconds, but I would do 10-second VV RTG, so retargeting on that. And then you're going to retarget all the people who basically go and watch these. And I'll show you guys how to create the custom audiences here. Okay, so what you guys are going to want to do is create the custom audience here. So the first thing you want to do is, so these are the basically the audiences you want to create. So 10-second video views, 25% view of videos, 50% view of videos, 75% view of videos. Now I'll show you what videos you want to actually put. Basically the way that you create these is you go to custom audience, you go to video, and then it's going to ask you, like, as you can see here, I said here, so let's say 25%. You're going to go and select your videos, and then what you're going to do is you usually go to Instagram, but you're going to go to campaign, and then you're going to go to your campaign, and you're going to go to the campaign that you put down for profile views, and you're going to select these videos. Because this is the first step, I used to do it like where you go and do the Instagram account and you go and search up like the video ideas, but we do it from the campaign level. Now I want to show you guys how you actually go and do this for the campaign, and then we go and create the custom audience. Okay, so I'll show you here. So the first thing you're going to do is obviously create a campaign. You're going to choose the engagement objective, go to continue, and then manual, and then right here you're going to basically do engagement, ad set budget. Sometimes you can do campaign budget. We're going to stick with engagement, turn this off, and then on ad set, you're going to go to on your ad, okay? Video views, maximize through play views, and then you'll have the budget obviously on it. But for this, you're going to keep A+ on for targeting, obviously. So we're not going to touch with the targeting at all. And then on placements, I like to go IG. Obviously for, like, I'll be sending this to Reagan's team, but if you guys want to target on Facebook too, if that's what you usually do, you can do Facebook as well. I turn off messenger ads though. Messenger ads don't really work well for us. So messenger ads are turned off. Okay, so and then on this, you're going to make sure that the Facebook and the Instagram is connected. On your create ad, you're going to turn this off. And instead of create ad, you're going to go to use existing post. Now on the use existing post, you're going to select the post, and then you will have to go and basically search up the Instagram videos like this. So the best way to do it is on queues, like if I go to queue. So as you guys can see, I pasted all of the links here. This little video ID on the end is how you're going to search it. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to go to custom date, and you want to go to the date area in which it was posted. It's pretty annoying. I haven't found a better way to go and search this. Sometimes you don't, but I usually just go a bunch of dates down to December 29th, and then you do reels right here, and then you basically go and paste this at the end of it essentially, and you remove this little dash on the side, and then it's going to give you the ID. You're going to go to continue, and then it's going to paste right there essentially. Okay, the call to action is going to be none as well, so you're going to go all the way up on the call to action, no button, right there. So okay, and then boom. So once you're there, you're going to go and basically duplicate all of these and run the videos that you want. Now this is just an example campaign. I already made my campaign. I named it Profile Views. And so I basically went and duplicated these and then just kept choosing different posts, as you guys can see. So now we're going to go back to creating the audience in the campaign. So if I go here to the campaign we just created, back to obviously creating the custom audiences, we can just select all of these videos, right? I'm not going to do different custom audiences on the different videos. I'm just going to select all of these and create the audiences out of there. I did this for the 75%, 50%, 25%. And if you ever want to go and do this, by the way, choose 180 days. You can just go to edit videos, and then you can go and choose more. Okay, that's that. Then once you're done with that, let's say you are running that completely. This is the direction that I usually like to run it off of. So as you guys can see, the budget split usually goes like this. So more money on the top of funnel, and then the bottom of funnel will be like 30%. So top of funnel 70%, bottom of funnel 30%. So this is all going to be retargeting here. No cold on here, this, that, and the third, right? So for this, these are all the videos that we want to run it off of for Reagan. So we're going to want to go and search those, put this in the profile view, and then we're going to have a bottom of funnel campaign here. This is what the bottom of funnel campaign is going to look like. So the type of campaign that you're going to make is basically, I'm going to duplicate this so I can show you guys in real time. The bottom of funnel campaign is going to be leads. So go to leads and then manual ads. I never do this. So I just name it bottom of funnel, RTG, Forrester. I just like to name mine right. And then ad set budget, you're going to go to new leads, and then you're going to go to just website on that. Maximize number of conversions. You guys will need to create a data set on this. So obviously we'll make the pixel, we'll make the thing, but it'll be booked call. So I'll show you guys how to create that as well. So let's say on this, it's the 30%. So let's say 300 on this. The locations, I mean, big four, United States, Australia, Canada. Right now we're just doing the US for this one. And then for the custom audiences, you're just going to go to audience suggestions and then custom audience. And then this will be the custom audiences here. And then let's say 75% video views on this ad set, right? So 75% VV RTG, right? And then age, whatever ages you guys like to use, essentially. Probably older, but we're going to do 18 to 65. Usually we'll do like 21 to 65, but for this one, it doesn't really matter because it's just all selected on that because it's a custom audience. So one for the custom audience, I kind of told you guys it doesn't really matter the ages. At least I don't put that in there. Okay, and then this will be a manual upload on here. So I turn off multi-advertisers. We're going to create the ad, and then we're going to place the ad in here. So you're going to scroll down to setup creative, and we're going to do an image ad or a video ad. We specifically have image ads on this, as you guys can see, but the video ads we have for Reagan's, obviously we're placing the video ads so we're going to place that in, obviously, and then we're going to set up the primary text and then the other text. The headline is what I mean. So for this, let's say like a system to be repeated, and then most people think training about prediction. Book a call below, essentially. And then the call booking funnel will be the one that you have on that we're actually pushing people through. So the funnel, actually. So if we go to here, essentially, the website URL, this will be the one that we want, obviously, everyone being pushed through. So this is the funnel that we have here. Obviously, we're going to go to the next page on here. We're going to select, obviously, they're going to fill out the form and everything. So this is obviously like a funnel that we're doing for Q. For Reagan, it will be the same thing. Now, the way that we run the pixel is very important. I'm not going to go into how we run Hyros on here, but like, as you can see, like metrics are being tracked. These aren't accurate on this one, but we're going to go and set up the funnel for the booked call because this is what we're going to be using. So the way that we set up the funnel is obviously through the back end of GHL. So we have both funnel tags and the Google tag on here. But the reason we do GHL is because it's super easy. So if we go to Inner Circle Apply, the custom event that we have is actually equals this post booking page. So once people land on this post booking page, which is after the Typeform step on here, basically they get redirected here, they're counted as a book call. So if you don't know how to set that up, so I'll go right here and I'll go to datasets, right? So go to datasets and pixels, and you can skip this if you already know how to do it, but we're going to go and create a pixel if you haven't already, but you guys have because you guys are running ads. But go to Events Manager when you're done, and then we're going to go and create a custom conversion is always how I do it. So if we go to create custom conversion on here, choose the pixel that we're using, and then we're going to go to booked call, right? I'm going to do all URL traffic on the standard event website, and then we're going to use URL equals, and the reason why it's easy to use GHL is because we can just do this URL equals on the ad, and then it will be tracked to the ad. Make sure you do this. Now, when you're doing the pixel, make sure that it's right and has ChatGPT. Obviously, you can go and see how many book calls are on here, and like here, obviously, and how many conversions are being had. So if it's active, it's a good sign because you can go and test it. To know how to test this, basically, to make sure that we can get this right is on here. Go to test events and confirm your website events are set up correctly. You're going to go to this URL, enter test events, and then it will show here in a second. You see page view, lead, and booked call is going to show up in a second. It always does. So, and the way you know, obviously, is because it's active here. So, and then yeah, we've created the Forrester campaign. This is what it should look like. So one campaign for bottom of funnel, and then one campaign for profile view. Now, because we're only running 2 ad sets, I'm also going to do one for 10%. I'm also going to do one for 25% views, 75% views, 50% views. There are times when we only basically do, what's it called? Like certain ad sets. Like for example, if we only want 50%, or if we only want 75%, especially on smaller budgets. Like for this one, we're doing very cold, so we're doing 10 seconds of the video, and then you're going to run AOG. So once you go here, what you're going to do is you're going to go to your links, and basically what you're going to do from here, once you create the actual registration, is you're going to go to embed your website. So usually what you're going to do is you're going to do like an embed form, something like that. So this is the embed code. And so what you're going to do is you're going to go to copy, and then you're going to go and tell Claude that the form that you're going to be using has this embed code because it's from Webinar Jam. And then once you just get this on your site, then you're pretty much good to go. Let me show you this too, like editing this and then going to full configuration. This is how you'll actually go and set up all this streaming stuff and webinar presenters and basic settings. So you're basically going to follow this section. So webinar name, webinar title, webinar presenters, this should be your client. I'm just going to fast track this. Just go to, okay, I understand. And then go to webinar live. This is where it'll be. If you want to do YouTube, you can, but we always do Webinar Jam Live because that's where Zoom is. Okay, then you're going to go to schedules. The schedule will just be the schedule essentially. So session 1, you don't need to add a session 2. Add the times. We're doing ours at 8 p.m. Then go to obviously save and kind of let them do this. Registration page design. What we actually do is we do this, but keep in mind you're going to use your own website. We don't put that there. I'll show you how we do it essentially. We go to first name, email, country, state. We don't collect phone number on this. Actually, yes, we do. We collect phone number on this. We don't collect states, basically. So you don't have to make it mandatory. But if it's on there, it's on there. I think my client has some restrictions on his account for different countries, but it is what it is. Free registration, free register, and then password protection, no password needed. Coming up here, this is the most important thing. So emails, this is just leave this how it is because it will obviously add an autoresponder. You're going to send most of the emails inside a kit itself. If you want to make some more, you absolutely can. I really don't for the most part. And then integrations. So what you usually do is you put ConvertKit. The ConvertKit will basically if they register, then they're going to get added to a tag. If they attend, you can add this stuff. I'll show you guys exactly how I do this in a minute. Usually I'll add 3 tags. So if they register, then add tag. The tag will be register, webinar registrants essentially. So I'll show you guys. For this one, we're not running it for a minute, so I'm just going to basically add this. So you're going to have 3 tags. So we'll just say this is webinar registrant. Just pretend this is webinar registrant. Okay. And then the next tag, so you're going to save that, create registration rule, and then you're going to be if they attend live webinar, you're going to add tag and do webinar attender. Now go to ConvertKit to create these, and you're going to create the tag. I'm just not doing it right now. And then you're going to go to, if they miss the live webinar, and go to add tag and be miss live webinar, and you're going to create that there. Third-party tracking. You don't usually need to do this. You can if you're using the Facebook Pixel, but we're really not right now. Okay, so just go to next. Thank you page is our own design. And this is going to be the link for here. Save live room. This is basically going to be the live room. The slides you're going to want to add when you create the slides. So the slides, just upload the slides here, and then your client can go and do it. You can go and test with them. And then all of these other things, you can do a countdown page design. We basically just use our own design because we created off of GHL, which I'll show you guys in a second. And then, yeah, that's basically what we do there. I'll go to save, go to next. And then webinar recording, you can add this if you want. You can enable it. Usually we don't because then people go watch it. But you don't need to really worry about that. Okay, so boom, that's done. Okay, so what you're going to do is, so let's go to links and then embed your website. This will be the registration bar essentially, right? Or like link to registration page. So like, let's say the registration page is usually this, but keep in mind, what we do is we actually just take the registration bar and we just integrate this in our website essentially. Now, what I didn't do on this, just showing you guys, is I didn't like make the registration page in the settings, our own website. I didn't add the link, but like what we do in here in like the website is I'll kind of show you. One sec. You're gonna see on here, you get a web example, registration page, and then what we do here is we just add the registration form if you see here. So yeah, this is basically what we do.
All right, so now I have 2 calls that are back-to-back calls with my private community going over the best outreach strategy, the best way to run growth operating, and the best video of me breaking down my exact Loom video approach for growth operating, closing 10 to 15 high-ticket clients a month, which is done for you clients to give me rev share of their businesses. This is how I run it. And then also the ads processing, content process you want to run for your business. 2 back-to-back calls that my licensing program actually had. These will help you out a lot.
Has touched all of his followers and nobody's sellable anymore in the DMs. But we've technically touched all of our followers. I have like 2 to 3 setters in my DMs at all time in Twitter and Instagram. And we still like book 10 plus calls. And we're closing at a 90% rate just for licensing. And I've done crazy numbers like that for some of my clients' smaller offers. And all that is, bro, is that is just market sophistication to a T. So I will share my screen. Just let me share my screen real quick. So I'll go over this. So there's like this pocket of buyers anytime that you start that are just going to be more warmed up because they've just been more like indoctrinated to your content. And why do you guys think like Iman is always running events and stuff like that? Because he understands this to a T. So this is like the pocket of buyers that are just like red hot. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just be like, these are like the red hot people. And then there are always going to be like this other pocket of buyers who are going to be like more yellow, which is like way, way, way bigger. Which I don't know why I made that red, but just pretend that's yellow, right? And these people are going to be just watchers, essentially. We'll just call these like watchers. And what these people need is, it's not that they're not in a buyer's perspective. They just need like more content to buy. They need like more engagement to buy. They need like more of a selling point. So these people can get away with being sold on like 2 of the 3 like market sophistication points. So what these people can get away with is they can be sold on, you know what I'm saying, mechanism, which is, let's say, coaching, trading, yada, yada, yada. They can be sold on proof of mechanism, proof of success. Bro, this is retarded. How does Alex Becker write so good with these, bro? And then they can be sold also just on your like journey or brand. I'll just say brand. So basically like mechanism, your proof of success with mechanism, and then brand. And then there's another one, which is like self. So like their success with it, which is usually sold on a sales call. It can also be sold in your content. If you guys ever see like a brand go crazy, like with success, they usually sell people on success with themselves with their content, and that's why they can sell mass market. If you guys remember Eddie Cumberbatch's craze in like 2023, where he was saying like, all you need to do is partner with an influencer and get like, you know, 15% of theirs and tell them that they're going crazy on this. Levingrad did this very well. That's why he was stuck at like $1 million a month. Iman with SMMA, yada, yada, yada. You don't need to do this, but this is how you sell mass market. These 3 things. Now, these pocket of buyers will be sold on a longer piece of content. So what did I do on the webinar? Well, I showed a live demonstration. So what did I do? I'll just be like, what was the fix? The holy solution to turn these people to pockets of buyers that will like turn into these people, I guess. So super shitty diagram, but whatever. I live demonstration. I made it easy to understand, and I made it believable. And so all of these were just transitioning these people into selling them on the market, selling them on the, you know what I'm saying, proof of success. With my business, I showed them wires, selling them on the brand, which I just showed them my wires again, and then proving that they can do it. And the way that I did this is I made the whole webinar about AI, and I simply just showed them how easy it is to plug in a prompt and build a funnel with AI, and then plug in also the complete offer. And I kept mentioning all the wires I received and like how like short I've been running this business model for. and then it like blew some people away. And then I had like no bad comments because they were already sold on the brand, a lot of them. And so yeah, this is market sophistication to a T. So anytime you guys feel like your short form content or your long form content isn't doing crazy, webinars or any kind of like long traffic source is going to go crazy. Anytime that you ever go to Iman's channel, if I go to Iman, right, he's always running an event, bro. Always running an event. And this is simply because like there's always more people coming in, and this is the only way he can continue to sell more business models. I think he's running like a shadow operator event and an AI operator event, yada yada yada. But yeah, that's crazy. And also, if you guys have a smaller client with or you run a smaller brand, like for example, you, Ricky, a webinar could be fucking fire, bro. Like super fire. And if you guys want to know like the whole whisper key shout thing, just use a poll, bro. Use a poll and be like, yo, if I, hosted a longer event, hosted a longer webinar, like what you guys wanted on, like advertise it for 10 days, go crazy, and then you'd be good. And then as far as ads to webinar, a lot of you guys ask me like, should I run ads to the webinar right away? If you guys don't, I think priming your clients is always really good. So like, for example, you can run the first webinar just going crazy on organic and trying to run some ads. Let Mirrors in here. And then just use the money that you basically took from the webinar and just plug it into ads, retargeting ads, and now push them back to the webinar. And ads to a webinar, by the way, would just be as easy as this. So I showed my clients this, and I'm going to just show you guys this as far as like content running to a webinar. I'm not going to cover this whole group call webinars, but I'm just basically documenting what I did essentially. So for example, if I go to my contents, if everyone sees this, so like these two, this video, and then these two videos are both CTAing the webinar here. So this video is what got like that piff yesterday. I guess he just came in and a bunch of people saw it. And like for example, this guy piffed yesterday, never followed me before. Brian's in the program now, so did his business partner. I also had a call with this girl yesterday about her coaching program, and she's about to join licensing soon. I don't like putting people on blast, but whatever. And basically what this is what I can do now is this is the content that I ran, and I'm huge on just like proof of concept, for example. So what I'm going to do next is I'm actually just going to run this as an ad creative. I'm just going to boost this. And what you can do on Webinar Jam is you can just make it happen every single week. I'll show you guys the frequency. I'm just going to run this as a top of funnel ad, how I run my 7-figure agency completely with AI. All you need to do is how I run X with X mechanism. That's all you need to run. And then what am I going to retarget them with? Well, I'm going to retarget them with a webinar ad. So somebody that does this really good, by the way, is Cody Sanchez, one of Jeremy's clients. Like they only run the Forrester strategy. I don't know like what they do mostly on like top of funnel as far as like the targeting, but I'm pretty sure they just do A+ and then just like lookalike audiences. But I guess Cody Sanchez, let me see if they're running it still. But as you guys see, like her main, like her retargeting, all she does, bro, I'll show you guys this. I know my screen's very wide. Can you guys still see it? That all she runs is videos like this with no CTA. Some of them are send messages, yes, but it's no CTA. It's like straight to YouTube, this and the third. Targeting people who watch 75%, pushing them to webinar. I'm going to do the same exact thing. Don't need these crazy creatives. She's just more mass market. But yeah, I'm going to do the same exact thing. So I'm going to answer some questions. Does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, bro. Question. I've never been inside of like an ads manager, really dabbled into paid stuff. When you're looking at the Facebook ads library, how can you tell which ads are like called, which ones are retargeting, all that?
Yeah, you just have to understand like why people are doing certain things. So for example, like I would go watch like the Forrester ad strategy, this, that, and the third. And I also know who runs Cody Sanchez's ads. So I know like Jeremy is running this, but you just have to understand to a T, like why would Cody, someone who has 100,000, 200,000 plus followers, be running a view ad essentially where it's just
there's more stages you have to go to.
Let me share my audio. This will make a lot of sense.
No, your audio is already being shared.
Okay, bet. So like this, right?
If you want to get a business to $10 million.
Sorry, bro.
plus in revenue. First stage is you do everything. The janitor, the CEO, you're all of it. This is usually up to your first 500K revenue. Second stage is
So what she's doing here is she's teaching and she's showing that she knows what you're talking about. Usually you can't warm people up by this, but bro, there is this example of this video that I just saw, and I saw like everybody reposting it, and it was a Coinbase promo. It was like a Coinbase promo of like them launching a new product. And what I counted myself on the amount of times I saw it. I saw it once and I was like, this is cool. I don't know what the fuck this is. I saw it twice. I saw it 3 times, saw it 4 or 5 times. After the 5th time, bro, I was like, damn, this is probably somewhat important. Let me watch it end to end. And now I'm sold on the product. This is exactly what they're doing here. She's just trying to warm people up. So for example, the way that this is really good is Cody Sanchez, all she's trying to do, because you got to understand like the goal of info. I'll stop sharing my screen real quick. The goal of info is just to get as many people in the buying pocket as possible. So what Cody Sanchez is trying to do is she's trying to just speed up that process as fast as possible. So she literally just puts a bunch of content into an ad set, goes and targets as many ICP people or as many cold audience people as possible, targets the people who watch 75% of it, who go on the page but don't book as a custom audience on Facebook, yada, yada, yada. And then she just retargets them with another ad set that has a bunch of content to try and warm them up more. And then also like the what's it called? Like the direct response ads. And the direct response ads are directly like getting people to try to directly respond to this, which is a funnel essentially. Find me the money. So a lot of times this will be like, if your business isn't doing real revenue, and the reason she says this is because all of her content is showing you how to make real revenue with cash flow not being tight, essentially, you know? So like, what I would say if I was just trying to do AI is I would be like, yo, if you're still not using AI, you're losing a shit ton of money. I'm showing you exactly how to do it in spring training. You know? Let me answer the comments, the chats. Wild. Is Twitter DM setting the same as IG setting? I do use the same DM structures. I will tell you guys, I recommend all of you guys get in the little entrepreneur pocket in Twitter. Twitter is a gold mine for outreach. It really is, because you can find people who have a crazy audience on Twitter, but they don't have any followers on Instagram, and Twitter is a really engaged audience. And so they'll respond right away on their personal because they don't have like hella people reaching out to them. But yeah, what budget do you recommend for webinars? I'd still push the 70-30, 70% to top of funnel, 30% to retargeting. So, are you guys running ads to webinars, Hayden?
For the one we just did, yeah. But like for Nigel, like we're gonna be doing like exactly what you said, like the profile ads and retargeting. So we're about to set it up.
Okay, bet. Are you guys following that structure, the 70-30?
Yeah, do it.
Okay. Bet. So like, let's say you're running $1,000, and then so 700 to like the profile ads, and then 300 to the retargeting because it's a smaller bucket. Nigel's gonna print, bro. I'm excited to see how that works. He's been needing to make more money with info for sure. Does it connect to ManyChat? Yeah, connect to ManyChat on the CTA. So I just always have ManyChat set up. Can you track 75% on organic reels for retargeting or just ads? I'll show you like what I mean by that. So like, for example, let's say I go to like an ad accounts, you can target like in the custom audiences. So I'll just use this as like a recording just to like, you know what I'm saying? You guys kind of like, what's it called? So if I go to audience and then I go to 75%, you can track it on organic right here. So 70% view, essentially 180 days, and then you just...
Wait, Jace, I can't see your screen.
Oh, shit. My bad.
No, you're good.
Here you go. You see this? Like, if you go to audiences, when you go to the ad center, you just go here, custom audience. I'm going to edit this, and you select the certain videos on here. These are all the ones you can do. Does that make sense? That. All right. Any other cues? All right, sweet. I'm gonna go over GHL funnel structures. So I'm gonna go over AI stuff real quick, and AI coding. Claude Code is getting huge. I'm trying to position myself as being the front line of it. And so I'm just gonna go over structures real quick, and then what we're kind of doing here. And I just provided somewhat of an example. So give me 1 second here. Let me go to one that we completely created from scratch. I'll show you guys here. So this is it's one of my past clients. We're gonna be running some other stuff with them in the future, but this is usually the structure we like to run with a lot of our clients. So it's usually an inner circle page, a post booking page, and then also a what's it called? We'll have an opt-in page if it's necessary. So like for example, for Q, now this is not our actual opt-in page, just an example. We better copy on the actual one, but this would be like an opt-in page that we use for all of our clients. We use it for crypto creators as well, and like a lot of people that have a lot of unqualified audiences, so we can go and push it. So for example, I'm always going to lead this to an opt-in page, and this is usually like the structure. So you guys can see opt-in page, VSL after, and then the inner circle apply. This can be a second page, or you can have it just right below the video if you want. If you have it just right below embedded on the video, it doesn't really change conversions. Honestly, I prefer more to have it right below the video on the same VSL page. And then there will be a call booking page, which actually we don't use a call booking page because it's right on Typeform. But if you ever had it and you needed a different call booking page, we have this just in case we ever need to send people directly to Calendly. Usually it's just integrated at the end of here, but there will also always be a post booking page, and then terms and condition of privacy policy is just used for ATP. And the post booking page will always look something like this with a post booking video. And then I'll usually have like the emails, the Yahoo, the Outlook on here before. Now, the reason why this is so important is simply because like you can replicate this with just looking at funnels like this. So for example, I created all of this with Claude. I simply just made an iPhone thing right here. I told it to make it look like the structure of like an Apple, what's it called? Like the same text as like an Apple website would look. So like if we go to Apple, like it's using the same text. Now we don't want to make our funnels look like fucking sophisticated like Apple, but if you guys look here, like it's the same exact like font that we use for Apple, which is super good. And then we just use Gmail to go and check their notifications essentially. And you guys can basically go and integrate videos using AI. You guys can tell it to basically use code to go and like do a lot of things, but also this is what I meant by the funnel essentially. And so basically what I did here is I took a simple funnel like Iman's, and it was another funnel that he was running. It wasn't this one, but let's say this funnel, for example. I screenshotted this, which this is just creative at the end of the day. And I simply just told AI to help me make with everything that it knows about Johnny's offer or someone's or like my client's offer, and make this structure without having the same like what's it called, like text on it, without plagiarizing, because that's not the business that we run. So I'll go and screenshot all of this, and I'll show you guys the exact process that I want to go over for this. So like I'll go and screenshot all of these things, but these only come to place when you get the complete offer map. So I'm going to open Miro real quick, and then I'm going to just show you guys like creating a funnel with you guys, so I can just use this for content. I can like push you guys to the WAP anytime you guys have questions about this. So this is how the structure is always done, right? So when you onboard a client, you're going to get a few things. So for example, you're going to get I'm going to get a record this shit, bro. I'm going to do shapes actually. So you're going to get the voice memo, offer docs, offer type form, submissions, and an offer feedback, which is all done on this. So like this is like all the complete offer stuff that we do on onboarding. If you guys kind of know how that means on the onboarding doc, this turns into market research for us, right? So this speeds up market research. The reason why this is important too is because we used to do market research all completely on the audience and just kind of figure it out ourselves. This allows us to do market research, so it can allow us to perfect the offer. The offer to make all sales assets without large communication from clients. And so basically, I'm going to show you guys something here where I'm going to actually take one of our voice memo TXT files, turn it into a voice memo transcript, turn it into a TXT file, plug it into AI with the prompt, turn it into a complete offer doc, give it back to AI in a Claude profile, turn that into a funnel based on screenshots and Claude code, and then turn it into their GHL. And you guys can kind of see how this is like full stack. And then we take this to basically TXT file, T file, and then to AI prompt for complete AI prompting, because you need to prompt your AI and tell it who it is, tell AI who they are, essentially. So for example, like this would be like Q's offer, Claude profile. And then I also do this on ChatGPT, very easy, because this would be in like the project files. And by the way, I told everyone in the webinar, I don't care about like I'll show you guys, like if I go to Claude, I don't care about project dumping. I literally just like stack all of my fucking owned assets into Claude, so I can just talk back. I know a lot of AI nerds will be like, this isn't the right way to do it. I simply just don't care, because I know what outcome I'm doing at the end of the day. And then if I go back here, so TXT, Claude, and then we'll be making the owned assets from there. And then with direct feedback. And so what this allows us to do also is, I'm just going to show you guys this because this is very important. You guys can use what's called past scripts, VSLs, etc., with proof of concept. And the reason why you guys even join licensing is because I have multiple VSL, sales scripts, etc., emails, this and the third, from past audiences that you guys can simply turn what's called structure into like exact offer, and use the same structure I started email that ran a 7-figure campaign is, and turn it into one that's with your offer. And this is why this is so important, like the complete offer stack as well. This is just like what I think of and like what saved our business like a lot of fucking time, essentially, as well. So I'm going to show you guys this. So I'm going to pull up a voice memo that we wrote for one of our clients. I'm going to turn it into a TXT file, and I'm going to basically like outline this entire process for you guys, record this entire thing, and then it'll be super fire. So while I'm doing this, while I'm pulling this up, who has questions for me? I'll take questions while I go and get this voice memo from one of our clients real quick.
Yo, question, bro. I see you use Claude a lot. Why is that? Like, why Claude instead of ChatGPT? I'm curious.
Claude is just like, they're made for marketing and they're made for like longer thinking, but like faster. Like their company is just way better. So ChatGPT is like cheap essentially, and that's why it's so fast. And they're made for the mass market essentially. So if you ever see how ChatGPT is so fast, it's because it doesn't use a lot of long-term thinking, but Claude does, and they still speed up that process because it has so much marketing data. So in this space, it's just so well known for like writing marketing copy, this and the third, you know?
So for like all client work, I should be using Claude.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT for simple questions, but for writing and project files, yeah, it is good. It's the best. What's up, Noah?
Yeah, I have a question. So what do you use the screenshots for? Like, what do you even? I mean, I'm sure you're gonna show it.
Yeah, I'll show you. I just want to get this voice memo in first, because you can like, yeah, I'll show you guys. I'm trying to pull up a fucking voice memo from one of our clients. I'm trying to see if it's in the Google. Oh, it is. Okay, so sweet. So I'm gonna download this. Let's say your client puts it in the Google Drive, right?
Hi, this is Regan Hillia.
I'm gonna download this. It takes I actually think. Okay, it's done. And then I'm gonna go to something like Premiere Pro. Now you guys can just go to TXT file generator on your book, or maybe CapCut can do this, but I just always do this because it's super easy. So I'll plug it in, just go to MMM, and then I'll like, you guys can literally just look up TXT file generator, but I'll plug this into here, take the transcript right here, and then I'll export this as a TXT file essentially. So just give it 1 second while it transcribes. For 20 minutes. Export to TXT. Okay, sweet. Downloads. I'm gonna recording one place. All right, sweet. Go to save. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Notion real quick. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up Notion. I know you guys can't see it. I'm gonna pull up the prompts that I have. So SOP library, AI SOPs, and I have basically a complete offer from here. Now you guys have access to this. This should be in WAP. I know a lot of you guys have trouble finding a lot of stuff like this, but I basically just take this prompt. I go to Claude, and I already have a lot of my SOPs. Now, you guys should have all of the SOPs I gave you guys in licensing honestly attached to Claude, bro. It's just so useful, like a lot of the things that I give you. But what I'm basically going to do is I'm basically putting this in, okay? So you are a world-class offer, build me a complete offer breakdown, which client is in this for. And a lot of times I'll just give it more context. So I'll be like, I am pasting a voice memo that my client gave me, overviewing their offer, backstory, etc., that we're going to use for her high ticket program and sales, whatever. And then you can literally just plug this in. Let me go to TXT. I guess let's and then recording TXT. Boom. And then what you guys can also do is if you guys did the Typeform submissions, I don't want to skip this step as well. But I'm gonna go to like VSL client survey and whatnot, and I'm gonna go to one of the files that I have here. So let's say like for example, taking one of my clients. I don't want to show a lot of this because I know a lot of you guys like. Yeah, let me just go right here. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and download this essentially, and I'm going to plug it into a CSV. A CSV file can also be used because they're just answering this. If you guys know the onboarding form and you guys know the questions that I ask the clients, I'm going to go here and just know if you guys have an offer in this call, you guys can do the same exact thing for your offer. I'm just talking to operators and coaches in here, but I don't think this is where's that CSV? It's actually this one. Yeah. But I'm not going to do it for this sense because that wasn't Reagan's as well. It's not the same offer, but you guys should do that after they complete the Typeform as well. And then it's going to spit this out for me. So basically after it spits this out, which I don't know why Claude is tripping right here, but submit it again. I'm going to then plug this in, and I'm going to go after this. We go to Claude, and I'm going to create a new project. And what's going to look like is, let's just say like example client. You don't have to fill any of this out right here. Create a project. And I'm going to add all of the files that I have from her. So I'm going to add all of the CSV files. I'm going to add the TXT file in here again. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to add text content and explanation of offer. And what this is going to look like is Claude is going to generate me this, and then it's going to give me this. Now, personally, I already have this, okay? I already have, for example, offer, just right here, essentially. And you guys can see that I basically just filled over the same exact thing, right? And then I have the TXT file. I have any offers that you guys get from the client about their offer, or any asks you guys have about their offer. For example, we got a bunch of onboarding sheets. We got a bunch of this, that, and the third. We plugged it all into this AI. So give me a breakdown of this offer to a beginner, right? To a beginner. I don't know why this is saying this shit, but you guys can see it's creating this here. I hope Claude's not having like a big glitch or something like that, but so I'll just go over this and I'll go over the next steps with the, what's it called, with the chat. 1 second. Yeah, so you guys can see exactly what it's doing, and we wanted to tell it. And by the way, for every profile, as long as you have this, let's say like your main business profile right here, as long as you have all of the SOPs just in one, Claude does have memory to know like what it's basically like talking about, okay? So that's that. All right. So next, you have that. You have the complete offer stack, this, then the third. So I'm going to go and like just cross these out real quick. So you did this. You did market research. Next, you're going to So you did this essentially. You're gonna get direct feedback, and we're gonna go and make the funnels now. So let's plug it in here. Funnels. Some fucking there you go. So funnels. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna paste some code. So I want to create a funnel for Reagan. I want it to be a VSL funnel following this design, but going over her offer. Now, once you guys create your first funnel using Claude, you guys will be good because all you can do is simply just take this code, like take a code from a past client right here. So for example, this is the code that Claude gave me for one, and I can just Command A, press this, and I can like just give it to Claude. Now I'm going to show you guys exactly, I don't know why I didn't copy, but I'm going to show you guys exactly how you guys can sec, copy, so it would paste right here, and then given over for her offer, please. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell Claude, I pasted an example code for one of my clients, what's it called, funnels. Use this same structure, but use Reagan's offer details, etc., to make sure it's completely accurate. Now, if you guys don't have any clients that you use the funnel for yet, all you can do is just go to somebody that you know that runs a good VSL, go to one of my clients, just find one. You guys are smart enough to go and do that, obviously. But for example, let's say I go to a funnel here and I just go and like paste this essentially. So I want it using this same structure. It's going to take some tweaks because you're going to have to eventually plug this in, yada, yada, yada. But I'd say I linked the screenshot and make the code now and make sure it's on Opus 4.5. And so what it's going to do is it's going to go and create this. I don't know why Cloud's being so gay right now, but it's going to go and create this now, and it's going to be very like chopped, because what you need to do on the actual image side is you need to go and host a lot of these images, and you need to go and get the type form for this, and you need the code embed, and you need to give that back to Claude and be like, okay, now plug this in the type form. And then you need to like, basically what you can do is after you create this, it's just a prompting game now. So after it creates this front end, which is going to take like 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to be like, okay, sweet. So now what I want after the type form is I want these 3 FAQs, and I want these common questions, and I want student result pages. And I'm going to give you all of these examples of student results, essentially. Now, I'm going to show you guys real quick for hosting the images, what you guys need to host images on Claude. So you go to image hoster, and ImageBB. And what you're going to do is you're going to go and start uploading an image, and then it's going to give you a link to go and paste it. You go and give it to Claude after going and pasting these. So for example, case studies, this, then the third, and it's going to basically go and create the funnel. So any like images exactly like, what's it called? I don't know where the funnel went. Oh yeah. Like this, for example, like a YouTube video, you're going to give it the link for, yada, yada, yada. But bro, why is this so easy? Well, you can literally give it, for example, YouTube videos. Like, for example, like I created my webinar funnel extremely quickly, bro. Extremely quickly, because all I used was Claude. So for example, when I just ran the webinar, bro, all I did was just, I paste these on ImageBB. And then I was like, yo, make my complete offer, because I did like a whole, what's it called? And I told Claude, I was like, yo, make this January 7th, make it glowing, make it pulsating. And then, bro, like it just fucking did it. So like, thank you, page 2. I pasted a couple of YouTube videos. I told Claude to make me a timer. Like, bro, you used to like, funnel building used to be like, yo, go and get this timer from like another site and make sure it's accurate. I just want to make me a timer that starts in like exactly 24 or 28 hours from January 1st or whatever. And then I just told him like, yo, make a couple of videos. I will paste this in. What to expect. Join my free Telegram. Link this button to the Telegram channel. It links in. And so yeah. And basically what I'm getting at is what you can tell them is you can do this very easily, even if you don't have any clients, even if you don't have a lot of proof of concept for your offer too. I'm going to show you guys a quick little bonus thing here that honestly shouldn't even be legal, bro. So let's say you go to somebody in the info space, and let's say you go to somebody's like VSL, right? So I'll just find like somebody that like has a big offer, like Tanner Chittister or whatever, right? And let's see if he has a VSL. Somebody who has a VSL. I'm gonna find somebody that has a VSL. I know Mike Thurston doesn't. I'm gonna show you guys how you guys can do this without having any clients to create like more owned assets to second third. Trey Cochran, maybe. No, he doesn't have a VSL. Two people are in the waiting room. Let me let Ollie in. Give me 1 second. Well, fuck, bro. Who has a VSL? Why is it so hard to find VSL right now? Does anybody know anybody that has an active VSL that's not one of my clients? Actually, I'll just go to one of my clients. It's easy. Let me just pull up one of my clients. I didn't want to, but it is. Give me 1 second. I'll just go to one of my clients. Let's check. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Show you guys this real quick. So for example, let's say you find someone with a VSL. What you guys can literally do is you can download something called Video Downloader Help right here. Download this shit. Maybe you can even download it just straight as a TXT file. But what I do is I download this just as an MP4 file, and I literally just go and plug it right back into the TXT generator that I think is a VSL. I tell Claude to make me, so basically the exact prompt that I would use. So for example, you guys can see that it generated me a pretty like solid funnel right here, but this isn't the point anymore because you're going to need to go and plug this in. But you guys can see like the wide curve concept is so important. So for example, what you can do is like make me a VSL with this structure. And what I have a prompt for it. I'll show you guys the prompt in a second. For AI, this structure, I paste in a TXT file from a VSL that I like. Oh shit, bro! I didn't mean to submit that. Make sure it's 15 to 20 minutes. I'll just say make sure it's 15 minutes, and then follow this structure with your knowledge. I'll just say like with your entire knowledge of Reagan's offer. And then I would paste that in. It would paste me a VSL. I would basically go back and forth, just like the funnel building of like, okay, I don't like this thing. I don't like the fact that you said fluff, yada, yada, yada. Don't do AI. Make sure it doesn't sound like AI. Make sure all of this is accurate. I also have a prompt example. So I'm going to say like, here's direct case studies also. So this would be something that you plug in the project prompts essentially. And then I have something for what's it called? I'm going to show you guys this as well. I don't know if I've shared this with you. I don't know if I have it on the ChatGPT project, but I have VSL. I have a project that is, what's it called? Testimonial verification. So basically what this is this is like a prompt here. I don't know why I made this like a project, but I have a prompt here that basically goes over like, you can make sure that the testimonials are verified so you're not making shit up essentially. And then I'll go and paste the VSL with like this prompt essentially and be like, make sure that it's right. I'll just post the 2 VSL prompts in here in all of the copy that we're running, and then just make sure that it's right essentially. And then we'll just give the client the VSL, put it on the site, and then we're chilling. Does everyone kind of, yeah, I just went over a lot of shit, but does anybody have any questions?
What was the extension called? The downloader?
just what is it called? I think it's just called just like a video downloader help Chrome extension. Let me look at comments real quick. Is Claude better? 100%. 1,000% better. Should I use both in Claude? I pay for the max plan for Claude. I think Claude is the future, especially with coding. It's fucking crazy. It's gonna make like site builders extremely lazy, bro. It's insane. Do we need the max Claude? Nah, Claude Pro works fine. Yeah. With Claude Pro, mine does. Closer. Do you use Claude any? Do you give Claude any context for code? I don't, because it knows how to make the structure. So once I do have code, like for example, let's say you sign a second client to use the first client to make the code, just give them the code of the past client and literally just be like, this is a code that you made for my past client, follow a similar structure. But you can also just do that with a couple of screenshots. And what I meant by that, meant by like the screenshots of like the current funnel is like, you can take certain things. So like, for example, like look at Iman's funnel, right? Iman has these things right here where it can be like, this is a breakdown of everything they're getting in their day for like the website. Claude, please add this to my funnel, essentially. And I'd tell Claude in the prompts that we are going and making the funnel in to go and add it to my funnel, and it will essentially. And you guys saw some of the funnels that I was making for the clients, and it did essentially. So context is important to all of the AI profiles. I'll be pasting some more prompts and giving you guys some more, but yeah, that's should go over here. How important is the prettiness of a funnel page? It's not important. There's a huge offer right now. Simplicity is way more important, but there's a huge offer right now that has that doesn't even have any testimonials on it. And I think Cardinal Mason's funnel has never really had crazy testimonials on it besides like the post booking page. But it's doing like $1 million a month right now, just off of YouTube. I'm not going to plug it because it's one of the students' offers inside of licensing. But huge offer off of YouTube, and it literally just has a VSL on it. Any other cues, boys?
I don't know if this happens to you, but Claude,
If you're
I know you're late in the trading space. For Claude, sometimes it's like super careful on what it says. I don't know. Don't you think Poppy is better for like writing scripts in terms of VSLs and stuff like that?
I mean, the thing I don't like about Poppy is that you can connect your current Claude profile, but you can't connect to certain projects that Claude has in it, if that makes sense. So for example, Claude has such a what's it called? Like package of information of all of my clients now and what has been successful with like content, this, that, and the third, that it will pull information and pull whatever I give it, and it understands what direct response content is and direct response YouTube videos. The thing I don't like about Poppy is every time you go and make a new prompt or like a new video, it's like starting from scratch without like a lot of the project information besides what you give it. I like the memory that Claude has, and you can't give the projects certain things on Poppy. And just if Claude is being careful, just tell it not to be a bitch, and then it'll be good. Like it won't do that anymore. Yeah. Any other cues, boys? What's up, Ethan?
Yo, yeah, how are you, bro?
Hello, bro. Chilling.
Good. My question was because I use Poppy too. I'm actually using in Jaden's account, but bro, the credits are going so fast. But when I'm using Claude, I cannot like get the transcript of the YouTube videos. Like I'm plugging in like 10 YouTube videos. Do you have like a fast way of doing that? Because I need to get the transcript, upload them, get the thumbnail, upload it. It's a big headache.
I mean, why do you need to upload the thumbnails in Claude?
Sorry, not the thumbnails, but like, so what Poppy does, I believe, is like it gets the visuals as well. For example, if I upload,
I'll show you guys another shortcut. I use so many things and I like don't think about it, but like this is an easy way to do it too. So like for example, let's say I go to this, I use this other shortcut called YouTube summary, and then you guys can basically like go and copy this in, and then what can you do for Claude? Add text content, boom, YouTube video. then or just name the YouTube video title if you think it's like very valid. The truth is, bro, you only need a couple of YouTube videos because they all go over the same structure, bro. Because you're not copying the YouTube content unless you are, which then if you're copying the YouTube context instead of the transcript, what you can do, paste it in here. And you already have a couple of YouTube videos. So for example, let's say I want to follow the structure of like one of Iman's like VSLs and I want to make a super long YouTube video. Iman has this really successful VSL that he ran, I think, in here that got like 6 million views or some shit. One of these. Let's say it was this one. I don't want to go looking for it right now. But I would basically go copy this, be like this, and tell Claude in the project files that this is a really good structure for YouTube VSLs. And then let's say I want to go and like make a video and I want to get certain facts right. So I paste an exact video and be like, yo, can we create a video like this for one of my offers? Make sure you follow all of the YouTube structures that I've had in the past or all the things that have worked. And then you do that. So just the what's it called? Like the transcript is good. So what that shortcut is called is it's just YouTube summary shortcut.
In Chrome Web Store, right?
Chrome Web Store, yep.
Okay. But it sounds amazing, bro. Thank you. Don't post it on social media. It's literally Poppy's downtime. It's end. But it's pretty
Poppy's downtime?
No, it's like Poppy's end. Because I didn't know we could get the transcript that easily. Because I was juggling around how to get the transcript. Maybe I'm stupid, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't use Poppy at all, boys. I never really have. I used to, but I just don't anymore. It's just like very important for me to like be in a relationship with the AI, you know?
Do your copywriters use Poppy?
What's that?
Your copywriters use Poppy, or are they all just using Claude?
They use Claude.
Oh damn. Okay.
Bryson used to use Poppy, but honestly, bro, like they have such a stack where they have Claude in it as well. Like, yeah. And that's because, bro, like you're basically building like a machine for your agency where it remembers all of your clients and it remembers all of the structures for all of your clients that you can just like copy all of those in, if that makes sense. All right. Any other cues, boys? Hello. Fucking winter arc season, boys. How important? Oh, yeah, you already asked me that. All right. If nobody has any other cues, I'll just open up to Q&A. So if nobody else has any cues in the next 2 minutes, I guess I'll end the call. But yeah, Ollie, pull up, bro. Pull up. All right, boys. Fire call today. I hope I gave you guys enough value. We'll be posting the recording in the what's it called, in the WAP. And yeah, boys, fucking kill it. Let's kill it in Q1. Make Q1. Make $1 million in Q1, and then yeah, we'll go from there, boys. All right. I'll catch y'all later. Peace, peace. Peace.
What's good, everyone? What's good? What's good?
Yo.
Let me put on my headphone.
My Mac is kind of fucked right now. It's right here. How's everyone doing? We should have a few more people joining up in here. It's pretty late for some other people. Got some Aussies in the licensing, but how's everyone doing? And we got any wins from everybody? Yeah, so I'm gonna share my screen. I'm going to show you guys some of the process that I'm doing. I'm going to break down kind of what's been working with the Evergreen Loom video, and then we are going to go over there. So recently, I have been running ads, and the ads that I've been running have been working pretty well. I've always had very good results with profile visit ads. This has been my profile. My profile has always been super micro-branded. I would say around 5K to 6K of these followers are actually people that would probably qualify by. I got a few followers from these two posts that are pretty much not going to get me any ICP clients. Maybe this one will a little bit, but all of this has been from ad spend, buying traffic, and like really qualified content through like my YouTube and like through the ads. So just so you guys know, just so you guys kind of get an overview of what I'm doing through like YouTube and whatnot. And keep in mind, this is very, very broad overview of what I'm doing. I posted a bunch of YouTube videos, right? every single person that came from my like that bought my licensing, that bought a program that created most of the what's it called, like success that I have gotten in here has come from this YouTube video right here. This is a long form case study that anybody can make. I've seen people make videos talking about how, you know, they scaled the program to 150K a month. People, how they scaled a webinar funnel to 100K a month. My boy Yaha, if you guys know him, he is Sam Zia's. I don't know. He has a fucking weird last name, but like he made a couple of videos that got like 1,000 views that closed him like 3 more clients on how to scale event funnels, essentially, like basically a downstream of Jeremy Haynes content. And then he got that. And so the ad strategy that I would try is I would go and basically I made like a short form video of that before too. And this short form video has always been this video. Basically what I learned being number 1 on WAP through what's it called? What I learned being number 1 on WAP in March and April. I don't know why it's not showing, but basically that's why I say I can go and show it in the ad section. And those people would basically, this is the video. What I learned being number 1 on WAP, making 100K a day with the top profile. I had no intention that this would basically like blow up my funnel full of clients, this, that, and the third. And it did. It blew up my funnel for like licensing clients. It blew up my funnel we started closing like, 6 to 10 done for you clients a month just off of this. And basically what we did after that is we started sending them the Evergreen Loom video, not only for like done for you, but also for licensing. And we started closing some of the biggest clients in the game. Now, I'm going to show you guys kind of what we're doing, but just so you guys don't kind of get cold feet here and actually, kind of go like, oh, but like if you're doing that and I don't have any results, like how am I going to go and actually, go and, replicate that result? If you guys want some success and how this works, this is one of our biggest clients that's projected to hit over $2 million, $3 million a month in the first month. This is a video that she made. She doesn't even Reagan follows me, but she follows a bunch of different people. She didn't view my content. She didn't view this, then the third. This is the first reaction of the video and what can actually happen of you closing clients that can hit 7 figures plus per month. I love your vibe. Just watch. Can you connect it with my CEO to chat further? Please message this guy on WhatsApp. And then that's what they said. And very short conversation of what can actually happen of somebody that didn't even watch that. So the Loom video can work in and of itself. But for you guys to see a high level overview of how scalable this is, just going into the Evergreen Loom video process, this is how scalable it is. So I am literally launching ad campaigns right now. I'm literally boosting reels that I created that are all trust assets. The good thing about you guys being agency owners, and what's up, Amias? Glad you could join us, is you guys literally can just sell on proof and proof of concept. You guys don't have to go and convince people that they should be selling, a $99 per month course. You guys don't have to go and fake a lifestyle. You guys don't have to go do this, that, and the third. If you guys can project that people are missing out on, $100,000 a month to their top line or $500,000 per year to their top line, something like that, and you can either prove that you got the results or that their competitors got the results doing something, even especially if their competitors don't have as good of a brand to them or don't have the moat that they have, then you guys have a big opportunity to go and make content later on as well that is going to also give your basically Evergreen Loom video, your sales asset, a lot more junctions. So basically what I did here is I just documented the process. This is another sales asset in and of itself. So basically these people will go from this video to, my DMs and then to Evergreen Loom video to want to call with me. I shorten the sales process. A lot of my sales calls are 20 to 30 minutes long. At the end of this group call, I'm going to be giving out a sales call. I'm going to be giving out 3 this week so you guys can show the exact process of somebody that was sold like right away, bro, from the Evergreen Loom video. And that's basically how it went. This video, basically making $124,000 in 7 days. This is like from another coaching program. Basically like this video, this one Evergreen Loom video made me $1 million this year. And then 45K a day at 21, whatever like trust assets you can do. You guys can obviously make a lot of videos like this. I've seen a lot of guys even go over videos where they're talking about how their coaching program and how they produce like $45,000 in a day, yada, 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 whatever like viral kind of assets you guys can create. It's only going to help you. Even people that have like 3,000 followers, 2,000 plus followers. I made these videos when I had literally 2,000 followers, and I made that $1.7 million result when I had like 2,000 followers. So absolutely possible there. Does anybody have any questions? I'm going to show you guys some metrics just so you guys can get a high level overview of what some of these strategies can produce you. But does anybody have any questions? Okay, sweet. What's up, Adrian? Good to see you here. All right, sweet. So what these kind of look like now, I just turned these back on because I filtered through ad campaigns. I was recently running a what's it called? Just an image ad, a static ad that was strictly just going to my VSL to see if that would work. But basically, so this doesn't have a lot of average item. If you guys know ads, equality ranking doesn't matter until you've ran about like 10K on ad spend there, or a little bit less. I'd say like 5K. But if you guys see here, these profile visits from ICP leads, especially with this just running cold A plus audiences, which is Facebook's AI, super cheap. 19 cents per cost per profile visit, 41 cents, 28 cents, a little bit more on the expensive side. But my CTR has always been through the roof. Not on this video because I think it's obviously a comment CTA and people are going and injecting it. But this video talking about a strict result, this campaign has strictly always got me a plus 5% click-through rate on the video. And that this video, when we measure it, has made us over $250,000 plus. So very lenient there. I think we've only spent around $1,000 here. And on this metric, we've booked a few calls. And I'd say we've made over $15,000 from this so far, just from a setup fee, essentially. So that's basically the metrics there. That's what the Evergreen Loom video can do. But this would not be possible if you didn't have the Evergreen Loom video in place. Does that kind of make sense, boys? Sweet. Anybody have questions before I go over the next kind of process that we're running, or anybody want me to go any deeper on like ads and the structure? Does anybody want me to break down that campaign just for later purposes? I'm not telling any of you to run ads right now. I'm just kind of showing you guys an overview process, and I like to show the long-term structure of things. Should I go over my campaign structure real quick? Do you send the Loom same day, like after the first message? I do. Yeah. I'll send it over after the 15-minute structure. I'll even go through some DMs that I've sent that have worked. And then I'll also send it post booking, and then also make sure that they send it post booking. But sometimes people so I'll always send the first message, essentially. Always send the first message just on a cold outreach. That's usually, yo, I guarantee we can add 100K to your top line, whole QBanks thing. Can you hop on a quick 15-minute call? After that, I'll be like, yo, didn't see that you saw this. Here's a Loom video, me breaking down the entire process. So it's basically like saying, here's a video, me proving I can do what I actually said in the first message, essentially. Then if they respond right away to the first message, I'll automatically always send over the first video. So for example, they'll say like, can you send me a Loom video? I'll open up an old chat with one of our old clients, and then I'll go over some other people. Sometimes hesitant about like showing certain names, but to be honest, I don't really give a fuck, to be honest. One of our old clients back in 2024, you guys can kind of see how I've been doing this. I'll show you guys some other new clients too. But I've been doing this for a minute still. So let me just show a quick example. Hey man, just seeing this, can you send me an email and we can schedule a call, essentially. So I used to use this. I just use it for like a different results. And then I basically would send like the Evergreen Loom video to his email, essentially. Let me open up another one. I'll just go to Jonathan Clegg. This is a client that we recently just dropped, but we basically sent him the Evergreen Loom video as well. You guys can see we used to reach out to him, and then basically somewhere along the process, like on his text message, we sent him like the Evergreen Loom video. We're just like, yo, can you watch this before we go and reach out to you in person? And then we just continued the exact process, essentially. If I go to, let me think of, well, you guys just saw Reagan. We sent them the exact process as well. Q was kind of more of a, more of a referral that we sent as well. If I go to another trader that we used to work with as well, that was also a referral that we got. But Anthony's World, if I still see the DMs, we basically, like from the beginning when they got in the referral, this is also in SMS. So like a lot of times we move it to SMS. We also got the Loom video over to them and we sent it over. But we always use it as a part from the process. Like as you guys can see, like for this video, like this guy just got referred to us by one of like an operator saying like, yo, you should reach out to this guy. So basically went over the exact process over in here. I work with guys like QBanks, $1.7 million in 30 days, and their time's valuable. So instead of a long back and forth, our quarter is short Loom. So like we got him from another connection point, but you guys can always see it all kind of leads down to that video, essentially, even if it's down multiple pipelines. Like for example, I'll go over one example on Twitter that I know for sure, like Sportsbook. Let me show you guys this conversation real quick if I can find it in my DMs. Who else has seen that like Twitter did that weird thing with like gatekeeping the messages for like like the crypto thing they were doing, and then they stopped blocking it. Sportsbook Economy. Let me try and pull this up if it's lagging. It's not lagging. Oh, my DMs aren't letting me search it up. One sec, boys. But you guys basically like get the point though too. I just want to show you. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can pull this there. And then we also do this through here as well. So like if you guys see here, hey, Sportsbook, I've got guys like just watch some of your content. I'm already interested in learning more. And then basically like October 12th, then we eventually send the Evergreen Loom video here essentially. So this is way back. So like I don't know why Twitter isn't letting me we like link it here essentially. So like in the first message, I guess like our setters do like link it in the first message, but how I'd usually do it is like we always send like it in like the second message, but he did go and watch this essentially. And I wonder how much like views this Evergreen Loom video has actually like produced now. But does that kind of make sense? Everything kind of flows there. I don't know why my fucking hand is up if I'm speaking. Yeah, so what budget do you recommend for the profile visit ad? I'm spending 150 until it gets to a certain click-through rate that I want it to get to. I've had historic like 10% on that, and I want to get at least like 15 cents cost per profile visit. So I'll just see what reels are doing well on that, and then I do want to scale mine to $1,000 a day. I'm just going to show you guys some campaign restrictions here, kind of what I'm doing to show you guys how easy this is, profile visit ads, because I am going to prime this for a main acquisition channel later on, because you guys can absolutely retarget some people in the operating space and basically like go and get them essentially. So I run basically A+ ads. If you guys don't know what A+ ads, just an IG, it's basically just letting Facebook's AI do what they need to do. $150 on an ad set budget. And just right now a day, you turn on A+ because it goes and finds the people based on your profile, based on your own audiences. With the custom audiences, if you guys want to do retargeting, I'll just go and retarget all the people who go and follow me. But I'm not doing that with that right now. I would go and just make a custom audiences of followers and then engage 180 as well, meaning people that engage with the audience, but I'm not doing that right now. And then I would basically just choose Instagram. And then from here, you just go to use existing posts that you guys can do. And it's not only going to get you guys more qualified followers for your setters to reach out to, or you guys to reach out to, which is the main point, but also going to basically, threaten those DMs. Does that make sense? Okay, sweet. So I'll go over hiring real quick and what you guys want to do for hiring over the next few kind of steps you guys are leaning to running your agency and who has really done this well. So I'll just pull up a diagram. I'm pretty fucking just sloppy when it comes to making diagram, but it helps me like get my point across. So let me share my screen real quick. I'll just kind of break down how my agency works right now and how you should do this at pretty much every level. So right now, my agency pretty much fluctuates between around like 350 on a really low month, like we'll go around like 200 to 250, and then on high months we'll go over to around like 600 plus, like on a couple of launches that we've had, and then those numbers are like obviously structured between like I'm not adding like sales rep commissions. I don't really like to add those as revenue points as well, but you guys can kind of do the math. 30% to 35% of most businesses that we run. So this is basically how it runs. So me, I start as the head, right? This is basically like CEO position. This is like main operator. I'll put it as like the main operator. Let me actually just use shapes so I don't look like a fucking retard. But basically like this is me as like the main operator. So I'll put operator, and then downstream from that, I would say, and I am going to add a certain levels because this is the main question that I've gotten before, is like at what level as well should you hire XXXX, right? So I'll be answering that. So operator, and then downstream from that, which is kind of more, I think it's better if this guy is more of like a business partner kind of sector of your business, because he handles so much, especially at scale. Like me and Daniel, essentially, like we like he manages all the offers, essentially, like all 15 plus of the offers. And then I'll show you guys how we're actually bringing in sub people to operate underneath us, so you guys can get a game plan above. So there's a sales manager. And basically what this guy does, obviously, is he handles training calls, he makes sales assets, this, that, and the third, reviews calls, yada, 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 right? And below this, I actually have basically like, I will call it like my COO, which is chief operations officer basically. And basically what she used to be my assistant, so I'll say COO, but she handles all of the back end stuff, all of the onboarding, all of the client communication. If we open up a chat and by proponents, I'm basically going to blur this out, but like, if we open up a chat, Kimchi and a lot of his stuff, is answering most of the questions when it comes to the clients, and she's handling most of the stuff when it comes to reminders, when it comes to like things that me and Daniel can't answer right away, when it comes to fixing funnel issues, this and the third, because the truth is I don't have time. And if you guys want to know the point of why I even created like 250 plus SOPs, it was simply because so she could do it and I didn't have to go and do it. Funnels, webinars, this and the third. So basically like the main process that you guys want to look at is leverage. So like what points of leverage should you be doing? So you guys as the operators, essentially, leverage equals, so this is like high leverage. This is points that you guys don't want to go and delegate. And I learned this the hard way a few times, by the way. High leverage equals copywriting, ideation, new angles, like CEO shit, right? Direction, hiring, etc. There's so many things I can do here. I had an old sales manager that worked with me on the biggest offer that we ever ran, very experienced in the space. I'm not going to mention what his name is. And the mistake I used to make is, I'll just like pull this up and I'll make this like red essentially. So I'll just be like, the mistake I used to make is I used to go and my whole entire day, basically, like I used to go and figure out new angles, yada, 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 and try and get up more content. It was just very much fluctuating after that, like to scale. But basically what I was doing every day was I was doing like a double sales manager's job. So the mistake I used to make after like those big launch, instead of like trying to scale it to multiple 7 figures a month, was I used to like look at Discord, track sales, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, like look for new payment notifications, this and the third. And that was a big mistake. And basically what he told me as like the marketing operator, because he was a sales manager, like I know Yusuf and your partner and whatnot, you guys, and some of you guys are structuring yourself as sales managers. I'll go over that role in a second. What he told me is he was like, yo, your main objective, what you need to be doing is thinking. You literally need to be thinking of new angles. You need to be thinking about how you're going to outcompete people. You need to be thinking about how easy it's going, how to make it easy as possible for your client to get out more content, more qualified content, more direct response content, more ads, more campaigns, this and the third, because that's what's going to scale the businesses. And this is the most high leverage thing that you can be doing. So this belongs to the operator. Sales manager, I'll go over very quickly. Your simple job is just to make sure that like KPIs are being hit. I'm going to be so real. Like just simply make sure KPIs are being hit at all levels. I'll go over like KPIs. So this is, I'll just go over hiring too. What's it called? Closing rate, like show up rate. I'll say volume KPIs are the most important. And then making sure that we have a review process. That's basically it. So like as an operator, you're simply just a creative and you're simply just like a CEO. This is what you are. COO, low leverage stuff, right? So like I'll go over this, low leverage. And this is for when you guys want to go and hire this position. Positionally, I pay like my COO over $5K a month now. I used to pay her around like $2K a month for the longest time. Very worth it for an assistant position at first. So you can handle a lot of your hiring, firing, this and the third, and very easy for you guys. So like this is, I'm telling you guys all this because I believe a lot of you guys are going to scale to multiple 6 figures a month. Below this, below the operator, and I would say below the COO, for marketing, to help me with marketing, and this will all come full circle in a bit, is copywriters, right? I'm going to show you guys my system for copywriting, and this is going to be part of a new SOP that I'm launching in full. You guys already have access to the SOP, but I'm going to show you guys basically how to go and do this because this is a section that we've spent a lot of time on working on with most of our stuff. So I'm going to be going over this. Copywriters. Copywriters are people that make ideas happen. I made a mistake here before, and the mistake I made here before was I treated copywriters as operators. But the truth is, if you guys want to scale this agency to multiple 7 figures or multiple 6 figures a month, right? You guys need to be the idea generators. Copywriters need to be the people who go and make it happen. So the people you go and hire essentially. And if you guys like think this is like too high level, you guys are going to look back at this when you have a few clients and be like, damn, Jason's talking some fucking sauce. So to give you guys some examples, I'm going to show you guys a couple of my clients. This is the system we use for copy. I'm going to show you guys this. I'm going to show you guys a fake account. I mean, not a fake account, an old account that we used to use so I don't review any of our stuff. But this is an old account that we used to have for one of our clients. And basically the whole process of this is this essentially. So Monday is copy day. This is where I put in new campaigns for the copywriters on ideas that I want to go and generate essentially. Tuesday is copy day for them to go and do it. I'll show you guys the Google Doc in a second. Wednesday would be like a review day where I go and review this. So every single Wednesday, I go in here and I go to this Google Doc essentially. This Google Doc will include a KPI of all the things that we want to hit. So I'll show you guys this doc real quick. The KPI that we always want to hit that I set for each client, I'll usually put it, like I didn't put it on this client, but I will show you guys on like new clients. I put like a KPI of like a lot of clients. So let me just go to, another client right here. I'm exposing a lot of shit right now, but it is what it is. Let me just go to one. Quota. So like 5 emails per week. Quota for Reels, 5 per week. YouTube videos is 2 per week, right? So let me go back to that client. And so basically, like, this is what it looks like. So the Reels, I basically just have a call with Bryson, or I had a call with Bryson, and I told him like what I wanted to exactly focus on for the Reels. So I told him like, yo, I want to not focus on how like people can make a lot of money with insurance, but how Colton is making a lot of money with insurance to show proof. Okay, so he's going to make that shit happen, right? You guys can do a lot of that with AI, with Claude, this, that, and the third. And then I'll be like, okay, this needs review. I'll go and add some comments. And then like by Friday, we aim to like send it to the client, submit day. And then Thursday will be like another revision day for me. And then review complete. He or my COO will go and send that to the client. So do you guys see how kind of like this whole system kind of leverages how I am like the main decision maker, and then the copywriters are like a downstream from that, and they kind of make it happen? If you guys are kind of wondering like how you go and scale an agency to 15 to 20 plus clients, this is exactly how, right? Well, what happens when the sales manager gets kind of under leveraged? The system that we're actually using right now, and like I said, very high level stuff that you guys like, I don't think any one of you guys are at yet, but actually a few of you guys are going hiring copywriters. I'm wrong about that. But sales managers, we go and hire sub sales managers. And can anybody tell me what like this you guys think like the sub sales manager is actually going to focus on? Anybody want to say in the comments? Anything like that? The sub sales managers will go and focus on low leverage tasks. So the whole idea of you as an entrepreneur and getting rich is, and I will say this 100 times over, the main goal, right? I'm going to write this guys on your guys' brain, because you guys don't know, but like operating is one of the best chances of, like that you guys can actually get rich in the online space. You guys are taking real percentage, real equity, and real businesses that generate a shit ton of money. So like this is one of the chances you guys can actually use to make fuck you money. The goal is to get your time back, and get rid of low leverage tasks, which in turn, write this, makes you 100 times more valuable, right? And so what the sales managers will do to multiply this at scale, essentially, is, and I will write this right here, I guess, super unorganized, but I don't give a fuck. Right here, he will review calls. He will hire people, handle this, communicate with Discord, track KPIs, and send weekly reports. All things later on that you guys can go and do to get more sales, this, that, and the third. And then what your sales manager can go and do, and I'll give you guys a general proof of concept as well, that you guys can support like full circle, is the sales manager can now focus on like making sure everything is moving, setting up new sales campaigns, sending out more text blasts, this, that, and the third. And so the structure that me and Daniel have right now as well is this all allows us to do one common goal as well, which is like another diagram. What this allows us to do, I'll make this a tingle, is like we're allowed to do more outreach and more profitable business. And actually what me and Daniel do is we both do outreach together. I know a couple of you guys are like, I know a lot of guys in licensing, like I have a few people who are running business partner models. They're both doing outreach with the same exact model. Me and Daniel both do outreach with the same exact model to get double the effect with the scraper as well on both of our accounts, essentially. So this is the structure. That's one of the key points that I had, the structure that I run. Does anybody have any questions for me? Is that true, a lot of guys, high level? How we kind of feeling temperature wise? Chilling. All right, sweet. Let me check the Discord. I know 2 guys are saying they had trouble getting in. Now the next thing that I'm going to be going over is some VSL stuff, what's working, some webinar stuff for clients, and what we kind of just did to maximize some webinar stuff for one of my clients. And then, yeah, I'm going to open it up basically to Q&A. So we just ran a webinar. I'll show you guys what the webinar was. And the webinar was basically for a client that has specifically generated us over 350 and has the potential, if he just can stop getting fucking banned on YouTube and banned on Facebook ads, to get to $1 million plus per month. Super big crypto trader, low volume of leads, but very high intentful leads. And I'm actually going to be showing you guys that, how to like actually capitalize on leads that on offers that don't have a lot of leads, not a fucking print with them still. But we just ran a webinar going over that. So I'm going to show you guys the webinar funnel, and then I'm also going to be showing you guys the VSL that has been working for the last 6 months, that has consistently been delivering us like insane results, essentially, if YouTube is pumping, essentially is what I'm going to tell you. And then he also runs a YouTube funnel as well. So I'm going to show you guys this webinar funnel, super simple webinar funnel that we ran. So this swing trading blueprint that helped me make 6 to 7 figures in any market. Super simple webinar funnel. I will show you guys. Basically, we have 450,000 followers on YouTube for this offer. I'll pull this up. Essentially, don't want to expose too much because of some like NDA purposes, yada, 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 bullshit, right? But I will pull some of this up. So client right here in the recordings, I'm just going to cut some of this out. But this has been the specific VSL that we've been running for the last 6 to 7 months. Now, we've tried different things that all led, I'm going to turn on my sound real quick, to the specific VSL funnel, wrong screen, to the specific VSL funnel. And I'm going to show you guys how Cam, how our client here is actually using the same exact process here to actually, that's basically like an evergreen loom approach as well. And then I'm going to be showing you guys the webinar funnel and how we're all using this to try and scale to $1 million a month. So this is the VSL that we've been running the entire time. It's mass under free training. But I'll show you guys some of this as well. So I'll pull this.
What if the reason you're not winning in trading isn't just you? It's that your entire system and knowledge of the markets are in fact just weak. Your strategy only works when the market is hot and completely falls apart when it's not. If you're trying to build real wealth through trading, what is the fastest way to go about it? Well, it's learning how to become a quantum cipher trader. You're probably...
Now, I'm going to basically be going over a lot of this stuff in here. But this funnel essentially, basically like, is not as long as a VSL that I would usually make unless you have a long form process backed up on it. For example, for this client is I was given this talk. I gave such a good example earlier for VSLs and to somebody that was running a brand. I forgot who it was, but it's just like made so much sense in my head. So to give you guys some concepts, traders historically make a lot of money. I'll just stop sharing my screen so I can get this point through you guys' head. Traders specifically make a lot of money like running VSLs. I think I was telling you Amaya, so I was telling you Amaya this shit. Traders always make a lot of money running VSLs because their main content is always based on their results, meaning traders have to literally show proof just to even make content. Like their whole entire concept of success is their content. Not a lot of people have to do that. Like coaching coaches, or like any agency models can basically just make content based on like how to run an agency to $1 million a month when they've never done it before, how to scale like brands to XXX, like how I plan to X, how I got this G-Wagon, and they don't even talk about it, right? Like I was talking about specifically making this work with like an evergreen loom approach and with making a super profitable brand, you need to be able to show proof. So I'll show you guys kind of what we did on this brand, specifically with trading. This is why trading offers are easy to scale. Just letting you guys know, real estate offers are also like this if you guys can show proof. But yeah, so we basically ran a funnel that was basically going over a like kind of a playlist kind of strategy, where Iman strategy. So basically what this looks like is we relied on YouTube, and then we always push it to a VSL. Now, before we were actually running a multiple kind of YouTube video approach where we were basically sending a lot of people to certain
That's
YouTube
not
videos.
an exaggeration.
So what this looks like
exactly
is we would send people to, after they watch this, we would send people to this YouTube video, which would obviously get sent to this YouTube video, which would eventually funnel.
What if I
this YouTube video and his exact process.
98%
and
of
also learn to day trade, which is like
pumping,
kind of like
ripping.
YouTube VSL. And then it would eventually, well, I think I clicked on the wrong video. So like go down,
98%
but eventually it will basically go down to here essentially. And this is like the VSL. So multiple long form process. If it was just a VSL, because the main thing I'm covering here is like different types of VSL. If your main mechanism was just a VSL, and I wish I could show Kevin Packman's and Kevin Coons' VSL, but they shut down their offer together. Is I would make it like 25 minutes of straight sauce. If you guys want to go look up Reagan's VSL, 25 minutes of straight proof and sauce, and we put in here 13 minutes because it's already back behind a long form process. So just letting you guys know that.
What if the reason you're not
works
winning in
great.
trading is only learned one trick? I've been trading for over 20 years, and the reason you're here is because you want the lifestyle benefits, traveling, buying nice cars, the watches, and growing your wealth in a solid vehicle. I've been doing this for almost 20 years, and you can see here these screenshots of some of my top performances, like turning 20K into $1.7 million in 420 days in the 2021.
Very important that you guys show proof for all of your clients. Very, 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 very important. Real estate, fitness, yada, yada, yada.
Bull market. I also turned 84K into 7.
So I had Cam remake this VSL 4 times because he didn't show the proof early enough in the hook. Just letting you guys know, like, this is what we kind of made.
Figures in just under 30 days in the last bull market pump. I've also made multiple 6 figures in Forex trading accounts annually. You can see me posting.
So I'm going to show you guys this, okay? Keep that in mind with this, and then you guys are going to see the exact, because I think it's important to use the exact same process that I do every single time and all of the offers. So while you guys have that in mind, I'm going to show you guys that hook again. Keep that in mind with the Loom videos that you guys are doing, because I'm going to turn this full circle jerk and make all of you guys want to kiss me right now, okay? I'm going to pull this up. You guys saw that exact hook. Now listen to my hook on my Evergreen Loom video. Oh, bro, why can't I hear it? Oh, no sound. Okay.
So I just want to cut right to the chase. I'm reaching out to you because I think you have a lot of opportunity to make a lot more money. For context, I don't send outreach anymore. The company last month, this is all profit from one client that we did $1.7 million last month. Here's proof on that. And this is all from info, and you can see that it was all in April. We actually made that client $655,000 on WAP. We were number 1 on WAP. For proof, I made a whole entire video on this showing how we were making over $100,000 a day. Even on the first day, we were making.
So this is the main VSL hack trick that you guys want to get. Always showing massive proof or massive proof of concept or massive leverage in the first few minutes. I made Cam do this as well. I'll make you guys watch this again so you guys can see it's exactly matching. And this VSL has made us over $1.5 million to $2 million in info. So actually $2 million, yeah.
It's learning how to become a quantum cipher trader. You're probably sick of blowing up trading accounts, failing prop firm challenges, and waiting for bad market conditions to pass. And you're scared that if crypto dries up for the next 6 months, you're never going to recover. Most traders sit there waiting for something to move because they've only learned one.
The way that I did that in my Loom VSLs, I'm probably like, yo, you guys probably aren't treating this like a real business. This, that, and the third. How do I know this? Because I have this market, this market, this market. Same exact play.
Trick. I've been trading for over 20 years, and the reason you're here is because you want the lifestyle benefits, traveling, buying nice cars, the watches, and growing your wealth in a solid vehicle. I've been doing this for almost 20 years, and you can see here these screenshots of some of my top performances, like turning 20K into $1.7 million in 420 days in the 2021 bull market. I also turned 84K into 7 figures in just under 30 days in the last bull market pump. I've also made multiple 6 figures in Forex trading accounts annually. You can see me posting screenshots in the Wolf Wins channel, making hundreds of thousands of dollars on a single trade. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to make the same amount as me when I've been trading for 20 plus years. You can see my students making hundreds of % returns on their gains simply by copying my trades and following this exact strategy. With results like those and hundreds more, I'm so confident that if you copy my trading system, you'll make money in any kind of market. So what?
I literally say like, so in my Loom, bro, I literally say like, I'm confident that you can scale your coaching program to like 6 to 7 figures, whatever, if you're receiving this video. He says like the same exact thing. Like it's always like that hook there. And then after you kind of get them hooked, you can basically just say whatever you want on here. And then at the end of the video, I always tell you guys, same process with VSLs in general. That like you show them how easy it is to sign up with you guys. You show them how easy it is to onboard, this, that, and the third. Now keep in mind, this is not an Evergreen Loom video for Cam. Cam did make an Evergreen Loom video showing his exact process to get in there. I can't show you guys that. But what we included in here is I made him say the exact same process in that he said here for all of his VSLs. So this is a VSL that would work. At 25-minute VSLs for stage 4 audiences, for cold audiences work. I would say 25 minutes is even long. You guys can go 15 to 20 minutes, but it's always going to show that in the proof. It's always going to go like this. Hook, usually 1 to 2 minutes, even 1 to 3 minutes, always showing major proof and why they should listen to you. Then you're going to go over value, which is going to basically be going over teaching them, and you should teach them in a way that is leverageable to you, because at the end you're going to actually like flip that around and show you guys how you actually make that process easy. And then CTA is going to show like how you guys do easy onboarding, how easy it is to sign up to the program, how easy it is to sign up. You should click the link below, CTA, yada, yada, yada. Does that make sense? So sweet. Got a comment here. Kevin Paxel VSL. Is this still up? Holy shit! You recorded this, bro? I'll go over this then. We used to use this as an example. But
It's
can't believe
kind
you
of
got
sped
this,
up.
bro.
It's kind of sped up because I was just trying to get the transcript from the VSO.
Probably down about 5 years of trial and everything. So that being said, let's get right into it. So these days, everyone's looking for another stream of income on whether you're a business owner or looking at an N5 out of everyone's walking through the online business side of the industry.
Overview this
I
real
think you
quick.
can slow it down on Zoom. I meant
Yeah.
Loom.
So Kevin Pack and Kevin Coonsey used to run one of the biggest Amazon offers, and they had like literally like $1 million a month business with Amazon. They shut it down because they just parted ways. Now they both run their own info
I think we
offer.
found a decent product we can watch.
And then but they had like a 25-minute VSL of them basically just showing how to set up.
Move it down a little bit further as well. We got more olive trees that are artificial. 78 reviews, $50 sale price, $200,000 a month. That's insane.
So their whole VSL was like value. I made this amount of money with Amazon. This is the biggest process. They were showing value up front, and their CTA was basically like, click the link below if you want to get done. They're showing case studies.
Go and apply for the FBA Boss Academy. And if you're still skeptical, let me share some more recent FBA Boss stories. Like our friend Chase here, who's a young college student who has passion for cars and understood really early on that running a business is the only way to get to his goal. It was just one product he recently launched. He's already doing over $12,000 a month with his first online business. Or another friend of ours, Jacob, is another student that started at the beginning of the year, had no business prior experience, and then we helped him pick his first product. And it's literally the most basic, simple product you can ever.
And if you guys ever saw that fucking VSL, bro, this is like just, it's not a live thing anymore, but bro, the most basic like GHL funnel that you guys will ever see in your life that literally printed like $40 million for them. It's insane. So yeah, they ran one of the biggest FBA offers out there. And by the way, the reason that they did this, so you guys don't get confused, just specifically saying on them, is Kevin Coonsey and Kevin Pack both have super big brands, but they yap in their content. They're kind of like TJR. So the reason they made not a 2-minute VSL opposed to like a 50-minute, opposed to the 25-minute VSL that they made, is because they didn't just talk about Amazon FBA. If they just talk about Amazon FBA and that was their whole content, they could make a 5-minute VSL like Jeremy Haynes, but they didn't. They talked about Section 8, yada, yada, yada. They had a bunch of different programs. So that stage 4, the VSL has to teach them that. Does that make sense, boys? Sweet. So yeah, a bunch of high-level sauce. I know we have at least like 15 people that not showing up to the call because they're going to watch it after, but the second show with them. I'm going to open it up to Q&A. You guys can literally ask whatever you want, and then we will go from there. Anybody have any cues?
Yeah, I got a question, Jace.
Yeah, it was good.
We're launching this client come January, like mid-January, and he's ran a high ticket before. It was fucking terrible. They did like 6. For the past like year and a half, he's ran a $99 a month Discord, and there's about like 350 people in there per month, give or take. And he's just like over delivering on those. Like he's doing like 5 coaching calls a week. He does like one-on-one once a month with like a couple of students, shit like that. He's over delivering a lot on this low ticket, this $99 Discord. So for him, what we're doing is we're running a webinar. How can we, to the Discord guys as well, like how can we upsell them obviously to a 5K offer if he's already over delivering on the low ticket offer? You know what I mean? Because there's 350 people there in that Discord. We want to make sure we maximize on that. And also with the webinars, we want to maximize on that. But with the low ticket, what we're struggling with now is he's over delivering. So if the deliverables are the same, why would people pay 5K if they're already paying 100 a month?
Yeah. Well, what are the deliverables though? Like first off,
I don't really have them bullet pointed, but he says he runs like 4 to 5 group coaching calls in there. It's a trading offer, so it's like live trading and shit like that. He runs like 4 to 5 group coaching calls per week. 3, 4, 5 students here and there. It's like randomly picked. They get one-on-one bi-weekly or bi-monthly, like one.
Fuck, bro.
Just some shit like that. Community access. He has a Discord ticketing system where like you can send a trade for like a review from him or like a mod. Course material, just shit like that.
Okay, well, usually the easiest way to do this is add some sort of exclusivity to one-to-one, because truthfully, like people don't care about like courses or this and the third. They just care about access to the creator and access to you. Essentially, it's usually how it goes. So if he's already doing so much one-to-ones, you guys are going to have to actually like add more value into like the exclusivity, and like you don't have to do one-to-ones, but you can add more exclusivity. This can be through a coach. This can be through 24/7 one-to-one access, where you guys all see how I do basically like the one-to-one channels. In like your guys's, like for example, like I've like a ton of one-to-one channels for all the students and whatnot. that we use. So, and I frame that like 24/7 one-to-one access to me, my team, my coaches, yada yada yada. We do the same exact thing for all of our trading clients that sell like at a 15K package. Added extra one-to-one bonuses there, and then he could make a system, and he can make a system on like auto trading, or he can make a system on like following him more closely, yada yada yada. But I would not just like make another course to sell it at 5K. I would make him stop doing one-to-ones immediately for all the 99 per month students.
We told him that, like, one-on-ones. We told him cut down the coaching calls to like once a week, and we told him to take the link out of the bio. So like he's like, you can't like apply to anymore, but so it just like maximize exclusivity pretty much to him.
Yes, but take away the fucking one-to-ones for the 99 per month right now. Like, yeah, because then people are going to complain. You can just basically say it is what it is. But that's that. Like once you figure out the deliverables, then I can tell you how to sell them more. But that's what you need to do. You can't increase the value of a high ticket program by adding more courses. You have to do more exclusivity. The one-to-one chats on Discord is a really easy way to do it, essentially. You guys have all seen how I've sold that, how I've pitched you guys on that. So that's one version. And then the way that you sell it is you have your closer or your setters essentially go inside of the Discord and act as success coaches. Those success coaches are going to go and hop on a call with everyone and CTA those people when they hop on, and they'll hop on calls with them, and then they'll, as an onboarding call, they'll get an exclusive onboarding call with a success coach. And then that success coach will pull a sales process to go and sell that person essentially into high ticket, yada, yada, yada. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Should we do that pre-launch so they kind of get like an exclusive before we drop?
Oh, you're launching the webinar, you said? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you should. Like, and then you guys should be very specific on just like this being an onboarding call. And then on the closing call, have that sales process basically say like, hey, so this is what we're launching specifically. If they're qualified, by the way, if they're qualified, you can say, hey, we're planning to launch this high ticket program. This is where you're going to get extra one-to-ones, yada, 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 because the closing calls like, are going to be like, would you want like more, like we're launching a program. Would you want more one-to-one access to creator? Like let's say Fierdos or whatever. And then basically like, then you turn it into a full-on sales call.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Appreciate
that. But you can only do that if they see the discrepancy, because it can turn into a nightmare if you don't.
That's the thing. It's like, he's doing so fucking much for 99 a month now. And we went in there, we're like, bro, like this is so fucking much, and you're only charging 99.
Bro, don't be scared to call your client a retard neither. Like, bro, literally just tell them like, yo, you want to be making $1 million a month. You want to be making 500K a month. Like you're literally doing the actions that a person stuck at 50K a month would do right now. You know?
Gotta be honest with them. Yeah. All
right. Yeah, pretty easy solution there. Anybody else have any cues? Sauce, or did I just say a bunch of shit that you guys already knew? Yeah, and a lot of these calls, I'm literally just like going over what I'm exactly doing for all of you guys. So it's all backed by like proof of concept and shit like that. All right, sweet boys. Well, it's hitting 50, almost hit like the hour mark. Usually just take about 45 minutes. So unless anybody has any cues or just wants to shoot shit, like just tell me, and then otherwise I'm gonna end the call, boys. So yeah. Yeah, boys, we're almost in 2026. 2026 is going to be a fire year. Just one more thing on info. The way that info has always worked for me and everybody else, because I hear from everybody else, is December usually like it can be a normal month or it can just be a little bit slower. January and February always blow up in info, always. So I want all of you guys to position yourself for 2026 being a huge boom. 2026, you should be selling all of your offers on New Year's resolutions. February is almost like always, like I'm not gonna say always a bigger month than January, but February always has this position to be a bigger month than January, because a lot of people like did the whole New Year's resolution thing and then they'll realize they didn't do shit in January anyways, and then they realize they have to change their life again. So February is a huge month also. So really take advantage, go hard as fuck in December, and then go crazy in January. All right, boys. Sweet. All right, I will talk to you boys soon. Book one-to-ones with me. Let's get it, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Gadget boys. Peace. So a lot of you guys run agencies, a lot of you guys run info businesses, some of you guys do other service businesses. So some of the things I'm going to run over, like how to do certain things, like in this one I'm really going to talk about all of the successful stuff that's working with my clients, like the webinar and ads model that we run for all of our portfolio clients. If you guys came with a partner and you guys weren't directly following me or just kind of saw my stuff, I have a portfolio of businesses around 7 right now. At peak I had about 20, and they're all running about multiple 6 figures a month, so we're running at 7 figures a month. My top clients did about 2.5 million a month, and my whole goal is like I've made over $30 million for my clients over the last 12 months. It's kind of like my pitch right there. And my whole goal is to scale this agency to $10 million a month while also doing the licensing model and eventually exit SaaS. And all of these things that I'm going to be going over is just kind of how to replicate that with the agency, with the licensing model, and just with a lot of the systems here. So first presentation I'm going to be going over is just the 5 best models that we use. The one I'm going to be going over next is I'm going to be going over the licensing model that you guys can add to your business at about like 75 to 100K a month. I'm going to do a poll of about how much people are making here. And then the next one I'm going to be going over is just like how to scale vertically and consistently scale month over month over month instead of doing these like volatile dips just like organic businesses. So I'm going to do a quick poll right here. Who here is like an operator, growth operator, info space? You gotta raise your hands. Okay, a lot of you guys. And then who here runs an agency for the most part? Okay. And then what is your business again? Just software? Consulting. Consulting? Okay. Just kind of same. So consulting. So sweet. So I want to do a poll on revenue real quick. Who here is above, who here is not above 10K a month right now? Okay. Just you two, just under 10K a month. Who here is below 50K a month right now? Below 50? Is anyone above 100 or at 100K a month right now? At 100? Well, okay, sweet. So this will really help you guys out. And then the licensing model, I talk to you guys tomorrow. I don't want you guys to tune out because you guys don't think you're there yet. I want you guys to really future pace and see you guys ahead of that area here. So first question here, the 5 best models to potentially scale your agency or coaching business to consistent $1 million months in 2026. And these are all of the models that I'm using. So little origin about me, I was born in Minnesota. Not a really common place for a lot of entrepreneurs, especially in the online space, to come up. I definitely didn't come from money. My first car since I was like 18 was a 1997 Honda with like 100,000 miles on it. I went to college early. I failed my first agency. I ran up a real estate SMMA. I got really good at sales from that. I learned direct response sales first. And then I basically like got into the info space. My whole story is like I drove to Arizona from Minnesota to close one client, get coffee with him in 24 hours, close that client for 30% revenue, ran up 150K in a month with him, and then took that 30% and then basically scaled. And my top clients, like a year and a half later, indirectly came from a referral that came from that referral. And that's kind of how I scaled the agency. And that's my little story right there. My top month of my agency was over 500K a month. I've generated over $30 million revenue with these systems, and now I help a lot of coaches, and then their softwares on the back end of those businesses scale the same way and use the same system. And my goal for all the businesses is to help top coaches and consultants scale to multiple 6 and 7 figures plus through streamlined processes to grow long term. And you guys will see, I say this goal everywhere. I say this goal all the time. Every single time that I'm talking to clients, I always just streamline this goal. And it's really by shortening the sales process, building predictable and scalable systems. And it's really sick to do this right now because I was building this in a way before like AI is anywhere now. And really, I've fired a ton of people recently just due to AI, especially in copywriting, the CMO. It's insane. So a lot of this stuff you guys are going to get fresh. Some of my results have been #1 multiple times, 650K in 5 days. 1.7 million a month. You guys probably a lot of you guys probably followed me when I documented that. And then a lot of my results are on the low. I'm really banking on one of the offers that I have hitting $10 million a month in the next 6 to 12 months. So I can't wait to document that. More wires to my company. And like I said, in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to be going over all of these things. I kind of already mentioned it, and especially how I use AI to automate fulfillment, offer building, funnel sales. And one of the things that I got from the room too is a lot of you guys are really cracked at systems in general. Like you guys are off plate running Claude, running Madison, and whatnot. But a lot of you guys, what you still struggle with is definitely acquisition systems and actually selling. And I truly believe like people who have a better direct response sales system rather than product are way better in the space. If you guys can combine the two, you guys will make a lot of money. So, all right, sweet. So the first thing I'm going to be going over, the webinar we're using to scale to multiple offers to 7 figures plus per month.
So these are two example offers that I run webinars for. Smitty, if you go, he put at $5 million a month with his offer. I have no part in that. I'm running offers for them. Shane SEO, he's a 7-figure per month client. He's doing pretty well with his offer. And basically the thing that we're doing is we're running both of these off of cold ad spend essentially. And the way that we're doing it is we're using AI and we're attracting a cold audience and getting influence as fast as possible. And you guys can do this with any one of your clients. So I'm going to be going over, like for all of you guys who don't know webinars, I know some of you guys are cracking webinars, just why we kind of use webinars, some beginner stuff, but most coaches are really just selling high ticket the hard way. And if you guys have softwares, by the way, or something else, you guys can also apply this to your business. But cold VSLs, lifestyle marketing, anything without frame or anything without influence, it's just getting harder to sell every single day, like discovery calls, doing free calls. I even have coaches in like B2C markets, they're even experiencing this as well. Now, that mixed with the skeptical market just equals poverty, and there are so many coaching businesses just going out of business every single day because they're relying on DM funnels, VSL funnels, just Instagram Reels. It just simply does not work anymore. Now, webinars win, and well, this is why webinars win. By the time they get in a call, if you do it right, you need to sell people on like 3 things before you get the sale. You need to sell them on your brand, the business model, and your success with the business model. And if you do everything right, you'll also sell them on themselves. And if you do a webinar right, up until the time you get a cold ad up and a conversion ad, and then to the webinar, you can already sell them a 15K plus package if you do everything right. So I've switched all of my clients to webinars, every single one. And the reason is because when we can sell live to hundreds of people at once, like I said, if you guys don't run webinars, and dialers, especially with the sales system, can go crazy on fresh leads, and show up rates and conversion rates can just go up. We can scale this model vertically and consistently month over month over month. And I'm at the point now where this is usually like the model that I run. I'm at the point now where some clients are even doing daily webinars. Like every single day they have one going up. And if you are really good at talking or explaining your product, I talk to like SaaS guys, like SaaS company, you run the DM, what's it called, SaaS company. There are guys right now that like, you SaaS guys are usually so good at product. If you guys become really good at direct response selling, and you have a product demo, which means you're just benefit selling, a webinar will kill it for you as well. So this is the frequency in which I run webinars. A lot of people ask me like, what's the frequency should be like? Should I only run webinars? Should I only run VSLs and second, third? You should have this up in a 12-month span. So you should always have an evergreen call funnel up where it's like a VSL, you have a Typeform, you have a Calendly up, and then you should run a webinar minimum once a month, but I really recommend everyone to switch their clients to once a week and figure out how to fill those spots. Because there is a world where if your clients get 1,000 registrants, they can get up to 30K to 50K plus a webinar. At least that's a KPI that I try to hit. And then events, if you can do elongated, technically this is event once a quarter. Now I don't have any of my stuff mapped up, but I think I have the result in here. The first time I ran a webinar, even for my audience, I had about 100 people registered to that, and I made 60K cash for the first webinar that I ran. I might have that in here, but that just shows that it even works for a smaller audience as well. So like I said, cold VSLs take way too much selling on the back end. Webinars do the selling for you before they even speak to you. Now, I'm going to go into some more tactical stuff after these, but just showing you guys how I use these real quick. So when I use email sequences for webinars, and I'm just specifically talking about cold, if you guys are just running like reminders, SMS reminders and set the third, I need you guys to double down on that. The Forrester strategy that I'm going to talk about with ads strictly requires you guys to be sending 3 to 5 emails a day before the webinar even starts. And I also send 3+ SMS every single day before the webinar even starts, 5 days out. And then you send the reminders. So just expect to increase the volume much, much, much more. When I was talking to any high-level operators, I talked to a lot of guys that own big portfolios. And by the way, there's a lot of operators that you guys don't know are operators that are running like venture and like big portfolios of businesses that run these models, and they just don't talk about it. And they're making like $10 million, $20 million, $30 million a year plus. And this is like just like the volume game on reminders and just gaining influence as fast as possible is really what you want to do. I always aim for a target show rate of about 45 to 65%. And this is the webinar structure I always run. Now for all of my guys, I plan to give you guys some SOPs. So I make all of my webinars with AI now. So I make them with Claude, I script them all with Claude, and then I make all of the webinars with Manus now. I actually have a few SOPs from Jason Fladley and then also an Agora Black Book, which is like a $50,000 SOP that I plug into Manus, and it makes all the slides for all of my webinars. So that means that when you guys sign on a client and they understand the direct response principles from successful 7-figure launches before, then you can just plug it in and it will automatically make the webinars for them essentially, which is really, really dialed. Now, like I said, I build my webinars with AI now, and this is really a simple prompt that I use, and I have two big SOPs used from Jason Gladley's webinar and 9-figure marketing agency webinar. I don't know why I spelled that wrong. But this taken, if you do the market research right for your clients, can make webinars. So what does that mean? Well, I'm going to go over this shortly, and I have like the 3 most influential AI tools that I use for my agency now that replace a ton of people for the agency. But that means if you get your onboarding done within a client, which is all automated, so basically when my clients sign on and they submit the voice memo, the 15-minute voice memo for me, and they submit the contract and they submit the offer docs in the type form, automatically it creates this offer prompt with the TXT file from the voice memo, and the offer prompt goes and creates the webinar framework, and then that creates the webinar draft. And the last webinar that I actually ran for Shane, because I always go and look at the draft and I remake it like 2 to 3 times to make sure it looks good. The last webinar from Shane, AI got it completely right the first time and I didn't have to go and do it manually. I have a make automation that does all of that. It's getting pretty insane now. And then I just made the Manus slides. And actually I made these slides all with Manus as well. And then, like I said, after the research, I kind of went deep into that, but I just, like I said, you guys can kind of read the prompts here, but these are all what I use with AI. And by the way, I've used a version of this for the webinar that I actually ran as well, so you guys can kind of see it does very well, especially on technical stuff. Now, this is what I usually like to push for webinar metrics. So if we're getting a cost per registrant of about $10 and we get a total of 5,000 registrants, show rate is like 30%, total shows 1,500, and then they retain the pitch like 80%, which is usually what we get. Book rate, 300 calls, close rate 30%, and the AOV was like 4,000. You can expect revenue of about $288,000 for that webinar. And if that seems insane, you can do that on a cold audience with a ton of creatives. We're now in a market now. I know there's a lot of UGC guys and there's a lot of AI guys here with that, like Julian. There's like a lot of the people who are making the most creatives now are winning with Meta, with ads in general. And so that's how you get numbers like this. But even with me, like I'd even be happy with like $15 to $20 cost per registrants. Now, I'm going to go over ads real quick. Like I said, I go into more tactical stuff, but just kind of some ad strategies that you can run with webinars. The first model that you can run is you can break even on the front end. So the first thing is like you can run ad spend to a webinar. Let's say you run like $50,000 in ad spend, and then you go and you sell like a $997 product, or you sell like spots for like $100 to obtain that essentially. You'll break even on the front end, and then you'll get back end sales. And this is how a lot of people make a lot of money with webinars in general. Personally, I always run a book a call funnel for all of my all my webinar registrants, and I really just train my creatives and train the creatives to really go far on the webinars, and then I just make a lot of content cycle bins, which I'll show you guys. So I really just drive traffic to book a sales call, and then I use if you're really good at downselling, then you can liquidate the ad spend really, really good, as long as your sales team is absolutely dialed. Also, there's a lot of people right now who here has heard about like the Wix affiliate option and Wix Base 44, things like that. I met with William Rivera in Utah, and I knew he was printing from that, but he's literally making like $700K a month just from Wix and Base 44 affiliate. And basically what that means is he'll literally get people on this webinar, he'll spend a shit ton of money on masterminds, webinars, and set and a third, and he'll just get people to sign up for Wix and Base 44. And if you guys don't know what that is, basically he gets like $250 every time someone signs up, like flat. And he's making like $700K a month, and this is what he's doing. A lot of e-com guys, if you guys are running on e-com clients or e-com things, figure out a structure where you guys can get base of like the affiliates that they run, even if it's like 50%. Because a lot of guys will fold at 50%. And I actually did this with a couple of like e-com guys that I ran, because they bank on affiliates, and we made a lot of money. So really, like as an operator, you should think farther than revenue share for a lot of you guys. Now, I took a few clients from numbers like this, so from 130K, 39K to $1 million in 4 months with some webinars, and this is like a crypto offer, just showing you guys some of that. And then, like I said, a lot of you operators already know this, but lifestyle marketing, entertainment marketing, anything like that, especially with coaching, is completely dead. I'll just say it here, but I ran up a client named Zidane Mutlu. If you guys, if anybody knows who Zidane is, a lot of you guys know who Alfie Gets Hard. You guys know who that is. His like top clients. We tried to run him up, and a lot of guys, when I was early in the operating space, and they really couldn't even crack 30K floor, like a 30 to 20K floor. He even had problem closing some sales because he had no influence. My licensing program, which is like a program that I accidentally created because I was coaching in a lot of programs, and the reason why I even started the licensing program is I was coaching people like Suez, Ben Baders, a few other coaching programs, and they asked me to license all the systems, and I did it. In the first month, we made over 250K a month. Now that just shows what the direct response principles. If you run a webinar and if you run really ICP content, you can get to numbers like this very easily. Now, like I said, the first webinar that I ran, I guess I had 3 registrants, I had 100 live viewers, 6 closes, 60K cash collected, and a show rate of about 33%. And that just shows if your clients can include direct response principles, even into their big brands, they can scale up to big numbers like this. And this is why I continue to run webinars, even with low registrants. Now, I'm not going to go into launch timeline because a lot of you guys know this, so I'm going to skip some of this on organic, and I'm going to go straight into content ad strategies. Now, the best content ad strategy that is winning in 2026, and I repeat this all the time. Jeremy Haynes is one of the first people that coined this. In general, it's called the Forester, and I've added a lot of content into it. But the content ad strategy is the best model to run. And if you guys don't know what this is, I'll just explain it shortly. When you're running ads, content really is king now, and I have a video up from Hermosi, I think, after this that just talks about why 2026 is all moving to this. People are literally taking their content that's getting very good traction, a lot of comments, and they're just running it as ads to their funnels, essentially. What we do in here is I had a video up on the top of my profile called how I was #1 on WAP for 2 weeks, making over 100K a day for my clients. That video alone, to what I've documented has come from that, has made me over $450,000. And what I started doing with that, a year and a half ago, before I even knew about this strategy, is I posted that video, super ICP, super dialed. A lot of people think virality is the only thing that matters. A lot of times virality hurts you. It got about 30K organically. People like Ty Lopez started following me from that. All the coaching people started following me from that. That was my first big run, and I was like, let me just simply run traffic to this reel, basically, and go get more people like that. And that's what I did. And then eventually I came across this strategy, which is the Forester strategy, which is what all the top guys do. If you guys go, and I actually have from Iman's last 4 events that he's done, he's always ran this strategy. People like Cody Sanchez, all of the top guys over $1 million a month, they totally rely on this strategy. And what it is you have a top of funnel content campaign. And that campaign is going to have 10 to 20 different reels that are all ICP, super boring, and you're going to track the people that watch about 50 to 75% or 10 seconds of that video. Because you know if somebody's going to watch 75% of a video of you being #1 on WAP, there's no normie who isn't in the info space or who isn't your ICP or who isn't in the e-com space that's going to watch 75% of that video. And then you're going to retarget them with bottom of funnel campaigns that are all going to be ICP related. And if you do a webinar on that, it works wonders. Because let's say, for example, Ollie follows me from a video of me talking about being #1 on WAP. And he's like, I just got into the info space. Everyone's trying to tell me to be a growth operator, this, that, and the third. I'm going to watch this video. I'm going to follow Jace. Then the next few days, I'm talking about, if you actually want to see how I scale to 250K a month with 4K followers or however I do it, I'm hosting this free class. He comes to the free class, he sees everything that I do, I lay it out extremely easy. That gets all of his barriers out before he even jumps on the webinar as well. And then after he registers to the webinar, I retarget him with all of the same top of funnel content videos, and that means I'm getting the cheapest conversions possible. And like I said, if you guys ever take the time to go and run it, I'm going to skip a few slides just to show you guys some examples here. All of these guys, Iman, Jordan Lee, Cody Sanchez, 3 examples. You guys can all see these videos right here. All of the videos are all top of funnel content. So, for example, these videos like Cody Sanchez talking about the best investment advice that no one takes. If you guys don't know Cody Sanchez, she's been running about $1 million a month for a long time. One of Jeremy Haynes' clients. She'll run this little video, and then everyone who watches 50 to 75%, she'll always retarget to a webinar or a free lead magnet, and then retarget to a webinar. And they run this time and time and time again. And people are very quiet about this strategy, but it's infinitely scalable. And what that means is every time I want to scale this strategy, I literally just go and record more content, and then I go put it in the top of funnel. But you guys aren't realizing how powerful this is when I just explained that. If you guys kind of picture this, let's say I also have YouTube in my bio though, organically, and I'm making a top of funnel content piece, and they're viewing my profile as the conversion event technically, but I'm tracking their watch time. They could also go to my profile and go to my YouTube and convert from there, and then also get retargeted. So you're like doubling the amounts of, or doubling the, what's it called, like the odds of them converting, which is absolutely insane. And this is why everyone that's running the coaching space is actually running this up. I kind of just, without going forward and explaining these things, I kind of just explained it myself. But as far as like the tracking and whatnot, on the top of funnel campaign, you're going to target a cold audience, A+. You're not going to do any targeting because you're going to let the views do the work. And then on the bottom of funnel campaign, you're going to retarget all the people who watch those videos, basically, is the tactical stuff. I'm going to pull up this video real quick.
We can run that. Wow.
I don't know if the audio's working.
Wow. Okay. Well, then y'all will love what I'm about to share with you. Okay. So, I believe that the future of media between paid and content has completely merged. Like, we have reached the singularity of that. It's done. Like, that's not like going to happen. It's already happened. It's here. And so my paid team and my media team they're one. We now mostly, because when you asked the question, I was like, no, that is kind of what we do. But I was thinking about it because it's not as often as it used to be. And the reason is because we pump out 450 pieces or whatever it is of content per week. And you know what's really cool is the algorithm will just tell you which of these are the best and most interesting. And so then what we do is we take those things and then just run them as ads. And I used to think, because we did this earlier, probably a year ago, we were adding CTAs on the end, so it'd be like, I'd take a piece of content, and then I'd be like, hey, by the way, get blah, blah, blah. We don't even do that anymore. Just take the ad, or take the content, and then just literally put an overlay. Just put a banner that's just like, click to grab the thing. Like, people get, you guys, you just start doing it immediately, you'll be ahead by a year.
So, that kind of validates what I just said massively. And I'll go over AI real quick. This is kind of a separate section. Does anybody have any questions like about the content ad strategy in general? Does that make sense to everyone?
You only do like short videos?
Like Instagram Reels.
Yeah, so no, like, because I heard a lot of people also trying that with actually like their best YouTube videos and kind of seeing how long they stick, and then also trying that system.
Like on YouTube ads and whatnot?
No, just taking a YouTube video and running as
running it as the ad? Yeah. That's I've heard of people doing that too. I'd be interested, like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Most people are taking their whole YouTube videos and running them as Facebook ads, But that would work, bro. Like, if somebody watches 75% of that, especially on a Facebook ad, because I don't go to Instagram to watch YouTube videos personally, they're gonna buy your stuff, bro. Like, just watching those videos, 75% of those videos that aren't ICP unless they just like left their phone on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So, what amount of spend do you allocate to the top of funnel content versus the direct response?
Yeah, so that's one of the slides that I skipped. Top of funnel, when you run it up, you want to have 70% of your ad spend on top of funnel, 30% on bottom of funnel, and I would even say 25% on bottom of funnel because you want to allocate 5% to the hammering strategy of like, after they register, you want to hammer them with that content again, specifically just those people. But after the webinar and after you get a ton of conversions from that, and I would say after about like 100,000 impressions, I would then slowly add more into the bottom of funnel until it gets to like 50-50. 50-50 top of funnel, 50-50 bottom of funnel.
This is recorded, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And so if you guys want to know how to track that as well, and you guys want to go watch the recording, you guys can tell the metric that you want to see when you need to pour more money into your bottom of the funnel is when you're getting super cheap. Like I'm talking about 30 cents, like 10 cents, 2 cents cost per profile visits, but your cost per registrant's at like 50 to 70. Then you want to pour more money into your bottom of the funnel to weigh out the things.
So is that top of funnel? Are you doing an impression campaign with no CTA?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Just getting
Yeah. There's a conversion event that's like view my profile.
Right.
But we're tracking the people who watch the video.
75%.
Yeah, 75%, 10 seconds, things like that. So yeah, any other cues?
Yeah. With the email, like, so I ran 2 webinars. The first one was really good. It did 140K US in a week. And then the second one was really bad. It did like 20K. And the second one had like double the registrants.
Yeah.
I think the mistake I made was the show up rate, and I thought that it was because we sent too many emails. We're sending like 3 a day.
Yeah.
For like.
It's never that though.
Really?
It's never the volume. No. It's like we get pretty, diluted when a launch works really well. And the second webinar may have more people, but like it's a lot of the same people that are expecting like a different result. So it's definitely like your marketing before then and like the angle before. What's the industry they're in?
So the first one was the Amazon FBA offer, and the second was a dating coach.
Okay. So Oh, you're talking about like you ran up 140K and 20K for a different person?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like they're in different industries for sure.
Yeah.
But if you run up a strategy like this, I'm just guessing the intent was very low on the dating coach.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah, the shop right was the one.
Yeah. You're not gonna like fix an offer by just running emails. You used to be able to do that, but you're not doing that in 2026. Like people really need content. Like they really need content. So you need to take that as your advantage. And we're in such a good space now, and I know a lot of you guys don't run up personal brands right now, but when I run up content, everyone always asks me, is like, are you targeting operators, are you targeting coaches? I'm not, bro. I'm posting my results, and the people just come to me. And I document my story, and the people just come to me. So when content and media both help you, like if I'm ever short on money, bro, I'm just gonna or if I was ever wanting to hit a revenue goal, I'm just gonna run ads to my profile and get both the best worlds essentially. Any other cues?
Yeah, I haven't thought or really even just seen running webinars and stuff. Is it only for people really within an info offer, a coaching offer, or do you think for something kind of agency / SaaS style, would it be helpful for someone like me? And also, does it have to be long? Because I can explain myself and my strategies pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So would it be useful to run I can run 2-3 a week if I wanted to?
Well, a webinar for you would help way more than the info space guy, because people in the info space are so good at selling, and they're so good at marketing because they have to be. We're basically selling air in a way. We're selling things, but we're really not it's not like a product. A lot of our systems aren't productized, but you guys for example, there's a lot of money in the in SF, in Silicon Valley and whatnot, in the marketing and sales. If you guys can help any of them out. And I my boys are getting $1 million, $5 million contracts just for UGC for them. It's because they're so good at product, but they're not good at marketing and selling. And they'll pay a lot of money for direct response salespeople, but all you have to do is just run a product demo, because the product sells itself. It already has the benefits. We don't do benefit selling. You guys are feature selling as well. You guys are feature selling. Info guys are really good at benefit selling. What benefits will get to the person? If you guys can add a benefit sell to your SaaS company, it already has a feature cell right there, which is what webinars will allow you to do. They'll print cash. Why do you think Apple, when you go into an Apple store, they still run live webinars every single day? You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if they convert from that, because I wouldn't buy from a fucking Apple webinar, but,
But does it have to be long? Can it be 20, 25 minutes?
It can be 25 minutes, yeah. 25 minutes. But what you have to do is you have to tie it to an end goal, right? So the end goal is what it will help your users do, kind of like a biz op, something like that. And then the features have to tie into what it helps them do. There's a lot of SaaS companies this is the move that really helped Cluely grow, by the way. Cluely really tied themselves into being the cheater. If any of you guys know what Cluely is. But that's a benefit sell, right? They can get ahead of everyone in that. And then the features, they really didn't even have to focus on the features. You SaaS guys are so focused on the features, and that's all you do, but you don't benefit sell at all. You know what I'm saying?
But from that webinar, right? And then because I'm completely new, so then do I retarget them, send another message? How do I convert them after the webinar?
Well,
are they supposed to just reach out?
You literally just plug your calendar link in there, and you get them to book a demo with your team, essentially. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's what the book of call is about. Yeah.
One more question. One of our clients is into e-commerce, and he has exited a few companies, and it would be beneficial. And he's, his B2B offer. Does it make sense for him to run Google Ads, or should we just strictly stick to Meta?
You can run Google Ads. I love YouTube ads personally. They're really fun to scale. But for him, because I know the client, I would still run Meta ads to the moon. I wouldn't run personally Google ads until I'm at 100K a month with Facebook ads. Just because of the info product already has to have some personal brand. You just need to double down on it. It's not dead for that guy. But if you can run up an info product with Google ads solely, and that's all they're running off of, it means it's productized and it's really scalable though. Because I don't know if you've ever been in a lot of e-com guys know Google ad space, but it's very just it has to be productized, Yeah. Okay. All right, sweet. Now I'm going to go into the AI section here. AI is completely taking over media buying. I'm going to go over my Mana system that we use. I used to spend a lot of money on Hyros. There's a lot of different softwares going on, like Calix and whatnot. I got somebody told me that Facebook doesn't know Manus anymore, but this is the system that we still run. I'm tracking all of my ads with Manus now. all of it. And if you guys know how to use AI correctly, it really works the best with proof of concept and with as a consultant if you use it the right way. And this really combines the two with tracking without any extra credits and also in a consulting portion. So for example, if you're really good at info or if you're really good with your SOPs, you'll have an SOP on what to do after anything fails essentially. After, cost per registrants get too high, after cost per leads get too high, after CPMs get too high, this, that, and the third. And this is what I do with Manus. Now, you can test ads almost completely with AI now. And I thought I was going to go into Manus, I'll go over that in a second, but this is the 11 Labs testing idea that I have, and I have an SOP on this that I can give to all of you guys after this. It's like too much to go into this presentation, but before, testing 30 different ads ideas meant writing a bunch of scripts, recording a bunch of videos, editing, finding footage, making variations, and spending a bunch of time before you even knew if the idea was good in general. Now, I run ads, I test ads a lot with a lot of different offers with AI now. So I write a lot of the angles with Claude. I create the voice with tools like 11 Labs. I build UGC-style videos with AI avatars. If you guys know what HeyGen is, a lot of you guys know what HeyGen is. B-roll and simple edits from agencies that have killed it in e-commerce similar industries. You can only really do this, in my opinion, in like trading offers, e-com offers, other offers like that. Some other agency offers, I wouldn't do it in that. And you can get you can test hundreds of creatives made for around like 30 to 90 cents each, which is really good, and that means your offer really works. And then we actually take the creator instead of those UGC style, avatars and whatnot, and we just make him run that because the personal brand needs to be behind it. So what we're doing now is we're testing the angle first, and then we're testing the creator behind it. Which before, info really used to be like creator-led, and which it should be behind the info product. But now we're testing the angle and the actual offer itself with this, and we're dumping, like I said, you need about like 400 plus creatives with this, just really on top of funnel and bottom of funnel, and that's really what we do. I have a whole SOP that's super long on this that I can send you guys after, but that does not mean that every AI ad is going to be amazing. It does mean that you can scale ads 100 times faster without a media buyer, at least at first. And really, the Forrester strategy that I was talking about is very simple to understand. You load more top of funnel content, and you get more influence, and you really just track how cheap your conversions are and how much money your webinar is making you guys are good. Not only that, you can do this tracking. So this is the Manus system that I use. A lot of test data here. But this is not Hyros, this is Manus, okay? So if you guys don't know, Facebook acquired Manus a bit ago, and I don't know if that has any correlation to the APIs that they actually have, but I built this tool a minute ago. I wanted to build this for such a long time because in the space that I'm in, like when you have like 10 to 15 plus clients, the higher bill gets up, and I'm not paying for that. And a lot of clients, you know what I'm saying, like they'll try to cheap out on a lot of stuff. Why do we need Hyros, this, that, and the third? I now include this in all my offers, and I'm able to charge a lot more. But once you actually get this built and I have the API for it, Manus, and I don't know why they do this, they don't charge any other credits for like a daily sync at all. They just sync to Facebook completely. The conversions are the same, and obviously Hyros does have an advantage with like conversion tracking and whatnot. That's why people use it. But I really haven't seen the difference from any of the conversion tracking with Manus at all. Now, AI can now track your ads 24/7, especially based on campaigns. The reason why this is important is because when you're using Hyros and stuff, and when you're using other things, Manus has already tracked to your project details and all the SOPs that I want to use. It understands what you're trying to do with the Forrester. It understands what you're trying to do with bottom of funnel. It understands what you're trying to do with the webinar and what angles you're trying to do. So you plug all of them in three. It's not just what's the cheapest, like traffic I can get top of funnel. What's the cheapest profile views I can get of it? How can I get like a $5 cost per register on my webinar? It can tie in all angles and give you advice from there. And I always give this idea. The reason why a lot of info guys like get fucked when they're working with content agencies is because content agencies, their goal is to get you as viral as possible, not as much money as possible. So a lot of times the content that they help you make is not the type of content that will actually make you a lot of money. And so that's why this is important as well, because it has all three angles. And 6 months ago, this is way harder, like I said. If you wanted this level of feedback, you needed dashboards, KPI sheets, ROAS calculators, a lot of meetings with your teams, correlating marketing and sales, and someone else checking the account every single day. Now AI can watch the account for you, for nothing more than a Manus subscription, really. And it costs a lot of fucking tokens to make that tool in general. But the fact that Manus can do that and daily check without adding more tokens is insane. You're gonna say something?
With the AI avatar one, are you making those avatars look like the creator, or are you just like making them random and then just running it?
We do test that, like the creator, yeah. But some of them, like, we use women in them as well, and we use other people. And it's like, it's hard to explain and it's hard to understand like how that works. Like I was taught this by
it's like what Daniel Alves does with like his employees, like have like UGC creators.
Yeah,
he used to do with AI.
Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with him, but I think so. Yeah.
Interesting.
And I was taught this from like a really big guy who owns a really big portfolio that he's doing across all of his campaigns, and it didn't make sense until I watched how it was actually made. Because I know, like with info, you have to be personal brand driven. But what I'm saying here is, all you do is test with that. You find your winners extremely fast instead of spending thousands of dollars up front.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Because, like I said, like especially with Andromeda now, if you guys know what Andromeda is and how Facebook ads are working, like the people with the most creatives are doing the best now, and you can make literally unlimited of those with AI.
So what funnel are you running into the funnel with the creator space or the AI? Same AI.
The VSL have the creator space. Yeah.
Okay, I know what
Yeah. But so this is the simple process. I will also send you guys an SOP, and I will actually give you guys this Manus system that you guys can connect to your Manus account. After this, all you do is literally connect your ad data to an AI tracker. It literally takes 5 seconds because the conversion API just links extremely fast. It pulls in spend, leads, book calls, show rate, call costs, ROAS, and you honestly just have AI compare the numbers against your KPI. You need to have this in a project file. I recommend putting all of your SOPs in that Manus project file. Get instant feedback on what it is and what needs to change, and use a never expiring Facebook token to the tracker and keep syncing without any extra AI credit costs. And you can't do this with any other. LLM. So. This is important because the best use of AI is consulting with heavy proof of concept. I already kind of said this, but most people use AI the complete wrong way. A lot of you guys will be like, oh, so you use Manus into the Claude. I use both for 2 different things, but they really ask you random questions with no real numbers behind it. And when you give AI real ad data, past campaigns, what has worked before, and you pair that in a project file that understands what you're trying to do and the goals you're trying to achieve with winning creators, losing creators, KPI targets, the feedback gets completely different. Does that make sense to all of you guys and what I'm kind of saying here? All right, sweet. And I really hope there's a world at one point where like Manus can kind of correlate with what you've done in the past and not just like create a fresh pixel and whatnot, but maybe we'll get there someday. Now, this is where AI gets scary. If AI can see what your ads are spending, what your leads cost, what your phone calls cost, your show rate, and all of those angles, it can start giving you feedback like a media buyer who has already seen the account in seconds, essentially, if it's good enough. And I'm very, very bullish on AI. I now have CMO for like all of my offers. I used to spend so much money on copywriters, especially when I was trying to get organic to work, which is the biggest mistake that I made in my agency. AI is writing better than all of them now. And if you give it campaigns that have scaled to 100K, 500K, $1 million a month, and plus the exact KPIs you made, it can compare your current ads against patterns that have already made money. And yeah, like I said, AI doesn't make you a great media by yourself. It just makes it very hard to compete. It's kind of repeating the same thing, but yeah, I wanted to say quickly as well for a lot of you guys talking about content. I really am out of the content process with my clients now, which is just such a headache. And we're all ad spend now and heavy ad spend, but if you guys do want to make it work, this is always what I do with my content to still make my organic brand work. I'll post a YouTube video and I'll pull the best 3 concepts from a video, run those as reels, and then I'll direct those back to YouTube. And in the YouTube video, comment for the full guide. Also, just download the YouTube videos, put them on Twitter, and do the same exact thing. The buyer does the work. They get a DM automation. The setter follows up with them. I have 2 setters in my DMs. That's still what I'm doing to allow licensing to hit over 150K a month, and then they close the sale. So now, AI is the unfair advantage, like I said. And this is why I'm going all in on AI in 2026. AI is really becoming like my sub-operator in a lot of ways. I kind of talked to you guys about how I shortened the process with onboarding to automatically making a lot of the scripts that we have to create automatically on onboarding. The reason I had to do that is because once you've made enough money in operating, you stop wanting to do a lot of the manual stuff, a lot of the slave work. Only the sales vendors have to do slave work, man, consistently. But yeah, the only way I can run multiple six-figure offers is with AI. And the skill gap is massive. Like I said, a lot of you guys don't need to hear this because you guys are pretty much cracked with systems. But the people who go all in on AI will be untouchable in the next 2 to 3 years if you pair that with really good acquisition systems. Now, before AI, writing a VSL took days. Everything took days, really. And for multiple clients, this honestly just became impossible. Now, a lot of my strategy, especially with emails, VSLs, really takes hours. Complete funnel takes minutes, email sequences. Everything takes way shorter, especially with proof of concept. And especially with the amount of ads that you need to create, which a lot of you guys, it's more than a lot more than a lot of you guys really think. I actually use AI because this is how I use AI. I use it for the offer positioning, limit sales, assets, fulfillments, large decisions, and speed and time compression for a lot of my offers. And I'm going to skip a lot of this because I actually explained a lot of this here, but I'm going to go straight into the parts of my business here. So, yeah, right here. So I just wanted to use the agency, and the reason I skipped those is because I already explained those without going over the slides. But this is the process I use to work with 10 to 15 done-for-you clients. So it's really me. It's a sales manager. I have 3 copywriters, specifically under my agency. I'll put usually one on an offer, and then I'll test those across different offers, and I have CMO operating on all of those copywriters. And the reason I can manage with that less is because I'm not deeper into the organic process anymore. I know I used to be, but I can't reliably rely on all of the creators to post that much. And so we just do a lot of ads every single week, and then I have an assistant, which is basically my CMO, and the back-end dev. And I roll this process into every part of my business: low ticket, high volume businesses, dollar heavy with no sales proven background, and high ticket enterprise businesses, which is some of the softwares that I'm working with on the back end of my clients' businesses as well. Now I have a couple more slides here. Don't want to take up too much time because Kishan has to get to his speech. But the info space is really splitting in two, and the influencer era is over pretty much. And followers don't convert the way they used to be. We're really just moving into a skill era, if that makes sense. So people with the highest level skills are the ones that are printing in 2026. Now, there is one model that is easier than ever to sustain 7-figure plus months. And a lot of guys are talking about this. I know Kishan has talked about this a lot. Done for you and adding a done for you component is, in a big way, how a lot of people are making a ton of money, including myself. Especially if you can add this as a back-end offer to some of your offers that have a lot of traffic. You have done for you components, which is what a lot of people don't want to do. You guys can make a lot of money, and your clients can make a lot of money as well. Now, the 3 models you can add to your existing offer to scale to consistent 7-figure months without spending $350,000 plus on ads is number 1, placement. So I'm going to talk about the different levels of done for you that we do, and I'll show you guys some case studies as well. Placement is a level of done for you that a lot of people make money on, including myself. I've sold people operator deals for 45K plus. I've sold operator deals for 30K plus, and really never had to talk to the two again. It's easiest sales in my life. A lot of people sell accounting deals on this sales placement, this and the third. So you earn finder fee on the placements. You can get an ongoing percentage of what they produce. I made a huge mistake by not taking a percentage of a lot of the deals that I gave because I could have taken 1 to 2% recurring on a lot of those, which is what a lot of people do. There's no management, and it's because it's guaranteed right there. So if you run a BizOp, if you run an agency, and you can take your clients or your consulting clients and you can place them with your agency, this is the benefit you get of running a done-for-you agency and a licensing model, then you can sell those as well on top of your 15K offer or something like that. I just included this in here because this is from my accountants. He has like 300 followers. He's like an old man. And he started doing this. He started running a fucking coaching program, all ad spend. And he placed one of his accounting clients onto a big level program, and he charged the other accountant $44,000. It's pretty insane. Fastest deals I've closed in my life. The next one is done with you partnerships. So, like I said, 1 to 2% override on, I don't know what that fucking says, but on a healthy operator. Basically what this means is you really just you partner with somebody and you take 50-50 of what they make essentially, and you partner with them on that deal and they do a lot of the work. This is how a lot of people actually make money. I prefer both. You charge them up front and then you also take recurring revenue, and then they're added to your portfolio. And if you guys do this right, you should own all of the case studies with that. You should own everything with that, all the channels, so you can recur it back to your brand and use all ownership. And the next thing is really build and release. So you collect the feed, you hand over the assets, you keep all of the affiliate channels. This is how a lot of people make money. Nathan Nazareth printed with this for a long time. A lot of guys print with this. I'm making a lot of money from things like WAP affiliates. I just started doing Wix and Base 44 affiliates. I'm climbing up on that. That has nothing to do with a lot of this stuff, but with a lot of the people there, I collect a lot of affiliates on all the WAP campaigns. So for example, like Ollie and Mustafar bought clients from me, a few. And for all the people that bought clients from me, I'm collecting all of their WAP affiliates on that. So this is an example as well. But you collect it, you keep all of the affiliate channels that are yours forever. This is an example of when I was first starting a WAP affiliate. I think my WAP affiliate's at about 15K a month now, which is pretty dialed because I don't have to do anything. And why am I telling you this? Well, after running over $30 million coach revenue across portfolio in the last 12 months, a lot of that, by the way, is with a software company that we're running with. I've talked about the trading software, I don't want to mention it again. But I've learned to always remember two things with a lot of my offers. Nuance and adaptation are the most important things. So there are AI agencies and AI offers right now with less than 50,000 followers printing multiple 7 figures a month profit. Now, but if you, with an audience, influence, etc., adapt to this market, no one can compete with you. And what I'm kind of talking about is if you have a big market and you're focusing on the done-for-you components, so you're not just closing $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 sales, you're also adding done-for-you as a part from this and you're creating a portfolio, no one can compete with you because you have the things that they don't. You're adding skills and you're adding influence there. Now, this is it's almost over here, but I just wanted to add this little thing in here, like 3 AI tools that really changed my business. The first one is I have an onboarding automation that I told you guys about. The onboarding automation, it used to simply just be people got onboarded fast and I did all of the manual work. AI with a couple of make and edit and automations now does all of the copy up front and then we review it, and it's getting pretty fucking close to it just being good right away. Next thing is a bottleneck analyzer. I use this every single day in all of the meetings that we take every single morning. The bottleneck analyzer, basically we plug it in, it understands what that bottleneck is, and it just tells you the solution, and it gives you a comprehensive way to go and solve that. I'll give you guys all of this, by the way. And then the next one is the competitor intelligence. I have it plugged in, and I basically just get a ring every single time a competitor posts an ad. It sends out posts a reel to 7:30. It can go as deep as emails, but that one's dialed. A lot of really good agency guys are dialed in on that as well. And I kind of explained what those do already, and I'm going to move into Q&A. Very long presentation, but a lot of stuff I kind of went over. Let's move into some questions. Anybody have any cues? Okay.
What's the campaign setup you do for the top funnel content?
So the campaign structure?
Yeah, because usually I do like profile visit, but yours is through play. So I don't know how you do.
Well, it's still an engagement campaign now. So when you're targeting top of funnel, it's an engagement campaign, and there has to be a conversion event. The conversion event isn't through play. The conversion event is the view profile, but you're tracking through play essentially. So you don't. That's not the conversion event I use.
Interesting. We do traffic and then profile.
You can do traffic as well. There's really no difference. But my clients, all of them, pretty much have YouTube, so I want to give them like a double chance to convert. You know what I'm saying? Because like the only organic channel that I'm running with some of my clients, streaming a ton of money from YouTube, is YouTube as well. Yeah. Question?
Yeah, you said we have to that everyone thinks that you don't have to run as many creatives as you should. Like, how many? I know there's not like a certain number, but what's the rule you follow? Or is there a certain threshold?
Yeah. So I'm making now 50 different creatives a week for all of my offers that are above 150K
per
a month.
campaign?
No, just per week in general. And a lot of the top of funnel, they'll just come from the reels that they make and whatnot. But the easiest way to do that is when we script these, you can just make, let's say, 10 different hooks, 5 different bodies, and then 2 different CTAs, and just go and clip those up, and then they turn into 50 different to 100 different ads. So usually when I onboard clients, I'll just make 50 different hooks, 20 different bodies, and 2 CTAs, and then that will turn into 400 different ads.
What do you think right now? I'm kind of trying I'm not running ads fully now.
Yeah.
But when I start soon, I'm thinking to just also run ads on whatever's working, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about also just starting long form, just like to just clip good parts of the long form and run those as ads.
Yeah, yeah. And if you want to proof of concept, just run them as reels first, and then turn those into creatives. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I've done. Like I have over 50 ads running right now for me, and we just test ridiculously and keep posting them. Yeah. So, and it didn't used to be like that. Like I used to run ads, and we would have one creative winning, and it would just like keep spinning that creative. It's not like that anymore. Like do you guys know what Andromeda is? Like what happened with that? Okay, so that's why they do that. Yeah.
Are you guys running statics as well? Like,
yeah.
What does your process look like testing you? Is it just testing angles like very, very quickly?
Yeah, yeah. And statics I only run on the bottom of funnel. Statics a lot of times work better than a lot of my videos as well. And it will basically just say the same hook. Usually I'll just use the hook on the statics and make it work. And then I'll add carousels with like the case studies as well, and we'll just make a lot of statics there. So, but I make all my statics with GPT images too. In ChatGPT, it gets fire images. It's insane. So, thank you.
Even though you're using AI for everything, how do you like still like manage and keep track? I built like AI for everything, for media buying, scripting, everything like that, but it's still like it takes a lot of time to like actually use the AIs to do the stuff and then like manage it for all the clients and keep track of it. Like it's easy to lose track. So how do you do that?
I don't think it's easy to lose track because I don't do like absolutely everything with AI, but only media buyer with Manus, it has a drop down for all the clients and their information. So every single day I'll have a meeting with my team essentially, and we'll just like write down like it's like 3 things that we need to get done, and we just focus on those things specifically. And it's just if you know your KPIs, all you have to do is just hammer down that KPI. If your show up rate is low, that's what you need to focus on fixing. And I just basically have a protocol for fixing those bottlenecks basically on those offers. Because I know you can get super deep in the weeds, and like I used to be like that with operating and whatnot. But when I just got down to fixing the most important thing for the day based on the data, then that's how I fix that.
I know you do the licensing and stuff, but you said done for you is the best way to scale. Do you recommend doing both and having?
Yeah.
You do?
So I have a presentation next going over the licensing model because a lot of people ask me about that. But I run my agency, and the agency feeds into the licensing because a lot of people follow me for the agency results. It's that third process with that, and then they buy licensing. And the licensing doesn't take me a lot of fulfillment at all because it's a really great program. So I'm going to go over that next presentation. It's going to be sick.
But if you then mainly do like ads, webinars for the clients, is that then your offer, and from what you make there, you kind of have your like fee and your setup, and all they have on their organic side, that's then maybe their profit or like their thing?
So I take 35 to 40% of every offer. I'll take 20 to 25% to myself because like still pay out sales team and whatnot. But that's what I do for every offer. I don't take like we're just doing webinars. Some one-off clients I have, like some clients from the licensing are now paying retainer for just ads and webinar management. But for my agency, we take the same exact revenue share for everything, and like the main model that we switch into is webinars and ads, and they'll still have a VSL up, you know?
Yeah. On your done for you agency model, what is your typical, I know you said 45% or whatever, is that like profit or?
I usually do profit share. Yeah. A lot of times we'll do 35% rev share, but sales team usually subs get paid 5 and closers get paid out 10, and I'll keep the rest of the 20 to 25.
So you pay the sales instead?
Yeah, it's just easier. Yeah.
That's fair.
Anybody else have any cues? All right, sweet boys. I hope you guys like the presentation. We move on to Kishan next. No claps, it's crazy.
Giving social proof at the beginning, but since it's like a small, intimate setting, I'll go into a lot of Q&A and tactical advice. But mainly this talk's going to be really about scaling with paid traffic, because if you're trying to hit like 500K, $1 million a month, and you're not running fucking paid, or you don't know how to run paid, you kind of suck as an operator if you don't really know how to run paid. And most people I know who are trying to run paid have no fucking clue what they're doing. They'll do things like things that work at like low scale, like maybe like boosting a post or like DM ads or something like that, but that shit breaks at scale. And then there's a couple fundamental like similarities between all offers that I've seen that hit $1 million plus a month that all do basically the exact same thing. And so to give you some context, this is like my payment processing platform. And so to give you some context about who I am, Let me give you. I'll give you some context. This is an Instagram reel I made. I don't really make much content, but this is the only fucking reel I fucking posted. To give you some context, I started in the SMMA space in 2020. I joined Joel Kaplan's coaching program. He was supposed to speak today, but he was actually at the WAP-X event. So for some context, I live in Miami, but also I got a crib in the summer in New York. I don't got any crazy cars or crazy watches or chrome or anything, but I have a really fucking dope lifestyle. I know what I want in life. I don't really care about the flashy stuff, but I just like freedom and fucking cash flow. And so those are the two things. And so basically, this is basically like me going from starting at SMMA in 2020 to literally going dead broke in 2022 when everything like kind of plummeted, and then me clawing my way back up. And now I basically run 2 7-figure businesses. One of them an agency that has cash flow, and then the other being a payment processing company, similar to a Whopper fan basis. And in 60 days, completely bootstrapped with literally nothing but fucking like my balls, I scaled it to basically 1.8 mil in run rate. It's not recurring revenue, it's reoccurring revenue because it's like payment processing. And so I run a 7-figure growth operating agency as a 1-person team. My agency's basically always been a 1-man show. Basically, I want fat margins, and I can kind of go through Q&A about how I structure that. And then I launched a fintech platform called Payful. The main benefit of Payful, and the reason why basically like a lot of the biggest offers on the internet, so let's go like Brad Scales is on the platform, TGR is on the platform, Alex G's on the platform, Richard Yu's on the platform, we're getting Brooke Hiddink on the platform. Basically like Jeremy Haynes' inner circle, 5 of his people who like do the mill a month talks are on our platform. WAP-X, it's basically the top 20 offers all on WAP that all do a mil plus a month in processing. We have like 4 of those offers on our platform as well. And the main benefit of that is Affirm financing, and I'll kind of talk about that later. And so I got my start SMMA. I had an ecom SMMA that I started back in the day. Basically scaled that up to like 110K a month in October of 2022. The thing is with ecom SMMA, basically like the fulfillment for our service wasn't productized at all. So we had a huge fucking team to make 110K a month. I had 4 business partners. So I was probably netting myself maybe 15K a month. I'd show you a cool screenshot of my dashboard being like, we're doing 110K a month, but like most of y'all niggas know that info people lie about like how much they're actually pulling in. And so after that ecom agency, I started a mortgage marketing agency. That went really, really well until it didn't. When interest rates basically rose, my entire business crumbled to the ground. I basically had to refund all my fucking clients because I was selling them 6-month pay in fulls up front. And then when the marketing stopped working, I had to refund them all. And then, yeah, and then also all my crypto got hacked at the exact same time. So I basically like went from doing pretty well in life to moving on a mattress on the ground in my parents' house. And then that's where the trenches start, I guess. And so after that, I became the head of copywriting for Charlie Morgan for like a year and a half. I also basically, Joel Kaplan, he's kind of low key about what he does, but he has a publishing company where he basically launches and scales a bunch of different offers. I wrote copy for basically all of his offers. Joel's a little Jewish, so like the deal structures weren't always the best in my favor back then, but I learned a shit ton. And that's honestly the main thing that I want you guys to do is kind of just be in the mode of just like, if you're thinking about short-term cash, obviously you want to do that, but fundamentally as an operator, you need to be skilled. You need to know what the fuck you're talking about. And so I was the head coach of Artisan Lab with Ben Bader. He's like, I've known him since 2020. He was like a really, really close friend of mine. I have a ton more offers that I'm not fucking gonna dox. If we become close friends, I might dox some of my offers, but I really, like, you should not be doxing your shit too often in info. I'm gonna be real. And so for Payful, we have a lot of mil-a-month offers. And when I talk about like operating a business, it's not theory. I'm gonna show you what actually works. So this is my personal cash flow, 100K a month. And that's not like, that's me, like my agency. That's not Payful. And so this is a client that did $992,000. This is just Affirm financing, so it's not their stuff. There's another client that did $1 million in basically like 4 months. This is another client that did $1 million in like 90 days, and just financing volume. So this is not cards or anything. And this is one of my personal offers. And so I'm not going to show you like everything, but this is like pretty solid fucking ROAS. This is a 24x ROAS day that we had on pure cold traffic. No organic at all, like not even an ounce. And so this is the same offer, 45K in spend, 344K. And this is actually an offer that I'm operating right now. Not going to dox it. But we basically spent like 20K to make back like 210 this month. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. And so you need to learn how to convert cold traffic, because basically what I've seen in this space is it's not really 2021, 2022 anymore. Back then, there was only a couple people in each industry who were like the organic people that everybody knew, right? So if you're talking about like trading, maybe TJR, but now there's like so many micro people that are all competing for the same organic traffic. And so organic is basically has its ups and its downs, and it's not consistent at all. It is like profitable, I guess, but like if you can really crack a funnel and have a dialed in team, I kind of view content as a middle of funnel. I don't even really care about like organic content for almost any of my offers. It's more of a nice to have to like nurture the people that we get from ads, but like it's just way better to be able to just be like, oh, can I just press a button and make fucking money? And so would you guys all want to learn how to do that? Okay, cool. From a raise of hands, how many of you guys are currently running paid ads for your clients? Okay, how many of you guys are spending more than $1,000 a day? Okay, how much are you spending a day?
Depends on the client, but yeah, top client would be 2K.
Okay, and what type of funnel are you running?
Just VSL.
Okay, VSL direct to app?
Yeah, so we're just doing like book call VSL.
There's a VSL application below Typeform Calendly, like Jeremy Haynes strat. Okay, cool. And so this is kind of where I stopped writing. But basically, as an operator, if you can understand how to convert cold traffic, it gives you way more leverage in terms of deals. And so where I'm moving my personal agency towards is not even being a growth operator, it's being a publisher. And so basically what I'm trying to do is, basically as an operator, you kind of have to be tapped in with what offers are doing well in the market. And you don't want to really just go and see somebody's like printing organically and being like, oh, let me go after them. You kind of got to reverse engineer and be like, what offers are doing well in the market? How can I find somebody who could position that offer? And then publishing essentially just means, yo, dog, you have a really cool brand. What if I front the ad spend and do the sales team, and all you do is make content and coach a little bit? I get 60, 70% of the paid. You get 30% of the profit from paid, and then you flip it on organic, if that makes any sense. That's kind of how I'm looking to structure my deals longer term. Because if you're an operator and you go in and you're like, yo, put your nuts on the table, I'm fronting all the risk. That's kind of a no-brainer deal, right? It's just like, what do you got to do? It's just like, oh, you just got to make content. If you're fronting the spend, it's kind of, and if you're a decent operator, you're just going to break even. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, so you don't, like, it's not even really a risk other than like you thinking like, oh, I have to risk this capital. But like, as long as you're getting the ad spend paid back to you, there's no fucking risk and there's all upside. And so then you can kind of start thinking about reverse engineering offers. Maybe half the offers you publish or like operate for end up printing. It gives you way more leverage. And then as a like solo agency founder or whatever, you don't need a huge team because you don't, most of your money will come from basically the 20% of clients at the top. Like 20% of your clients will make 80% of your profit. So why don't you get as good of a deal structure on that 20% as possible to where you're profiting as much as possible, if that makes any sense. Does that kind of follow for everybody? Yeah. Okay, cool. And so for all you guys running paid right now, what type of funnels are you guys mainly doing? Who's doing like Instagram profile visit ads? Raise your hand. Okay, who's doing like VSLs? And who's doing like webinars? Okay, I see a lot of hands going up for webinars. Okay, and so I have some context of like kind of what's working on the highest end of the market right now from going to the WAPX event. And then also like a lot of my clients who are Payful are in Jeremy Haynes' inner circle. I have like a couple affiliates in there who just sauce me a lot of people there. Basically what I've seen is for B2C, nothing is really beating webinars at scale. And so if you understand and really know how to do a webinar to a B2C market for cold traffic, it's really, really good. And then basically if you get to, I can kind of go over, I didn't really break it down here, but I can kind of verbally talk about it. Basically to scale past $1 million a month, most of the people are trying to liquidate on their webinars and ascend to the high ticket. And so for example, write this down and funnel hack these people. Some of them are users of my platform. Richard Yu, Impact Clients, really good dude to model. He's doing $5 million a month, confirmed from WAP. Brooke Hiddink, another really, really good dude to model, and this is B2C info. And basically, when you first launch ads, you're going to get a really good ROAS, but as you scale spend, your profits and everything will diminish. So you need to start liquidating your spend more and more. And so that's kind of what I'm seeing. And then for most of you guys, I'll just kind of talk about one of the main things that I see people fuck up on their webinars when they're running paid. For most of you guys, I'm assuming when you're running paid ads to a webinar, you're just running ads to get registrants for your webinar, right? For the most part, you don't want to do that. So basically, when you're running ads, who here knows? Like, I'm assuming everybody here knows how to set up a pixel and shit, right? Hopefully. Okay, cool. So when you're running ads, most people run the conversion event on the webinar on the thank you page of the webinar, right? Where it's just like, oh, somebody who gave me their name, phone number, email. That's not really a good indicator. Like, people will flex low CPLs, like, oh, my cost per lead is so fucking low. I don't give a shit. Like, I just care about what the ROAS is. And so almost always what I'll see done, I'll actually even pull up one of my top clients on Payful. There's two people to model. What's his name? Calvin. There's two things you can do. And so this dude fucking rips, does over $1 million a month. He has two different things he does. So when you opt in, you see how there's like a pre-intake form? So basically, instead of having the pixel conversion event here, you'll fill this out, optimize around credit. If they have purchasing power, the people who fill out this application are financially qualified, the pixel will fire there. Your cost per lead will almost definitely skyrocket, but so will your ROAS. And here's another offer that's doing $1 million a month. I actually if you guys know Will Rivera, who here knows Will Rivera? Great fucking dude. Like, with info filled with a bunch of liars and scammers and shit. Genuinely, Will's a dude that I look up to. This is my business partner's IG. Don't mind the fucking thoughts. Fucking Connor, bro. Fucking Connor. But this is her last. This is a good webinar to model. This is kind of how I prefer to do it. Wait, where'd they go? Alexis. So this is what I prefer to do for my webinars, especially for B2C. So basically, it just goes urgent, but there's a $27 OTO. And so what you want to do is, instead of optimizing around purchases, you want to optimize around registrants. You want to optimize around purchasers of this product. So people who click here and then buy on a fan basis. So basically this purchase event. And so that's kind of one of the things that I see people do, where they're just that will instantly kind of just boost their ROAS. And as well, for webinar funnels, kind of one of the things that I've seen work extremely well, common occurrence across all the people I'm seeing scale to 800, $1 million a month. They're also, when you're running cold traffic to webinars, you want to make sure you're not promoting the webinar too far in advance. So a lot of people will run webinars Sunday, Wednesday, if that makes any sense. So basically, there's 3.5 days. You never have to turn your ads off. But since you're running ads, somebody clicks the ad, they register, it's not too far out to where the show rate tanks, if that makes any sense. And so I've seen Sunday, Wednesday live webinars do extremely, extremely, extremely well, where it's twice a week. And so that's more of a funnel that's kind of for scaling. And then does anybody else have any questions right now? Don't be a bitch. Ask questions if you got some. All right, cool. And so,
let me ask one.
Yeah.
So for you, I have a certain amount of, for all my offers, if they have an abundance of traffic, I'll usually do the self-liquidating funnel.
Self-liquidating mean low ticket SLO or what?
Low ticket, yeah. And what I mean is low ticket on the front end and then sell on the back end. I only do that at a certain amount of registrants. Do you do that as well? A certain amount of registrants?
I'm not sure I understand. So it's is it a webinar?
Yeah, webinar. Yeah.
Webinar, and then the thank you page is a $27 product?
Exactly.
Yeah. And so
I even do that when we're selling low ticket on the webinar itself.
Okay, what is low ticket price point to you?
I mean mid ticket. I'll usually be
yeah,
557 or 997.
Okay, yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of, I've honestly seen at lower spend that going Webby straight to book a call is usually better. But when you're really trying to scale the webinar funnel and your ROAS is tanking, that's when I see people transition to like 995, 2K on a webinar, liquidate, and then like, let's say your high ticket's 10K, or like let's say it's 8K. Somebody buys the 2K, and then you're like, oh, bro, the program's like 10K. You already paid 2. The difference is 8 to upgrade. So you view the 2K or the mid ticket as a deposit for the high ticket, if that makes any sense. Where it's like, oh, it's already credited towards it, if that makes any sense. So they're like, they have the sunk cost fallacy. But most of the time, I'll just have webinar to book call. But then if you're just seeing your results and ROAS kind of diminish, that's when you got to start liquidating your spend. But then, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I was just going to ask the totally different question.
Yeah.
You're going to continue.
What was your question?
I was going to ask, with the form where they fill it out, I've noticed like a lot of people lie. If you ask like how much do you make or whatever, people that make a lot will say they make a little, stuff like that.
That's why I personally like the OTO of like a $27 purchase more than the form.
Okay.
But truthfully, like, I'll walk you guys through I just run 2 funnels, dead ass, and the webinar is one of them, and I'll walk you guys through another one that's nobody I know talks about this. So you guys are gonna get a special treat. It's probably who bought my boy Harsher's shit. Yeah, it's the funnel you went through. Did you buy through ad or organic?
No, he DM'd me first, actually, just like saying he likes my content.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Where's my fucking vape? Who has nicotine?
I got you.
Okay, I got it. Appreciate you, twin. And so, yeah, webinars I fucking love. If you have like a client who has a decent organic following and you want to scale paid, works really, really well. There's one other funnel that I think is personally the best funnel, depending on the use case, like depending on the niche and offer and stuff, for scaling to 100, 200K a month as profitably as possible, where I'm getting like literally 6 to 12x ROAS. It breaks at scale, but I call it the iMessage funnel. And so who here is familiar with a company called SendBlue? Okay, I'm a consultant for SendBlue. Because I started ripping with their funnel so much, I got connected with Sam Queen, the CRO. And then I'm not selling you shit. If you guys want SendBlue, I'll give it to you at a discount than you're currently paying. So I'm not even selling you shit. I'm trying to save you money. But basically, the issue that I was seeing across all my accounts, probably let's call it like 8-9 months ago, is the VSL play rate was just tanking. Like nobody's just fucking watching these VSLs, bro. Like even people booking the calls were not watching the VSLs. And so I was like, what do I do? And so what we started doing is, who here is familiar with like instant forms? So what we do is we'll run instant forms with conditional logic. Also, like this is way more nuanced than people make it out to seem. I've seen so many people try and copy my funnel and they fuck it up, and I see them stop running their ads and it makes me laugh. I'm just like, oh, why don't you spend anymore? But basically, we run ads to the instant forms. After they submit an instant form, the thank you page on the form essentially just says, we will text you. And so 2 minutes later, we send automated text out on GHL, on SendBlue. And then we just basically treat SendBlue like IG DMs, if that makes any sense. And so, what's your question?
I did instant forms before, and like I did like the automated text message after, but I just noticed that because it's not like a link redirect or anything, it's native to Instagram. Like it's all like super like low intent buyers and just like.
What was the offer?
It was like rentals. Oh, rentals.
Is that a biz op?
No, it was just helping them scale.
Huh?
Just helping them scale, like just running ads.
Okay. I guess it's like most of the time I'm getting really good results with it. I guess it's if the people. What I'm saying is, the reason why I like it is for the same amount of spend for a VSL application funnel, where it's like, let's say I get $60 cost per app, right? If I'm getting a $15 cost per lead and like 75% of them respond, I'm getting like each conversation for like 15 to 20 bucks. Sometimes even way lower. And you're fundamentally having way more conversations per dollar spent. And conversations are typically what lead to conversions. And then also one of the tweaks I'll do is SendBlue has something called a FaceTime audio dialer. And nobody does this shit. It works. And so we're basically just running instant forms to SendBlue. The issue with IG DM ads, they used to work extremely well. But with like Andromeda's update, like everybody's here's heard of Andromeda, I'm assuming. Like basically IG DMs, it only optimizes for somebody who just clicks a button and starts a message. You can't really like optimize around events further down in the funnel. But with the instant forms, what I do is I map the instant form, like instead of having a pixel on your landing page, I connect the pixel directly to the GHL or close CRM. So when a setter talks to somebody and they drag somebody into booked call, closed deal, all that data feeds back to Meta. And so we're getting high quality leads through our funnel. We're having more conversations. And as opposed to IGDMs, SMS, iMessages specifically, way more responsive, and you can call them, and you can FaceTime audio call them, which is a pattern interrupt. And so we've seen our like response rates shoot through the roof. The constraint with that funnel is the tech breaks. Like, I'm not even joking. And you need just like to fucking bully your setters. You just need to like crack a fucking whip. Like the setters, like it's basically, if people can't get that funnel to work, it's one of two things. It's like copywriting. They just don't know how to get the ads to pop. Two is they don't know how to properly set it up to feed high quality people through that. And then three, their setters suck. And so if you're really like, if you come from a high ticket sales closing background, I highly recommend that funnel because it's the most close to your skill set as a sales guy. Because, yeah, question?
With the setting, what's like the setting flow look like?
We send 2 minutes after they opt in, we send them a text that's like, hey, XYZ, it's this person from for all my setters, our top setter's name is Danny. He's the GOAT, so all the setters are named Danny. And so it's, it's Danny from XYZ. And then 15 seconds later, another text will go out, and it's like, oh, are you, like, saw you filled out the app, are you interested in XYZ? 45, 47 minutes later, we'll send another, if they don't respond, we'll send another text. 2 hours later, we'll send another text. And so then it's basically those texts. If you do too many of those, you'll burn your SendBlue line. And so that's kind of the issue.
Yeah, we were paying like $1,500 a month for like 20 messages a day or something.
I have you 50% off for 50 leads a day. Basically, if you guys, I'm not even getting paid on this. I'm just, I just have a flat consultancy with SendBlue. Usually SendBlue is $1,000 a month for the first line, $500 for each additional line. If I make an intro for you guys, it's $800 a month for your first line, and then $400 a month for each additional line. So you save a good amount of money. And
this would crank for B2B, wouldn't it? Like
it does, and that's why like I run B2B as well.
Yeah, the hardest thing is lead quality, but if we're like optimizing on book calls.
Yeah, it's just, well, the lead quality thing, it's mainly around the it's the conditional logic on the instant form, and then where you set up the pixel to the conversion event, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And so if you crack that, you're cooking.
Because this is really interesting to me. What do the creatives look like? Like, what's the offer you're sending it to? Like, and where does the setting end? Is it like just booking a call through the?
Yeah. So basically when you go through that funnel, they have to speak to a setter before they get booked on a call. And then also to fix your show rates, we shove everything same day, next day, nothing further out because it cooks the show rates. And if you get us basically optimize and tell our setters, we're basically doing same day or live transfer. Like, are you free right now? if a closer is free. Yeah. And so it's like, then your show rate's 100%. Like, and so optimizing for same day sets and then next day sets. And so basically, like, let's say you opted in, you're texting, and I'm just like, yo, Liam, let's like hop on a call, right? Yeah. And so then I'm just like, yo, dude, like, you really want to start a faceless YouTube business? Like, well, that's some other bullshit. Who's like, yeah, dude, you wanna get a sketchy Airbnb that's gonna lose you money, dog? Like, I'm just joking if anybody here does that. But basically, they hop on a phone, they actually go through qualification, and then they set them like same day, next day, and then once they're set, they get put into a 3-way chat with the with the closer.
So you're just setting calls with it?
Yeah. So they have to speak to a setter in our funnel.
And you do this for your own company, yours?
For what?
Like your
Payful?
Like any of them that you're on?
A lot of them.
Who can I funnel hack for this?
What's the offer you're trying to run it for?
We do consulting for coaches.
It's a cooked offer. It's like a very difficult offer.
It is a difficult offer.
That's why I'm saying, like, dude, okay. I'd urge you to just choose, like, okay, you can crack a coach's offer. It's just like, there's so many offers to choose. Why don't you just choose? I would just recommend choosing something that's easier to scale. So for example, like at the WAPX event, like a third of the room was fucking trading algos. Like, like trading algos, business funding, and then B2C info, and then there's like high ticket B2B, which is like, what's his name? That fucking Daniel Al's guy. And
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna do the better offer I'm gonna do is like high ticket like B2B in Australia.
okay,
That's
I like that. Okay, yeah. Then you gotta like, because if you're gonna go broad, coaches, if you know Justin Saunders, he's like another coaches guy. He's on our platform. He does well, I guess. He's a good dude, but like it's such a red ocean market, and there's so many like. As an operator, you get to choose which offers. So I highly recommend you guys like reverse engineer, like just stack the deck in your favor and just choose easier shit to scale because it's fundamentally the same thing. And so I'll walk you through what I'm doing because I'm kind of doing something similar to you, and you're not going to be able to hack this. I'll tell you. So one of the niches that's extremely like, who here knows like business funding? Like, oh, get 0% access to capital. Like all those offers. Those offers rip, right? None of them can get access to financing, but they can on Payful. And so me and my business partner, Orson, we're launching a complementary business. Neither of our faces is going to be attached to it at all. It'll be some like mid-looking white chick that we get to make UGC ads. Huh?
The guy who does like the setting program with Russell.
Yeah. And so he's my business partner on Payful. Yeah. So he's not like too vocal about it, but yeah, Orson's a dog. He's like one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life. Also one of my best friends. And so we're launching, instead of going, so me and Orson, we're scheming, because like I'm a growth operator for Thumber, that offer, but like I don't have a huge percentage of it, to be honest. And we were just like, we're such close friends. We do Payful. We have like that together. And so we're like, oh, let's launch another offer together. We were considering doing what you were doing, like B2B coaching. Yeah. And so that's why we're just like, we have an unfair fucking advantage here, where it's like business coaching will like, and then also one of the things that also helps is, who here has ever sold with a firm before? Okay, I'm assuming you all got into info like probably within the past year and a half, 2 years then? Yeah, okay, 3 or 4, like a couple of years ago, a firm was basically, it's the gold standard. Sorry to go on like tangents because I'm ADHD as fuck, but the colder audiences you attract and the more you go into cold traffic, the more you need to rely on financing. I'm gonna be real. Like in like, all these guys doing $1 million a month plus are slinging a lot of financing, unless it's like high ticket B2B. And even like coaches, that's like not even really B2B. It's like B to solopreneur. You know what I mean? It's like a middle market between B2C and B2B. And so the best thing about a firm is, one, no recourse on any loans. So you just get paid out. You don't get like fucked by like any recourse. And then two, best approvals, in my personal opinion. And then three, if their credit's approved, they get 0 down payment options where they pay $0 down today to get started. Does that make sense? So imagine you got on a call with somebody and then it was just like, yo, you can get started for free. And then the funny little trick too is when you go through the firm checkout, there's a button that's auto pay, right? If they turn off the auto pay, they don't even need to put in their card details. They just slide a button and then they put in their card details later to make the first payment. And even if they miss it, I don't give a fuck, like, to be honest. Like, and so, and that's why, like, basically, like, a firm allows you to kind of outcompete other people, because you're, like, everybody knows, like, Hormozi's value equation, right? What if you had a cracked offer and it was also 0 down today? And so that's kind of what allows us to get fucking abusive fucking ROAS numbers. I'm not even lying. And so then you can kind of go into training sales teams on pitching on financing specifically. And so, like, for example, like I'll shout out Will. I don't know how much anymore, but when he was ripping with Ecom Degree, 90% of their transactions were financed. And the sales teams were trained to pitch on financing, because to cold traffic, that's kind of what you got to do, because like they're not as warmed up as somebody who watched 3 YouTube videos and you're like a high ticket closer. I just got a 5K PIF. I'm like, bro, you're like a order taker. But if it's like somebody who just like clicked an ad today, booked a call today, and you're just like closing them, that allows you to kind of just juice your cash collected. And properly doing this and selling on financing, I've seen teams increase their cash collected by like 25 to 35%. Just overnight, and that's just bottom line. And that allows you to spend more money into ads, be more profitable, and just, yeah, just have a license to print cash, if that makes any sense.
What about Payful allows it to be a firm? Because I know like they don't do coaching
Yeah. And so to give you guys some context as well, I worked at WAP for 3 weeks in 2024. They kind of like, when they raised their Series B, they were poaching a lot of like talent, I guess, and they tried to get me to work there. And so I worked there for 3 weeks. It was a great experience. After that, I was a consultant for Fan Basis for like 3 months. Those niggas didn't pay me though, so like they fucking owe me money. It's okay though. And so I learned a lot about payment processing. And essentially, when we lost a firm for some of our offers, I was just like, all right, how do I build a fucking solution? And I was already thinking about, like, after I worked at WAP, I was thinking about building like something in the fintech space, because info is great. It's really cool. It's good for cash flow. But like, I'm going to be running businesses forever. And I want to start building something with enterprise value. And so basically the deal with Payful is, the way WAP works is they work on what's called a merchant of record model. So they have one master processor that all payments get routed to, or maybe like two, if that makes any sense. Because it's like they have to care about like platform dispute rate. What I set up for Payful is each merchant, I set up their own unique merchant processing account, and then I integrate that to my platform, and then we're approved for Affirm through a couple different gateways. And so we just basically silo it out to each person. So if like you got nuked on Affirm because your chargeback rate's crazy high, nobody else on the platform is affected. And then truthfully, even if you did get nuked, there are some things I could do to get it back up and running for you. And so that's kind of the thing there. And yeah, and the two businesses work really well together, the agency and then Payful. Payful's been ripping as of lately. I'm not going to dox our current numbers, but we're comfy. And then agency's been doing pretty well too. Yeah.
So, what are the fees with the firm? Because I know like Split is like 15%, but I was like.
For Payful, currently we're charging an upfront setup cost, and so we have two options: $5K for 15% fees, and then $10K for 9.99. And so almost all of our merchants are on the 9.99 because it's lower fees than they're currently paying. Split, it's 15%, but it's also auto refund and 15% reserve. So it's basically 30% for like the first 6 months. With this, it's 10%, zero down options, no recourse. And I built the processor to be extremely merchant friendly, to where as long as you have a dialed in contract, it's way easier to win chargebacks. Internally, we call it the shield, where it's like way easier to win chargebacks compared to like Split it on WAP. You're never going to fucking win a Split it dispute. I love WAP though, compared to Fan Basis. Like WAP is probably going to be a fucking $50 billion company. But just Split it sucks. Clarity Pay is not bad, I will say. Clarity Pay is not bad. It's just they'll take your firstborn child from you in fees. And so, especially if you're spamming financing, kind of like how my funnels do, it helps if you're paying way less fees. And yeah, that's kind of the main mentality behind how I scale offers. And so typically, if I'm launching an offer with a call funnel, I'll usually run my instant form thing, and then I'll try and scale that to 250, 300K a month. And so one of my clients, we launched, like, I'm not even joking, he had an organic audience doing 15K a month. 2 months in, we hit 220, majority of it from ads, and we're at a 10x ROAS. And so it's profitable as shit. And so we're gonna scale it a little bit more. I might do a later talk. As of right now, I'm still figuring out TikTok ads. I have some sauce there where I've just been messing around a bit, but nothing enough yet to where I'd feel comfortable like sharing it with everybody. But there's like certain things you can do on TikTok to get really better cost. It's really just about like on TikTok, like getting your creatives up and keeping them running because they get banned so fast. But nobody's running shit on TikTok. And the lead quality's, if you can dial it in, it's not bad. And so let me think, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, and so around like 300K a month, the instant form funnel gets scrappy as shit because you're just managing a bunch of setters. You can scale with doing like a pod structure. So you're like, oh, this is pod A, and then we just add in pod B and pod C or whatever. Do you guys kind of know what I'm talking about with that? All right, cool. But sometimes like around like 250, 300K a month is when I'd probably layer in a webinar. And then also the reason why I prefer instant forms versus a VSL application below is if you're gonna like really try and scale to like 500 a mil a month, you're most likely gonna do it with 2 or 3 funnels. You're gonna chunk. You're not gonna have like, actually, it's most likely that you're not just going to Chad scale one funnel, you're just going to layer in a couple. And so I really personally like running my instant form funnel to get to like 250, 300K a month, and then layering in webinars, because since we're running lead-based funnels, we're getting way more leads that we can remarket into the webinars versus like VSL application, you're getting less leads. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of the thing there. And then challenges rip. They're just hard to do and they take a lot of work. But yeah, quarterly challenges work well.
I have Sendblue and I use like an AI setter with it. Have you played around with that?
Nah, I just got like some nigga from Discord trenching, bro. like, yo, I was like, I'm not even joking. Yesterday, I funnel hacked my own funnel to see what the setters were doing. And then I literally went to my team. I was like, this is the worst fucking setting call I've ever heard in my life. Like, we're hiring more people ASAP. I was just trying to scare them though. But yeah, but with this funnel, especially with the instant form funnel, you just need a dog closer. Like, you just need one fucking dog, and you just got to stack his calendar as fat as possible. And then with setters, usually we just hire more, but like having a dog setter, and even like if you have a really good setter, some of our setters get paid more than most closers. I'm not even joking. And we'll have a tiered structure where they can earn like 7.5% cash collected. Because with this like instant form funnel, you really need to incentivize the setters. If your really good setter leaves, that's bad for the business. And so we incentivize them to stay if they're good. If they're shit, like, I don't know, McDonald's nigga, like, I don't know. Like, and so that's kind of the thing there. Does anybody have any questions? I know I kind of just like verbally dumped on you guys, but does this kind of make sense? Okay, cool. And so what I'd urge you guys all to do is when you're thinking about landing operating clients, you got to like reverse engineer things. So you, like, the way I think about it is not like, oh, I want to work with this client. I'm thinking about what offer do I want to take to the market, because I'm going to be scaling with cold anyway. You know what I mean? And if they're like, I just need somebody who's going to make content. Like, so like middle of funnel nurturing, like it could be like some mid chick with like 6K followers on Instagram. Be like, okay, eventually she'll make content and the paid ads plus content together will do well. But I kind of just think about like offers specifically. Also, really underrated thing that no real operators are really doing, that instant form funnel works extremely well for capital raising. So if you're gonna like target like investment funds, helping them raise like accredited investors, rips. And they don't, like, you're not gonna get a rev share, but you might get an 8K, 10K a month retainer. Yeah.
What's like the call to action on the creatives? Like how?
Fill out the form, my team will text you.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. And especially like, and then on the thank you page, it's like literally we'll text you, and then we just send them to a YouTube video. And then also cool hack. If you send them to I don't even know if I'm doing this on my funnels, but if you send them to an unlisted YouTube video on YouTube, the next time they log in, they'll probably see you on the homepage. At least that's what I've been theoretically told. I don't really do it, but we just send them like, it's like instant form. It's like, check out my free YouTube video, because I want to send them to YouTube if we make content there. Yeah.
How important would you say that YouTube is, because like, compared to just putting more effort into ads? Because like trying to get the offer to just run more YouTube.
You'll make way more money if they do YouTube, but like none of my guys do it. Yeah, because they're fucking lazy. I mean, if you're making a 10x ROAS, like, yeah, you don't really gotta make content. Like, to be honest, like, that's why, like, some of my, like, there's, like, I work with a bunch of people who you'd never think are making that much money, and then they're making a shit ton of money. Like, and you're just like, where is it coming from? Like, ads, nigga. Like, and a firm. Like, and then, other thing as well, if you're running this instant form funnel, who here is familiar with a company called Leadfi? You guys? Okay, so for my payments company, I'll pull it up. Actually very useful. I can get you guys a deal on this. I'm not trying to shill shit. Like, genuinely, if you guys want to use this, I have nothing to fucking sell you. I'm not even joking. I have nothing to sell you. This is like, I can connect you and you'll get a better price. Basically, if you get somebody, so this is my business partner for Payful. So I launched Payful, and then in February, I brought him in as a business partner and gave him like equity. And so he has a software company. They do around 7 mil ARR. If you get a lead's name, phone number, email, it'll tell you with about 80% accuracy their credit score, cash availability, all that stuff. And so what you can do is you can basically, instead of having a lead event, you can have like what's called a Leadfi SQL, sales qualified lead, which means they're credit worthy. You can have that fire back to the pixel, if that makes any sense. So like when we're scaling up like the instant forms or even webinars, basically will start optimizing around high credit. And this is the reason why I gave him the equity into my business. One, because he has a shit ton of customers that we can just activate and cross-sell into Payful, which has worked extremely well. But then two, if you're running ads and you're optimizing around high credit leads, what do you want? The best financing option. And it's Affirm, I'm not gonna lie. And so that's kind of like the combo is like that allows us to just juice so much more cash collected than everybody else is our ads are optimizing around high credit leads and then we're selling on financing. And then also when you sell on financing, you can be much more inelastic with price, meaning like some people might sell at 5,800. Some of my offers we sell at 78 or 8,800. And we're basically seeing no change in close rate at all between like 5K and 8,800. Yeah. And so I'd highly recommend LeadFi. And then also, last thing I'll kind of plug you guys with, if you want, like, not selling anything, by the way, this is just like, if you want a discount, and this is actually good. This is like a Hyros competitor that's very fucking good. And yeah, they'll give you free ad spend too. They just raised capital. And so it's a Hyros competitor, but instead of like, basically what I'm friends with the founder. Basically what they'll do is like, it'll track your sales call data, like the transcripts of your sales calls, and send the highest quality back to the Pixel. But you only really want to do that if you're booking a shit ton of calls. Like most of the time I just do a LeadFi SQL, but this is cheaper and better than Hyros in my personal opinion.
How much is the LeadFi SQL? How much does that cost? Isn't it per lead?
Yeah, it's per lead. I don't know what price I'd get you guys at. I can't quote something, but like.
What is the normal price?
I'm paying around like $2-ish a lead. Yeah. And so we don't do it on every lead. Sometimes you can manually fire it. So sometimes we'll only manually fire it on bookings. Because if you do it on all your leads, it gets fucking taxed. Yeah, exactly. It's still low-key worth it, but like we mainly do it on like bookings. Very, very, very worth it, in my personal opinion. And yeah.
What do you do if LeadFi comes back and says the lead is not qualified and they don't have enough cash?
The closer will still take the call. What I'll say is sometimes with LeadFi, basically what I've realized is if it doesn't know their credit score, it'll just say 570. So sometimes we'll have people with like a 570 LeadFi who get approved like a shit ton. If it says they're high quality though, it's not a lie. But if it's low quality, sometimes it'll be secretly high quality, it just doesn't know. Does that make sense? But it's like 80% accurate. And the main thing is you don't want to send back false positive events. So if it's like, if LeadFi says somebody is high credit, they're not going to be low credit. So you can send that data back to the Pixel. If somebody says they're low credit, but they're actually high credit, it's fine because it's not sending like wrong data back to the Pixel. But this is the shit that I'm seeing like work really well. And I'm going to be real, like almost all the offers I know that are doing like 500K, 800K, a $1 million month plus are using some sort of financing plus credit score, like whether it's like fan basis shit. I think that's just white labeled LeadFi. SalesKick has it too. But it's just a very good best practice, and it also gives closers more of a incentive. And you can also kind of, as an operator, look and be like, "Yo, the call quality is good. Like, why do you fucking suck at your job?" like, it's like you can't say the leads suck. Where it's just like, "Yo, we're pretty confident that these guys have money." Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Who has any other questions for me? You could literally ask anything. Yo, what's your name?
So, my name's Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how much would you say, like percentage-wise, like getting Affirm and getting LeadFi has just like scaled all your offers? Like 50+%?
Yeah, is good. Also, I'd say like Affirm specifically will probably account for like if I had a funnel at like 6 or 7x ROAS, I'd probably be at like 3.5, maybe 4. But like, yeah, it's like it helps. And then Clarity Pay is not bad either, as well. Who here mainly uses Fanbasis? Raise your hand. Who here mainly uses WAP? Okay, cool. I prefer WAP and Clarity Pay on WAP. They recently opened the same option that Fanbasis has for 20%, 25%. WAP just rolled out for 20%, and so I'd highly recommend you use WAP over Fanbasis. Just because I personally like the WAP guys so much more. I'm not gonna lie. I trust them, and yeah. What's your question?
Do you run ads for Payful, or is it just all relationships?
Yeah, it's literally just affiliates. it's basically like when I was at Growth at WAP, I kind of saw the playbook they were running, and I just ran a very similar playbook. And I know I'm not very well known by anybody here, but weirdly enough, like, info's small as shit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, infos are really, really small. At least, like, people who are, like, doing, like, for example, like, I was at a fucking table with, like, Ryan Clogg, like, 2 days ago, after the WAPX event. Like, everybody kind of knows each other. And so I have a really deep network of people who are, like, pushing volume, to where I was able to kind of launch and scale Payflow just through my own relationships and then affiliates. So, for example, we have a couple affiliates who are inside Jeremy Haynes' inner circle. They brought a bunch of deal flow. And then we just have, like, we just have affiliates and we pay them out well. So, yeah.
I know you mentioned Ryan Clogg. I know he runs Warrior Day, right? So, he's still running that, right?
I'm not sure. I think he might just be leading WAPX. Okay. I think he might still be. I actually don't quote me on that. I don't know.
I think he still is.
Yeah.
Because he had an interview a few weeks ago. But I have a similar offer. It's women's weight loss offer. It's $3K ticket price. We're at around go up, right? Because he does like 5.5 or 6K. Are they doing financing or?
I don't know him specifically. I did try and get Ryan on a firm. I was about to fucking get Warrior Babe on Payful, but then he signed a deal with WAP. So he was like, dude, I can't. And so I was like, fuck. That would have been a big client. Yeah, I know.
We're at 200K organic, and like we haven't tapped into ads. Like
raise your prices, add in financing, and like what I'll also say is like there is no strategic benefit to being the cheapest price on the market unless you're fucking Walmart and you're trying to be like economies of scale. We'll get our costs lower. There is no benefit at all to being like the cheapest price. Like literally, what I'll do is I'll funnel hack offers and be like, how can I charge more? And so, for example, like, I don't know, if somebody's charging a $50 a month trading Discord, I'm like, let's sell a 15K a month, 15K mastermind or some shit. Like, you know what I mean? Fundamentally for the same shit,
like
kind of.
Close rate, like if you have a 60% close rate, you raise price, whatever. Like that's what Alex Ramosi talks about. Our close rate is in like the 30 to 40% range. We could just have shit closures, totally possible. But I'm just curious, like, how do you know when and how much to raise price?
That's a really good question. Usually, I'll tell you, I do it based on a firm, and so the best sweet spot I've seen for a firm is like 5,800 to 7,800.
Which is where Warrior Babe's at. I think they're like
yeah,
55.
Just charge the same as them. Yeah, that's what I just say. Go to the competitors and just charge the same fucking price. Yeah, and then you can basically just tell them like, I don't know, even if you're smaller than somebody else, like for example, if you wanted to pay, I don't sell coaching, but if I did, be like, why should you pay me versus Charlie Morgan, right? I'd be like, oh, dude, Charlie, he's got like such a, like, you can throw stones. Like, love Charlie, by the way. Thanks for the testimonial. Love you, dog. Like, you could be like, oh, dude, he has so many clients you're not really going to be taken care of. Like, we're way more intimate. You'll get one-on-one setting. Like, every single thing that they throw at you that could be like a negative, you can kind of flip as a positive. And there's just no benefit to being the lowest price on the market at all. Like, truthfully. And so what I've seen is, even when I worked with Charlie, so back in the day when I worked with Charlie, his price was $6,800 and we bumped it to $9,800 and the close rate stayed the same. He didn't really spam financing back then. He can't get set up on Payful because he has a Dubai entity. For like Payful, you need a US LLC and bank account and everything. And it only works for US leads. Yeah, like bumping prices is usually like the first thing I do in almost any business I go into, without question.
How do you do that? I guess do you just like backtrack if it does, like let's say your close rate drops in half or more or something like that?
It doesn't though. That's the thing. It just doesn't. That's just like through everything I've kind of seen. It's just like just say a bigger number, dog. Like if they're gonna buy it 3K, they're probably gonna buy it 5K, especially if it's like on financing versus splits and stuff. It's like that's kind of what I've seen. Like pricing is very. I don't know if it's elastic or inelastic. I dropped out of college, so like, yeah, that's kind of the thing I've seen. And so, yeah, that's kind of it'll just boost your cash collected too, and your RAS and everything.
I got another question. So,
yeah, ask as many as you want.
What are your thoughts on the whole like Wix thing, the Wix affiliate going from like Levy into Wix and then like upselling? Because for us,
Wait, which offer are you doing that did that?
it was for this Amazon offer. So
Yeah.
I was one-on-one as well, and he like plugged me in with that.
Okay, nice, because I was working with Joel on that.
Yeah, really?
Joel's like, he started off as my mentor. He's like one of my closest friends now. Like we talk probably like every day or every other day for like an hour and a half. Like it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, so it's for this Amazon offer.
Whose Amazon offer is it?
It's for Adam List. I don't think you know him.
Okay.
But he exited for like $100 this Amazon agency.
Cool.
So he has other things. Anyways, so it's more like BizOp, and we ran it, and we had like pretty good registration.
So what I'll say is when they first rolled out, this is probably going over most y'all's heads, but when like they first had this affiliate deal, the CPAs were cracked. So basically, like what you could do is Wix. Who's here is familiar with Wix or Base 44? All right, cool. So Wix used to have this cracked fucking affiliate deal where if somebody buys a $24 a month Base 44 subscription, they would pay you out $250 in cash, which is nuts. Like, huh?
They still have it. If you got like $30 the plug, they still have it.
No, they don't. They jumped it up, so it's $50 a month.
I just got it.
From who?
Oh, from Ramin.
I got it from Ramin too. Like, are you sure? I've heard some things. I love Ramin, but like I've heard people saying they'll get CPAs. I ran it for a bit. It's like there's so many ups and downs with it. I like it if it works. It's just, am I confident that those CPAs are going to be there long term? Maybe. Like, I'd run it if it works well, but like. That's what I'm saying. It can cannibalize your high ticket. That's what I'm saying.
We did after. I want like all these offers. Like so he had the agency, so he built out other products and other brands.
Yeah.
And right now what we do is we charge around like 50 and 25K to like build out the brands where you're like t-shirt done with you, done for you, and like they can make low end like he said like bare minimum they can possibly make is like 50K MMR, like 20% profit. So like they're making 10K a month essentially, like almost bare minimum, and it's very easy for him to do since he can get.
Yeah, we love a done for you e-com store.
I want to like I want you to validate something. I want to see if it's like a pretty good offer.
I like selling to the high ticket, personally. Like for what we were doing, I was running Wix and Base 44 for my iMessage funnel thing, and we were just down selling NGMI like poor leads, and it was covering our ad spend. And so I was like, all right, like our ad spend's free now. But then it got nuked, and then it's coming back, but I'm like hesitant because like I've seen it, like I've been running it for like a little bit for a minute. And they'll have it, and then they'll nuke it and not let anybody else on, and they'll turn it back on again and stuff. I'd test it, but maybe like do 2 webinars, like one.
So you think web it?
Yeah.
So you say because let's say you have like 10,000 to spend or whatever, just 10,000 good like it's round number. How much do you put to like a call funnel versus like webinar for this offer to like test it out?
I don't know. That's a good question. I need more information to tell that, but what are you currently running?
Right now, we just use this call funnel.
VSL?
So yeah, VSL call funnel. Like actually on like Google, like for YouTube. This is before.
You guys are running YouTube ads?
Yeah, he was running before we worked with him, and but it was like the message was kind of off, and you're getting like, the worst, like not the ideal, like not ICP, right? But you have some that fall through the cracks, like very rarely, that were like they had the money and they want to like join, and those like almost always close. Like it's the easiest close ever. So we're gonna change the messaging to like more of like affluent audience that can afford that 25K.
That makes sense. Yeah, I like the idea of just slinging a 25K thing. I haven't seen that many people rip with the liquidation, and then my understanding of it is certain people have different CPAs. So like the people who are really, really, really ripping with Wix affiliate do not have a 250 CPA. They have a higher CPA.
It's gonna be like without Wix. Like, this is just straight up like they're gonna pay the 25 when they get the Amazon.
I would do that.
Okay.
I like selling expensive shit.
Sweet. And then you do a firm like what's like the price cap on
It goes up to 30,000. They're not going to get 25K zero down most likely, but yeah. Like back in the day, like people don't know this. You know Yash from Fan Basis? He used to run a done for you e-com offer that was like kind of a scam, but he was ripping with the firm back then. And so like it was called Builders, and there was a bunch of these done for you e-com businesses selling like 15, 25K offers, ripping with a firm. And so yeah, I think you guys would do well. Any other questions?
What credit score do you need to get a firm?
A firm is like a mixture of, it's more of an art than a science. It's a mixture of credit score and self-reported income, and their purchase history with the firm. So like if somebody has like a 600-ish credit score, all right, this is recording. We got to stay FTC compliant, guys, 100%. So you don't want your closers to tell people to put a higher income to get them approved. Don't do that shit. What you can ask is like, what is your self-reported? This is actually what my sales teams do. Actually, fuck if I know what my closers say. But we're supposed to say like, oh, what is your household income? So like, you and every nigga in your frat house. Like, I'm joking, but like, yeah, like. If they put like a bigger number on Affirm for the self-reported income side, like when you're applying for an Amex Gold card or some shit, they'll most likely get a better approval. And then also the weird thing is, Affirm has different tiers based on the gateway you get it from. So like Affirm Direct, Apple Pay, Google Pay, all kind of give like different tiers. I've personally run all my shit through Google Pay Affirm because one, I found it's the best with chargebacks. Two, I found that like sometimes it'll give people zero down options where another Affirm gateway might give them like a monthly or not even approve them. And so Affirm's like a very weird company, but they have different tiers based on the gateway. And so all of my merchants are on the top Affirm tier. And so, yeah, it's kind of the thing there. And so, yeah, any other questions? Yeah.
This isn't really related to financing, but since you have experience with like funnels, how would you look at like scaling like a 1K MRR for like a SaaS product? What kind of funnel would you run for something like that?
Is it like bootstrapped or venture backed?
Bootstrapped.
What's the product?
DM setting software. Right now I'm running instant lead form ads.
Okay.
I tried running DM setting ads and just have the AI set, but then like you just mentioned, the quality is really shit. So
Isn't that what your software does though?
yeah, exactly. Do I know?
I'm sorry. That's kind of funny, dog.
Not the DM setting, the actual leads that are coming in.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Are you willing to lose money for the first month to make it back on return? I'd run a call funnel maybe. It's just that the economics aren't going to be as good. Maybe I'd try and think of selling quarterly or annually upfront so you can front the cash. Also, one of the things you can do, one of my boys in ecom and like software do this, there's certain credit cards you can get that instead of a net 30 payment terms, like you pay it off at the end of the month, they give you 60-day payment terms. So you can float the credit spend for 2 months instead of 1 month. And so I would recommend doing that. There's like an Amex Plum card that lets you do that. There's also a card called Flex that lets you do that. I can make an intro to Flex. I don't know if Amex Plum is still a thing, but it's not. Oh, fuck. There's like something called the Flex card that you can use. But yeah, you're going to want to basically like figure out how you can like extend out how long you can float the capital so you can pay it back.
Right.
And so that's what I'd look into. Or you could like, yeah, I don't know if that's a great answer. Or you could run Webby. I don't know.
Webby for B2B like SaaS.
Actually, no, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. I've seen it work well, but like what is like B2B? Like, what is the people buying?
Coaches.
Like, but how rich are they?
That's what I'm trying to work on. So
like most coaches are broke, dog. Like that's what I'm saying. That's why it's like it's not really B2B.
Like, I mean, at least doing like 30 a month.
That's still not. But that's more to B2 solopreneur. I'd just do a call funnel. With software, you typically want to move up market. Like for example, for Payful, we're a payments platform, but like we really don't have any merchants doing under 100K a month, to be honest. At least in total volume, not through just us, but like through their whole platform. We're really just going after 7- and 8-figure info businesses. Yeah, and so like move up market if you can, but maybe you could try affiliates. Affiliates does really well for us, especially in the coaches market. It's just that you're gonna be like dialed in with like organic coaches. And if you can get organic to work as a coach, you'll print a bunch of money. It's just most people don't. You know what I mean? And so maybe you could even like, I don't know, run a done for you ad setup offer, charge something crazy high ticket and just include it. I don't know. And so that's really kind of what I'm doing for Payful, because like right now we're all affiliates. And then I realized like one of our best ICPs is business funding coaches. And so instead of going after coaches, like just coaches broadly, we're like, let's narrow down to business funding coaches where we'll like literally like the ads I'm scripting is like for like who here knows like what's his name? Kybax.
Oh yeah. Agency offer.
Yeah. And so all of his ads rip. He's basically saying like he basically runs a very similar thing to Cole Gordon, but in all of his ads he's like, what if for $0 down?
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
Yeah, and that rips. And so you can only really run the $0 down offer if you have a firm. And he has a firm through a sketchy way. That's gonna get nuked.
Yeah, I hopped on a call with him.
What did he pitch you?
He didn't pitch me the financing though. He pitched me 12 or 18K upfront.
Why didn't he put you 0 down?
I don't know. I only opted in just to see what.
So it was 12 or 18K?
It was 12K, and I was like, I need done for you ads. He's like, we have an upsell for 18K, like done for you ads.
Okay, cool. That's literally I'm probably gonna run like 15 and 25 for my business funding thing. Yeah. We'll see. I haven't even launched it yet, but yeah. Does anybody else have any other questions for me so far? Like I'll literally say whatever.
Do you think webinars are going to work for a long time? And they're like really hot right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you ever tried like evergreen, like webinars?
Yeah, most of the time, like evergreen meaning like automated. Yeah. Most of the time when I see people move to automated webinars is when they're trying to do a liquidation funnel. So when they're running like like for example, Brooke Hiddink, Richard Yu, they've tested a bunch of shit, but what really worked for them was like a daily automated webinar where it starts at the same day every day at like 7 p.m. Eastern, and it liquidates into a 2K like offer. And so I've seen evergreen work really well if you're trying to liquidate. So if you're trying to just like spend $1 to make $1 back, get them to pay $2,000, and then send them to the high ticket. And so usually what I've seen is like, yeah, people will scale like webinar call funnels, and then once their ROAS diminishes, they'll try and crack a liquidation webinar. And then that once you can like liquidate on a webinar and put $1 in, get $1 back out, it's kind of like if you guys know Josh Gavin, how he talks about low ticket to high ticket. I like liquidating webinar better than that. Actually, no, they both work. It's just I run webinars more. So, but yeah, I mostly see evergreen webinars for direct to checkout. Any other questions?
Real quick, I actually run a fitness offer, and it's completely organic. How would you look to like kind of transition over to paid?
What's your ICP?
Middle age, 35 to 70, 55 years old, something like that usually.
Men or women?
Mostly men. We want to just target men for cool.
I would like if you know who's that fitness coaching guy? The one who targets like rich motherfuckers.
Superhuman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
John Superhuman.
Yeah, John Madsen. Good look. Yeah, he rips. You want to like I was even thinking of helping my brother's like a bodybuilder. I was thinking about helping him launch a fitness coaching offer for like South Asian men or like Indian guys. I'm Indian, by the way. Won't scam you probably. What's the price point of your offer?
We're doing like 3K for 3 months, but now we're trying to.
Yeah, if you're gonna go cold, you're gonna want to raise your prices.
Yeah, we're thinking like 5K for at least 6
Yeah,
months.
we have a couple fitness coaches on Payful who actually rip. Like one of them does like 400K a month, 500K a month, and so yeah, like you can crack a fitness offer.
Yeah.
It's just easier to sell biz op or like an investment offer or like a B2B offer, but like you can crack fitness. Any other questions?
For the ones that have worked, what have you seen like common?
They're targeting wealthier people. A lot of them go after specifically women. They sell a higher ticket price point up front. They're almost all using like financing. Yeah, it's kind of the main thing. And then a lot of them do a mixture of like paid with organic, to where it's like, if you guys, like, I wish my offer owners did this. If you're spamming this shit and your offer owner is doing like 3 to 5 reels a day, your ROAS will go even higher. As long as it's like targeted and shit, but like they pair so well together. And so that's why like ideally you have like somebody who's like a Shelby Sapp who's just like organic god, and she spends $1 million a month on ads. So like she's gonna fucking print. Yeah.
What is her main funnel?
Webinars. Yeah. She does a lot. She spends a good. I'm friends with her media buyer. They rip.
That's one thing. So like so I want you to give up some sauce because are you still running your shit with just you basically?
Oh, my agency?
Team members, yeah.
Yeah, it's just me.
It's really just you. So like I want you to give them some sauce on time management, especially since you travel a lot.
Yeah. So yeah. So to give you guys some context, for Payful, I have business partners, but it's like 2 business partners. It's just me, Orson, and Douglas. And Douglas is just like a pretty face deadass, but like he's like smart. He's like made so many like high level connections for us. For the agency, if you have like a really solid like basically the one thing that who here is a sales manager, right? Okay, cool. You don't want to sales manage personally. That's what I hate. I don't want to do it. you can just place somebody in for 5% cash collected and save yourself all the time in the world and just focus on higher leverage things. The highest leverage thing you can do is becoming a great copywriter. And so like literally I write a fucking newsletter to 170 people like almost daily, and fuck all people read it, but I write almost every day. And so am I getting better at like direct response copy from like writing a newsletter about like, I don't know, like fucking sitting on the subway and seeing a dude play the piano, like, which is what I wrote a newsletter about? Probably not, but like becoming a really talented copywriter is probably the highest leverage skill you can do. With AI and Claude, you can train it to be really, really cracked. Basically what I'd recommend is basically like instead of scaling with like number of clientele, you want to just scale with like quality clients, good deal structure, and just scaling like with them, and then placing like a sales manager and just focusing on the highest leverage tasks you can do. And that's mainly running the ads. And so if you can become a really good media buyer and copywriter and understand how like to build everything out, that's the highest leverage thing you can do. I suck at time management. I'm gonna be real. I'm not very good at it. I just figure shit out. I don't know. I take Vyvanse like twice a week. Like, yeah, that's basically it.
How do you find a cracked sales manager? I mean, I'm sure
That's
you
a
have
good
crazy
question.
network.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, that's a good question. I just reach out. If your offer, like it sounds like your opportunity is pretty good. If an opportunity is good enough, reach out to like higher level people. I can maybe introduce you to some people.
Will they do 5% or do they need like a...
It depends, but most sales managers that I know, you can get a good sales manager for 5%. And so, yeah, that's just the shit I don't want to do because it's like, it's not one, it's like running ads, creating copy, building all the systems is so one to many. But like, if you're stuck sales managing, it's in the weeds. And then also it's like, I don't want the sales team to be looking at me if there's a payout that's missing. I'm like, nah, he pays you, not me. Like, you know what I mean? The off runner pays you. So you don't get like where it's like a fucking Sam Millsap where they fucking Jew you or some shit. And so that's kind of the thing there. I ran an agency for like a little bit. When I went broke, I closed for like a singular month and I was like, dog, I'm good. You can make a bunch of money. It's just like, is it conducive to the lifestyle I want to live? Like, no. But also understanding sales is super important. So like, I'm not knocking, you should get good at sales. I've taken hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sales calls. But it's just like long-term to build like a lifestyle type of agency. It's not really going to get you there. And then I have like Claude workflows for like setting up, basically building out entire webinar funnels. I love the instant form funnel because it's super tech light. I can set it up in like an hour. And so, yeah, it's mainly that. And so, like, it's really not that complicated to like launch the stuff if you have like a set SOP and you understand which funnels you always bias to. And so if you have like a really dialed in structure of like, oh, here's how I do my webinars, here's how I do my like VSLs or call funnels, you should be good. And then, yeah, that's kind of the structure. Yeah.
So how much time would you say per week do you spend on copywriting? Because like, I mean, you could just get someone that takes 10% and do the copywriting. So like,
Copywriting is high leverage.
it's really good.
Yeah, copywriting is one of the highest leverage skills you can learn. People will pay like Jason Fladley like $150,000 for help on copywriting because it's that high leverage. And so like if you can find a really cracked copywriter, it's just also I like writing copy, and I think I'm a good copywriter, and so I'm like I don't need to outsource it. Especially with AI, you can bang out good copy. Maybe for like email lists and stuff, like shit that doesn't matter as much. Like okay, email list does matter, but it's not like scripting the ads or scripting like the headlines for the landing pages or shit like that. But yeah, it's basically like launching the funnel, and once you have the funnel launched and validated, then it's just about getting as much creatives as possible, and then juicing your winners. Yeah.
What's your ad account setup? Do you have like one ad per ad? I've heard like one ad per ad set or 5 ads or hundreds of ads per ad set.
Yeah. So what I'll typically do is I'll launch with a CBO. Most like I don't know, bro. Like I don't. There's so many. I've talked to so many different media buyers, and they all have their own individual ways of structuring it. Typically, what I bias to is I'll usually always use an agency ad account, and so WAP has them for free. It's just it sucks because you have to use the WAP UI UX. So I have this source where you pay like basically $1,000 a month for an agency ad account, and I typically use those. because I don't have as many issues with like claims and getting banned and shit like that. And usually I'll just launch with like a CBO, 2 or 3 ad sets. Like basically what Jeremy Haynes teaches, like one will be broad, one will be an interest stack, and then over time I'll build like a lookalike audience. But usually I'll just launch with like a broad or Advantage Plus, and then an interest stack. And then I'll just have 2 ad sets. And then I'll usually test like angles as well. So like one campaign or one like CBO will be like angle 1, angle 2, angle 3, angle 4. And I'm just trying to test like which messaging is working well. And then once I find my cracked messaging, I'll replicate through formats. So formats meaning like one could be like, oh, just talking head like this. Another format could be like putting your phone down, talking head like Austin Georgiou style. Another format could be green screen. Another format could be podcast style. You basically just want to find your winning messaging and spam the fuck out of formats of that same messaging, assuming that that messaging is like a broad majority hook. So if you're like going after like B2C, like you can like, if it's like something that's like, are you a door-to-door sale, like something with like a small TAM, like you might get cooked on that, like replicating it a ton. But that's typically what I found works well. And funny story, a lot of my ads that do well, sometimes Facebook doesn't like the copy because it's not compliant. And so yeah, doing that, having 2 ad sets and then a bunch of formats of the same messaging allows me to still get spend across to the highest performing messaging that may not be loved by Facebook, but I can still get the spend through and get really good results. And then yeah, that's typically how I scale my like media buying. And then it's just like creative velocity, just getting more creatives consistently. That's typically what I've seen do well. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Very cool.
You do mostly video or also static?
I almost do all videos. If I'm doing statics, I know people do well with statics. Typically, I'll use statics if I'm like trying to quickly test a shit ton of messaging. And then once I have kind of like my winning messaging, then I'll test like statics of it and do like certain ad set that's like static images. What I do well is like I'll do Instagram stories. But the thing that I found is I'll literally build the fucking, instead of like using AI to make all the statics, you can still do it with AI, but like I'll run them like IG story placements and I'll natively build it in the IG story so it looks native to the platform. It's the same text. It looks like if somebody's swiping, it looks like an IG story. And so I've seen that work well. Yeah, but I usually try and bias to videos because if you can get a really cracked video ad, that'll just like, you can spend through it without much fatigue. I've seen that like with static image ads, like they'll perform well, but then they'll fatigue faster.
I mean, it's good to build like engine to replace them.
Yeah, but I mainly do all videos for the most part. I'm for like a B2B thing, I might test like if it's like a B2B direct offer, like Cole Gordon, like, oh, place setters and closers into your business. Yeah, statics work. But if it's like B2C biz op, like more than likely a video ad will be better. Especially because I'm not sending, most of the time I'm not sending them to a VSL. If I'm running the instant form thing, I'm typically doing videos, unless it's B2B. For webinars, you could probably do more statics, but I try and really just, I put all my effort in how do I find like a really, like find my winning messaging is the main thing. Or like the winning angle or winning hook or whatever. Any other questions? Wait, can you LARP and get me some content of this? Tag me. I need content of me speaking.
I'll tag you like 3 stories.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, because I'll be real, I really don't make much content. It'll start pretty soon. It's just I've never really had to, and I don't really have shit to sell people. So, yeah.
All right, so this video is Kishan Ramchandani's video now. The reason why this video is so important is because he managed one of the biggest offers that I've ever ran up, which had over $2.5 million in 45 days. He was a sales manager for that. He's also managed some of the top offers in the trading space, just info space in general, and he's ran up sales teams to take a percentage of those running his own agency as well. One of my good friends, Kishan, enjoy this video and really pay attention because he has a lot of sauce to spill.
Okay, I just want to get an idea for too. By the way, Kishan, great to meet you guys. Who has clients? Or like, I just want to get an idea. I want to make sure I'm not like going too high or too low as well too, in terms of like how I'm speaking. So everyone's like operator has clients. Okay, cool. I'm speaking to the right people. Okay, cool. But yeah, great to meet everyone. My name's Kishan, and after running dozens of 7 to 8 figure a year sales teams, here are my main takeaways. I could sit here and tell you guys about like this is how you can get the best show up rate, and like this is how you should make your pitch deck and all that kind of stuff. But like I think all of you guys kind of have an idea of that, so it's gonna be more of like little takeaways that maybe people don't think about the most, but I think are super, super important for your guys' success. But yeah, just to give you guys context again, I've been in the space for about 5+ years at this point. Have generated multi-8 figures for all my clients. I don't keep really track anymore, so I don't really know what the amount is. Current portfolio does anywhere from $2 to $3 million a month of cash collected. No, that's not for free, but that's client revenue every single month. I've led teams that have done $1 million a month, launches with Jason before, and then other launches as well too that have done millions in a week. And honestly, the ones that I'm more proud of, because like I'll be honest, like those organic launches you do, like, and you make $3 million a week, they're not the most, like in my opinion, like I've done some where we've done millions a week. I was like, that was cool, but it wasn't that hard. Of course, it's managing a lot of people, but really, what in my opinion, what's hard is taking offers from scratch, no personal brand, pretty much starting from zero, all cold traffic, and taking them to multi-six figures, and we've been really focusing on that over the last few months and few years at this point. But raise your hand if you know who some of these guys are. Most of you guys, okay, cool. So some of these are people I work with, and obviously they're cool personal brands and everything. And all of these are my good friends as well too. But it's one of those things where it's like, I'll be honest. Obviously, some of these guys make a lot of money. But like, these offers aren't. You guys might be seeing Cloud in the morning, but these are the people that honestly make the most money in info. Just being honest, right? It's like these are the personal brands that everyone thinks that makes the most, right? Like, obviously, a lot of you guys do make a lot of good money, but it's like. So these people that if I would have put up on the screen, you'd be like, who are these guys? Like, those are the clients that have actually made me the most amount of money working with them. But getting into, again, the 4 key takeaways that I would say over the last 5 years is, number 1 is offer is king. So the way I like to make an analogy around this is like, imagine if you were like running.
My bad.
If you're running with like a weighted vest on versus you were in a fast Ferrari, like that's like the difference between trying to scale an offer that's like kind of bad, everyone does the same offer, there's no unique selling point compared to, hey, like for example with AI right now, right? So it's like AI, everyone knows, like I'm sure all of you guys know, maybe like the AI offer that's scaled to like $5 or $6 million a month or whatever. It's like there's a reason why that makes sense, and I'm gonna be going over exactly why those offers scale now compared to stuff in the past where you can kind of just throw up like, hey, this is Kishan's Inner Circle, and like, I'm going to post some TikToks, and like, I'm going to make money like that. Like, it used to work in like 2021, 2023, but like, it doesn't really work as well as you think today. And as you can see, like with the average person, this is not me being mean or anything, but I think everyone knows this, the average person's getting worse and worse, like in terms of financials. Like if you don't know this, walk into your local Walmart and you'll see people screaming at the egg section, telling you that the eggs are too expensive. Or go sell life insurance. These people can't afford $30 a month for life insurance, right? So it's like, and again, that's not me being mean, but it's just the truth of it. Like the broker are getting broker, and I'm not saying the rich and richer are getting richer, but like they're staying wealthy, right? So you can see the shit people are posting on Twitter. It's like $200 left, and they actually get $4. You can see even the leads that we have here. Yeah, I'm broke as hell. Failed payment for $27. I'm not on the fence, I'm just broke. Obviously, I'm kind of making a joke here, but like seriously, like this is kind of the game you're playing, depending on what your messaging is and what like the offer you're actually providing actually is. And this presentation can be a little interactive as well too, so hopefully you guys can not make me look weird up here. But who would you rather go after? People you can charge more money to. They're easy to close because they have a better mindset, and you're not taking the last dollar. They're easy to fulfill on because they've probably done stuff in their life that's hard. And they're also easier to ascend once you get good results for them. Because they're like, oh yeah, like, I'll pay more because I understand that me paying for more is speed, right? Or would you rather take it with the last dollar? Sometimes they're even harder to close because of mindset issues and it's the last dollar. They're harder to fulfill for, back to the mindset issues and just not ever being, I'm not saying they've never done anything hard, but some of you guys, the mindset is a huge issue. And again, can't really send these people either because you took their last buck. So you can't really do anything about that. Who would you rather work with? You think? First? I agree. Okay. Let Jason is paying attention. Anyway, I was supposed to slide these off, so we're just gonna have to do this. But Jason was talking about this a little bit as well too. Actually, was talking about the debt-free aspect, which we'll get into in a second here. But now you're probably asking, okay, if offers king, if that's like the biggest thing, okay, what type of offers should I be selling? The easiest way to think about it is, and you'll see throughout this whole presentation, I really try to make my whole philosophy and my whole trainings as easy as possible because that's just kind of how my brain works. But ones that solve problems for people with more money, right? So what do people with money usually lack? Time, right? I was supposed to move it, but I'm not going to get time to do that. Anyway, yes, they lack time. That's what's in the white box. So what do people who lack time want?
Speed.
They want speed. What else?
More time.
They want more time, and they might want the end result without putting time, or with as little time as possible. Correct. Right? So based off of that, if we want to sell to people that have more money, and we know what they want, what type of offers should we be selling? What do you think?
Speeds things up, automates it.
Okay, so give me some ideas.
Mixed maxing. Done for you at Amazon store.
Okay, why do you say that?
Because one of our clients said that.
Okay, but like if you were to think about why that's a good offer, why do you think
Well,
it's
because like these guys have plenty of money. You charge like 25, 30K.
Yeah.
And you just make their store, and we get like a very good operator. They plug and play everything, and
Yeah.
it's just easy.
But why do people buy it though?
Because the guy's done like 100 million.
No, not even that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if they don't earn a bill or not. Why? If someone gets onto your sales call and they go, "Oh, this makes a ton of sense." Why does it make a ton of sense then?
Because of people. So for us, like the people who are like managing and building out the stores, they have the case studies already. But besides that, because these guys have the money.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say like the corporate exec or they do anything else, but they want to get more money and they want to do e-commerce specifically. They don't know how to do it. They rather just pay someone to do it for them.
There you go. So it saves them time.
Yeah.
But essentially, all you're selling them is more money.
Yeah.
Right? Like, who would say no? Or like, hey, you give me $15,000 and I'll give you $48,000 this year. Who would say no to that? No. Right? So it's like, what if we sold offers that are like that? Right? But then also as well too, it's like, how can we get this offer to stand out in cold traffic? Who has an idea of how you can make an offer stand out in cold traffic? Because I think everyone's knowledgeable enough to the point it's like, all right, you shouldn't only rely on organic. But some offers like that are made for organic. For example, if I'm selling kitchens in a circle, no one's gonna buy that on cold traffic. They don't give a shit who I am, right? Sure. So it's like that's not gonna be a good offer to sell on cold traffic. So what do you think makes an offer stand out in cold traffic?
A guarantee?
Why?
Just because they don't know who you are, so they don't trust you.
Yeah. So it's like you're kind of like making up for the fact that they don't know you, so you're putting a guarantee on it. But like if I came to you and go, okay, cool, I'm going to guarantee you an appointment setting job. Is that a good offer on cold traffic?
No.
Why?
Because there's no results on proof.
Proof is one of it. But like also too, just think about unit economics and everything like that as well too. Actually, I'll get to that in a second. I'm probably speaking too much gibberish. Anyway, but how can we get an offer stand on cold traffic? Yeah, you need something unique about you, right? The way I like to think about organic is like the thing that is with you, or sorry, like if you take someone like let's say a big fitness influencer, right? People buy into him, like with fitness programs, there's so many people in the fitness niche, right? And they're all saying the same thing: calories in, calories out, do this, do that, right? So it's like nothing really differentiates those people, right? So that's why if you're doing that's why like most fitness offers can't really scale in cold traffic that well. There is some that obviously do well, but it's like. If I was doing fitness, I would really focus on organic and get people to buy into you, and that's what would stand out, right? But if I can get an offer, just like for example, like one of my offers is a done-for-you home service business, right? Why do people like home service? Because it's AI-proof, it's recession-proof, and it just makes sense to the old heads, right? So it's like we don't really we do have a personal brand attached to it, but like he has less than 10K followers or whatever. But it's like what stands out there is not him; it's the actual offer we're selling them, and it's like. Oh wow, like this is a no-brainer. And again, we'll get that in a second here. But I'll go over examples of some quote-unquote good offers. Let me see and we'll go through it. In my opinion, a trading algorithm is a good offer. Can anyone tell me why a trading algorithm could be a good offer?
It's automatic results in their mind. In their
Okay.
mind,
It's like a very logistical thing. It works before it's gonna work again.
It's proven.
It's proven. What else?
They're
I
gonna
kind of
have
said it
more
before.
More money.
Yeah, you're selling them more money, right? So let's say let's see if this works or not. No, it's not going to work anyway. But if I were to move it over, pretty much it would say more money. Because you can think about it, it's like yes, trading algorithms are proven, right? So some of them. But like, let's say you have a trading algorithm that gives you 4% returns every single month, right? Hopefully we can do math together. Let's say I'm a wealthy guy, right? And I come in and I'm like, yo, I can put $100,000 into the market every single month. So how much am I going to make off of that off of that 4%? 4K. Okay. And it's like, okay, maybe I'll put more than that, right? So let's say I'm selling a trading algorithm that is 15K up front. What should I make based off of those numbers in 12 months? 48K. Is that a good offer?
Great offer. Yeah.
All right. What about a crypto offer? You guys think it's a good offer? Obviously, it depends on like the messaging and the actual packaging. But like the overall idea of crypto, do you think it's good?
Yes.
Why?
More money. More money.
Okay. Because what do rich people want to do with their money?
Invest.
But why?
It's a passive income.
That's a trend as well. They can be on top of the trends.
Yeah.
To beat inflation. Make more
money. Beat inflation is one of them. In my head, what makes sense is like, all right, they've already worked. So, do you guys work hard for your money?
Yes.
Okay. You work so hard for your money, so what you want to do with that money is use it to make more with less effort, right?
Leverage.
So, for example, for a crypto offer, right? Let's say I was a guy that made 8 figures in crypto, right? And I came to you, I said, hey, I'm going to tell you exactly what to buy and look at my 10 years of results. And you're going to pay me to know what to buy, and based off my portfolio, this is how many returns I've done over the last 6 years. So if you and you can without getting making any false income claims, you could be like, so technically, if you invested at this point with my strategy, you would have made what? A lot of money, right? Does that make sense? Okay. What about a done for you content offer? Horrible.
No.
You guys think it's good?
I think it's because a lot of people want content, but they don't want to make the content themselves.
Exactly, right? They know they need it. I think everyone in this room knows that they need content, right? But either they don't have the time, they don't know how to, right? So it's like it's something they know they need, but they're not willing to spend the time to do it. So what if someone came to your house, scripted all of it, edited it for you, and then posted it for you as well too? That's a great offer.
What do you
right?
think? Make a clone of you? That'd be sick.
That would be sick. I don't know if AI is good enough. I mean, maybe. Potentially.
One day.
Yeah.
He's doing that offer.
He's selling that. Cool. Anyway, but I'm not saying, like, who in here sells, like, mostly biz ops? Okay. So I'm not saying that biz ops are totally cooked, but here are a few things you could do if you are selling a biz op, right? And again, this is where the interactive part's going to come out. Let's say you're selling a high-ticket sales course. What are a few changes you could do to your messaging and your offer to get more people on the phone? Because if you think about a high-ticket sales offer, who are you mostly attracting?
Who want to make their first 10K or...
Correct. So people that haven't really made money before. Correct. Yeah. Or not a lot of it. Right. So what do you think are some things? And just look. I want to see with not you. What are a few things you can do with your offer and your messaging to get more people on the phone that have more money?
So people that are already in high-ticket sales.
Why do you think that's a good idea?
Because if they're already in high-ticket sales, even if they're making money or not making money, they're still in it. They should be making a little bit of money.
Yeah.
And they want to be better. So.
Yeah. So going in market is a good idea. Any other ideas?
I mean, you could go B2B and like start helping business owners get better at sales or placing their.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like honestly, a year and a half ago, I had an idea to start because I don't know if you guys know, I used to train inside the sales training program. That I was going to go start my own. I ended up not because I really like my agency. Kind of. But this was the offer I was going to sell. Is I was going to sell sales coaches. Not sales coaches. Like your fitness coaches that are like 30, 40K a month taking their own sales calls. I was going to sell those people sales coaching. Why do you think that's a better idea? They have more money. Let's say their fitness program is 7K, and then my price point is 7K. They can ROI on one sale, right? And then also too, if they're selling their own product, what do I not have to do?
Make an offer.
Well, I don't have to find them a job, just like you would another sales training program, right? And then also too, if I do help them scale, so like let's say they come on and they're making 40K a month, and I help them get better at sales and they start closing more because of it, and they get to 100K a month, at that point, what can I do?
I'm in back end.
Yeah, I can make more money from them. They're like, okay, now I need a sales team. Okay, cool, I'll place you a sales rep. wait, I don't want to onboard I don't want to onboard a salesperson without the right systems. Okay, cool. Let me go to a CRM, right? Oh, let me go to a VSL. Let me go to this. And it's like, because you went higher on the totem pole as well too, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to get beginners as well too, right? Because if you start to $250, $8,500 cash flow, the talk time technically didn't go down because a lot of those conversations were just going nowhere for no reason. But it's like, nothing changed. No dialogue change, no CRM change, nothing. It's all about what they see and like, because they're, oh, I got so unqualified, this, that. It's like the narrative matters so much in sales, right? Because literally, if your salespeople are only worried about, oh, these people are so unqualified, they're this, as opposed to thinking abundantly, it's totally different, right? So now I'm going to show you exactly how you can trick your sales team to think more abundantly, right? So for setters, what I do for them is I take their commission divided by how many dials they do, right? So like, let's say someone makes $7,500. I have a lot of sellers that make that type of money, and they do $2,500 in a month. Or sorry, they do $2,500 in a month, which isn't great, right? But pretty much based off of that, they get paid $3 every time they pick up the fucking phone. Like obviously they're not a Filipino VA, but it's like how long does a dial take for someone that doesn't answer? 10 seconds? You think 10 seconds for $3 ain't bad? It's pretty good, right? And then you can also take a look at the numbers as well too. Like, because a lot of setters will be like, oh, I talked to so many unqualified leads, But if you take a look at the numbers, if a setter has 30 connections, 15 conversations, 10 of those are actually qualified conversations, and they have 4 sets, on paper, who are they spending the most time talking to?
The conversations.
No, but like if a setter goes, oh, I'm only speaking to unqualified people, right? But based off of these numbers, what is the nature of the role? The nature of the role is that you're actually going to speak to more unqualified people than qualified. That's like literally the whole point of setting, right? So if any of your setters come to you and they're like, oh, we speak to unqualified people, it's like, well, yeah, that's what you signed up for. Right? And because a lot of managers, a lot of operators are like, oh, I'll take it back. It's like, no. Like, that's literally what you signed up to do. Like, this is good numbers as well, too. Like, you're literally going to speak to less qualified people than you will unqualified. That's literally how the position works. So that's what we can do for setters to help them kind of understand this as well, too. And then even for closers, it's kind of the same thing, right? So it's like if they have a cash per booking of $3,500 per call, and they make 10% commissions, technically, every time they have a call on the calendar, they make $350. I don't know what doctors make an hour, but I think it's more than a doctor makes an hour, right? Mm-hmm. It's like that one small mindset change can be like, oh yeah, like let me stop worrying about such the day to day and like, oh, I had a bad short today and this and that. It's like, oh yeah, if you look over like the whole month, yeah, I make about $350 an hour. That's pretty good, right? And this is even something I constantly do with my salespeople, right? So like, they'll be like, oh yeah, we're talking to a lot of unqualified people. I'm going to cancel this guy because he said this on his application. He said this on the application. 46% of the people that we close paid more than they originally stated on their application. Right? So that's a huge thing you guys can do on your team is like literally just take how many people you close for like piss and be like, all right, what did they actually say in their applications? And they're like, yeah, they had 1K to invest. It's like, you'd be surprised. And this is not just on one team. If I look at all my teams, it's probably more than that. Right? So if you can just kind of always get these subtle reminders set and be like, yo, like stop canceling calls. Like even countries, I think all salespeople are like if they see an Indian, they'll be like, oh, give it a shot down. I'll do this. Sometimes it's too crazy, and I'll be like, all right, like it's a better use of time if you don't do it. But I'll show them, like, look how many people we've closed from Plus 911. You're like, would you make more money? Go ahead.
What's the Slings.ai? You did that?
Actually, I had that built out for my agency. But yeah, you guys are going to see some cool shit with that. This is what really helps me get the visibility I need inside my business. But you guys get the point here? Cool. Number 3 is and this is where I think I pride myself on as well too. I'm just really good at finding like not cash grabs, but just like little like nooks and crannies inside the CRM and just little things that extract a lot of cash, right? And kind of Jason was talking about before, is just constantly evolving, right? The amount of operators and the amount of salespeople, business owners that just like make a pitch deck once, they make a sales script once, and they just let it ride for 6 months is like crazy to me. You can kind of do it on organic, but it's like it's not really how you're going to keep growing, right? So I put a bunch of screenshots here. So like what I really like pride myself on is that I'll do the work and I'll make my salespeople do the work that nobody wants to do, right? Like for example, we're getting $6,000 pitch from Text Blast and we only send to unfinancially qualified leads, right? We've already, or this is one of my closers, already got 3 sets today, 2 from the Text Blast and 1 from the free value meeting. We're texting unqualified leads from 3 months ago saying like, hey, like, where are you at in your journey? I'm happy to send over some assets that can help you, right? Nobody even wants to fucking do that. Nobody's ever gonna, do your guys as salespeople, if they see the word unfinancially qualified, do they hit those people back up months later? No. Nobody wants to do that, right? But like, this is where the money is, right? This one, let's go 5K front upgrade from Text Blast. If you can see the corner, outbound set from good application, but unresponsive. It's like we made a smart view inside of our thing, like all the people that we just can't get in contact with, so we end up canceling off the calendar. But I was like, oh, they actually have a good application. Let's make sure we keep hitting it. We get a 10K hit from that set. Nobody in the CRM usually hits these people. We're constantly doing internal webinars, Text Blast, and it's like, dude, like this is where the money is. And it's just everyone's so reliant on inbound and just like, oh, like this, and it's like, bro, like this is where the money is actually made. Again, most sales teams make the framework once. They have the same confirmation text emails for months and never switch anything. And we literally talked about, I think Jay talked about it as well too, is like how the market's changing. But the issue with operators and business owners is that their tactics and like their approach isn't changing, right? The whole market changes, but you're still sending the same confirmation emails that worked in 2021, right? You're still saying that, like this is, I was even a victim, or not victim, I was at fault for this. I never changed our text that we sent for closers for like years, right? So like it would be the same text since like 2024. And it's like, dude, the market's changing. People don't want to speak to us anymore. We have to change the actual text we're sending these people to try and get in contact with them, right? But not enough people do this, right? So if you're not constantly trying to improve your response rates, pitch decks, pre-call sequences, launching new creatives, obviously I'm on the market side, but adding new products, again, the market's changing, but you're not. So not to fear monger, but you're going to get left behind if you're doing that, right? And you can see as well too, like this is a team literally this week. We're going to close a deal for, we're going to close a fucking open door, right? We make one small pitch, or deck to the, it's actually a big change to the pitch deck. New set, or sales deck is gold. We're hitting like 40K days and we made 67K within 3 days or 4 days of changing the pitch deck. You know how long it took me to change the pitch deck? Hour and a half. Do you think making 150 grand or 200 grand, whatever this is, based off of that, because we literally couldn't close a deal before this? It's a big thing, right? But a lot of people aren't willing to like change what they've done. It's like, because everyone has so much cost bias. So like, oh, I did it 3 months ago, so like, I don't want to go back in and do it. It's like, dude, like, you want to be rich or you want to be right? So it's like a lot of people have this issue, and me as well too. It's like, oh, well, like that's probably not the issue. And what allowed me to see this is actually just watching more sales calls, right? I literally, like that day, or those weeks where like we're literally having really tough, it was like a week and a half, where we had a really tough time closing deals. I was watching so many sales calls. And I just got to the end of that, and I was like, dude, like, these people, like if I was on the other side of the screen, I probably wouldn't buy this the way we're pitching it, right? So it's like, we changed that, it resulted in like 200K of extra cash within 3 days, and like, I think we had another 40K day yesterday after I made the presentation, so it's like, you changed a lot. Okay, number 4. Is most businesses have visibility issues, and don't know how to fix money, okay? So, how often does your sales team tell you something, but you have no proof to back it up? They might tell you, oh, the leads are unqualified, and then you'll go into the ads manager and fix something, but it's like, do you actually have proof that's actually true, or you're just going off of what they said? Basically, like most salespeople will tell you what their ego will like a lot. Oh, yeah, everyone's unqualified, but then you can watch the call and be like, oh, these people are qualified. Like they're just taking the wrong approach the whole time, right? And how often do you fix something that you have no proof of? Nobody would do that, right? You wouldn't fix something you have no proof of, right? So let's say, for example, your setters and closers are having a rescheduling issue. What do you guys think is the first thing you guys should do? Nothing.
Verify that it's an actual issue.
Okay, how?
Go into the CRM.
And do what?
Check the reschedule rate.
How?
You gotta see if this is actually like calling.
Yeah. So yeah, you gotta actually look for proof, right? This is where my slim data helps us. So if you look at like everything, it's like, okay, cool. I think that was for that month. we had 9, or I think that was like in a 2-week span. Because this is off of that straight core traffic. So we get a lot, as you can see, we get a lot of unresponsive leads and a lot of people that reschedule because like work and kind of stuff, which makes sense for the ICP because it's very like corporate 9-to-5ers. So it's like, okay, cool. This shows me that we actually have a real problem, right? It's like 27%, or out of 97, we couldn't even get in response with 27 of them, and 23 rescheduled, and then the other 18 wanted to reschedule, but didn't even tell us why they wanted to reschedule. That's a huge problem, right? That's almost like half of the leads, right? So, after you find the actual problem, you'll find a solution to it, right? I put it on the screen right here as well too. But yeah, like the actual solution to it, I would go in and actually listen to the conversation and figure out, is this a setter issue or is this an intent issue? Can someone tell me how you might be able to figure that out? Because you definitely could have setters calling people and setting them on the calendar and they still no-show, but it still could be a marketing issue. Anyway?
You can see how well the setter is qualifying them.
Yeah, it's a judgment of both. It's like, okay, is this person coming out totally lost? Do they have any idea what the heck we're selling them? If they don't have any idea what the heck we're selling it, is the setter educating enough on the setting call? Is the setter having to do too much education on the setting call? Maybe we need to fix up in the like before that, like in the VSL and on the landing page and everything like that. So it's like, of course, you'll never know for a fact, but look, you actually can know for a fact, right? Like for example, like what I'll have all my setters do for no-shows, like even if they do no-shows, like of course we'll ask, like, do you want to reschedule or whatever, but like 3 days later we'll ask you, like, by the way too, no need to reschedule, I just have to get feedback from the team, what made you reschedule? Or sorry, what made you no-show? Like please just give the feedback. And we might even offer something to them for free if they tell us the reason why, right? The reason why is because I don't know what the hell is going on in these people's head, right? Is it, are they seeing a bad review? Is it that they feel like the business model is too hard? Was the DSL too vague? Like, well, I don't know, right? So it's like the only really real way, because like even you watching the setter combos, it's like it's like a 50-50. It's like, it could be the marketing, it could be the sales, right? But in my opinion, that's my favorite way to figure it out. But then even with the AI stuff, I'm like every time you get an inbound text telling me saying the words reschedule, let me ask you this as well too. If you guys would be honest, if people reschedule, do they always end up back on the calendar? No, most of the time they don't, right? No shows, reschedules, nobody really hits those, right? So what I have my AI do is constantly, just like every time we hear the word reschedule in a CRM, it just alerts in the Slack. It's like, someone needs to take this now. And I'm on it, right? Because I don't have the time to be sitting there in the actual CRM doing it, right? So this alerts me every time, hey, every time you see the word reschedule, send a text, send it there and at whoever the lead owner is, right? And that allows us to get the people back on. And then create an execution plan. So yeah, if I had to say the real issue why we had so much reschedules, it was a setter issue not fully finding a need on a sales call, and if you know it, or sorry, on the actual setting call, and obviously you never really find a need, why would they show up to an hour call after that? And then also they weren't really double confirming the time slot as they need to. Like what I have my setters do is like, hey, like is there anything that could pop up? Maybe, I don't know, besides Godzilla coming to town and wrecking everything, is there anything that could pop up that would allow you to come to the call? No, I'm good. And then like really triple confirming the time slot. So again, the execution to plan to that was like, okay, cool, I figured out, in my opinion, it was a setter issue. So we're just going to continue to do continuous call reviews and continuous role plays, right? But if I never went in and actually listened to everything and like did a full in-depth report, I could go to my brother, which runs the marketing, and be like, yo, you're fucking up something on the marketing side. This is your fault. And it's like nothing gets solved by me telling him that. That's not the actual problem. Right? And again, as you know, as the longer a problem goes on, the more expensive it becomes. So like for example, right? Let's say each book call costs us $100, but the rate we get in contact. Does anyone else have this issue where people book calls and you guys like literally can't get in contact with them? How do you send that?
Yeah.
Does anyone know the rate of the amount of people that they do get in contact with? If you guys were paying for it on your Amex, would you know?
Yes.
Ooh. But yeah, like and the one piece of advice to all of you guys to go to, like, play with your clients' money, not play with your clients' money, but use your clients' money like it's your money, right? Like all my clients I'm super close with, so it's like at the end of the month it is my Amex on the bill, but I care as if it was, right? Like I always like to have that reframe, and I tell that reframe to my sales team as well too. It's like, hey motherfucker, if that person has to reschedule, and that was your $100 for that qualified application, would you have to reschedule them? Every single time it is. I wish there was a way to like figure out a comp structure. Maybe I have to sit down for a day and figure it out. But a comp structure that goes off of that for salespeople, it's like, hey, this gets deducted from your commission if you miss this, and this. Obviously, most people wouldn't work for me because no one else is going to do that. But we'll see. But like, think about it, right? Let's say you book 30 leads, right? And they're $100. Let's do some math together. How much is that? $3,000, right? What if you only get in contact with 30% of them? Then what is your actual cost per call that actually shows up? It's like triple that. Yeah, it's like triple that. So it's like your cost per call and your ads stats can look great, but it's like if your sales team is totally screwing up and like they're sending the wrong text and all this kind of stuff, it's like that could actually raise to $300 because it doesn't matter what your cost per call is. It actually matters the amount of people you actually speak to. That's because that's when you make money, right? You're never going to make any money if you don't speak to them, right? Like for example, like this is what I figured out, right? So I took our Asserter text, and again, like the way that we position our offers, it's all very congruent with everything in the sales process, right? What I see a lot of people do is like they'll try to come up with this fancy name for a sales call, and then like their salesperson's just like not like reciprocating that, so that's where people get lost in the sales process, right? So for example, for this team, we called this offer, the sales call, we call it a market analysis call. Because what it is it's a home service business, and we pretty much figure out if your market's going to be a good fit to start a home service business in, right? So it's really, really sexy for people, so that's often why we get a pretty good cost per call, because people are like, oh, like I want to figure this out. Yeah, I really want to start this, right? So our text used to be simple. It's like, hey, name, this is Kishan from XYZ company. So you booked a call with us at 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. You booked 3-5 minutes of chat after they doubled down them if they couldn't get in contact with them, right? Our response rate was like 20%. So it's like we would get, and obviously some people would show up that we couldn't get a response with, they would just like show up without telling us, right? But like, that was a huge issue. It's like, okay, well, yeah, we're booking qualified calls for $80, but it's like, if we can only get in contact with like 25% of them, it's like, that's not good, right? So what I did is I made sure the messaging and the sales process, the marketing process all was aligned, right? So now our thing is, so we'll text them first. It's like, hey, this is Kishan from XYZ company. We'll double dial them. If they don't respond to that double dial, we'll say like, see, you booked your market analysis call for 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And then we'll say like the founder's name told us to reach out. He really, really likes XYZ market. So he really, really likes Orlando, Florida as a market. He just wanted me to get some extra details so we can make sure your go-to-market plan is as personalized as possible. What's a good time for a quick combo to go over those details, right?
Yeah. Do you send them SMS first or do you dial them first?
So we send, hey, this is name from company name first, then you double dial.
So the name shows up.
Correct. And then if they don't respond, then we send this text, right? But that took us from a 25% pickup rate, reply rate to a 46% pickup. So now, that $80 call, we're getting a lot more out of our calls now, right? Compared to if I was like, oh, it's a marketing problem. It's like, that doesn't solve anything, right? So it's like, okay, I got it, I got a little grind of the copywriting, it's like, okay, this works, right? And it's like, now this number's been going up. I think it's gone up to 50 plus or 60 plus, what's up?
And what's like the goal rate that you want to have instead of 46?
It really just depends on the offer. Like, dude, what I've noticed as well too is that your show rate isn't as important as people make it to be, depending on what your metric, like in terms of like your economics are. For example, right? If this offer is if it stays at an $80 cost per qualified call, we could technically triple book every single time slot, and that time slot would only be worth $240. Is that right? 80 times 3, yeah, $240. Whatever the fuck it is. But like that's not even that expensive. Right? And then pretty much the closers would still have a call at every single time of the day, even if our show rate was 33%. Right? So it's like, show rate is a thing that matters, but it's like, it doesn't matter as much as you think it matters. Of course, I still want to get in contact with them. I'm not just going to have a 20% show rate, but that's fine. Like when you guys were talking about, I don't want to name drop, but like when you guys were talking about the numbers of one of these companies that does really big numbers, and I've seen their show rates, and it's about 20%, but they make like $5 million a month. Right? Because they're just going for fucking numbers, right? They're triple booking like every single time slot. And it's like, that's where business gets really stressful. Like, I don't know what your guys' like clients are or whatever, but like the whole like, man, we get like 4 to 6 inbound calls a day on the calendar, about 60% hit rate. It's so laid back and easy, but like, this is where I'm having to like create 3 different Calendly accounts per every closer. When they're on back-to-back calls, I'm having to make sure that they integrate everything. I have to make sure the tech doesn't break. I have to constantly just recheck this. Like, this is where it gets complex, right? And it's like, I love it, but it's one of the things where it's like the same stuff that you're working on these organic offers that I still run today doesn't work here. Right? Like on some of my offers and some of the people that I've mentioned before, like bro, we can literally say we're helping 1 to over text and we still have like a 20% connection rate on calls, right? But it's like on that's not true, right? But again, so we're just gonna keep testing new text, listening to more calls, changing more things on the front end. But if you're a business owner, an operator, that's not paying attention to any of these things, and again, you're just going back to the narrative, it's like, oh, they have a 33% show rate, must be a 10 issue. Which it could be a 10 issue, but you got to figure out proof that showed you that. Again, the industry and the market's moving, it's going to keep getting harder and harder. So it's like if you don't adapt at some point, again, sorry if you're a monger, that's all I got.
It's only 2 minutes.
What?
2 minutes Q&A.
Okay, yeah, so. What's up?
A quick question. So, if an operator approaches you, what's your kind of like, I guess, compensation breakdown if you want to manage the offer?
If an operator or a business owner?
Operator, business owner. Is it bad?
What?
Let's say I approach you.
Okay.
And I have an offer. Like, what's
you're saying for a team that you're managing, you would want me to come on and get It changes a lot. Like, my deal structures are so weird. Like, sometimes I'll have a low percentage of cash, like, so like 5, even though it's like, if you have $1 million, $2 million month team, it's still a lot of money. But it's like 5% cash. And then there's some teams where we're on 60-40 profit share. Right. So it really depends. It really just depends on like, because I have a team as well too. It's not a team. So I mean, just letting you know, I'm gonna, whoever's company it is, I'm coming in, I'm getting the best rate I can get. Type of thing. And I'll negotiate to something that makes me okay to sleep at night. So I'm going to go for the number that really makes me happy. Yeah. But are you asking for me or just like in general?
No, for you, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about that. What's up?
When you're managing a sales team, like especially if you have 5 to 10 reps or more, how many meetings do you do? Do you do one-on-ones with them? Like what is your structure for like actually individual reps and managing them, group calls with them?
Yeah, for sure. So right now I only do 3 meetings a week per team, but I have sales managers now underneath me. So it was different when I did it. So like my agency is kind of a weird thing because like it's not like I got the client so then I placed an operator type thing. It's like it's me. I'm still the main guy in everyone because like when I signed a client, I was the main guy. Now I just have an extra I have extra team members that help them with call reviews and extra one-on-ones, right? So like, to be honest, I don't do one-on-ones with my salespeople because it's just not something I can do scalably. I still get on meetings with them at least twice a week. I'm now in my agency, I'd say I'm more the numbers guy of like making big changes, right? For example, like the pitch deck, right? Like if it's going to be one to many, that's the thing I want to focus on in a way, right? Obviously I'm not the marketer, but it's one of those things where it's like that pitch deck is going to be seen 100 times over the next 3 days. So I want to be the one to touch that, right? Yeah. Same thing with the text as well too, right? That text is going to be sent so many times, but it's like if some closer goes, oh my God, I've got a fear objection. Can one of you hop on and do a call with me? My sales manager will take care of that, right? Okay. So I'm still pushing like the big things. But like pretty much their calendars are open whenever a salesperson wants them. Okay. So like if a salesperson's like, yo, I need a call review, let's hop on this time, let's do it. But like scheduled meetings, we only do 3 a week per team.
Group call.
Yeah, group calls. It usually starts with like, depending on how dumb the team is, maybe I'll start with wins. If I know it gets too crazy, I won't do wins. I'll go over numbers, and then after that, I usually do a weekly skill focus. So pretty much, it allows me to give them homework, and not me have to train them super hands-on. So like what I do is every single week I do a weekly skill focus. So like let's say a setter comes to me and goes, dude, my biggest problem is whenever I financially qualify, I can't get them to answer. Like I get weird around financial qualifiers when I'm on the setting call. So then his solution to that would be, all right, cool. I'm going to role play 3 times this week, and I'm going to listen to 3 other setter call reviews where they did a better job. And then by Monday, by the Friday, so like let's say it's a Monday meeting where we do that. Then Friday, I'll make sure they actually did it. And then they're getting better without even me like
having to do anything essentially.
Got
it. Yeah. Obviously,
So
I'm
3 a
still-
week.
Huh?
3 group calls a week.
Correct. But three group calls a week. I'm only doing Monday and Friday, and then my team is handling the one in the middle.
Okay.
And then they're doing off basis one-on-ones whenever needed.
Got it.
Yeah. So.
How do you deal with setter onboarding and like dealing with like the typical setter churn as well?
Yeah, I'll be honest, my setter churn isn't very high. I think it's just, number one, having a team with somewhat decent personal brand in the space helps. So, like, people want to work with us. So, like, dude, some of my setter retention, like, I've had setter for 2 years on the same team sometimes. But setter onboarding processes change a lot, especially as you're doing more offers like this, where it's like, you might have an automated webinar funnel, you might have a low ticket funnel, you might have a regular VSL funnel, you might have booking from organic. You have to have like different frameworks for all of that, right? So it's one of those things where it's like maybe so pretty much like every team now they have like an internal school. So like I'll have a generic internal school that just goes over like mostly setter trainings, how to do call notes, how to change lead statuses and all of the easy stuff that can go offer by offer that's all the same. And then each team will also have a different one depending on it, right? So like for that team I'm talking about, the home service one, it's like that company is very setter dependent because we do book so many calls and we are double booking and sometimes even triple booking time slots as well too. So like I have to make sure my setters are really, really on point. And like it's even doing stuff with like calendar management, right? So like if someone is confirmed they're green, if they confirm just over text, they're gray. If they haven't confirmed at all, they're red. If they feel like they're really, really good, they're blue. And it's a bunch of stuff that's very offer dependent. Like that's pretty much the onboarding process. But I'll pretty much like the first day, as soon as someone comes on my team, they'll get inside the Slack, they'll get inside the internal schools. I'll go, hey, watch the generic setter training first that goes over like literally just like mostly sales training, like how to talk to people and all that kind of stuff. Go through that first. Then we're going to do, it's usually my managers at the point. Then in between that first day and that second day, they're going to get on a meeting, do a role play, answer any questions about the stuff they watched. Then they're going to watch the offer focused stuff that goes over the deliverables, that goes over the specific stuff about that offer. Then they're going to do another call after that, which is another role play, and then answering questions about that stuff. And then if they're confident enough, they'll get them on the data after that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you hire also just only set managers or your sales managers do both?
So it's kind of weird right now. So like on my bigger teams, I'll have a setter manager. Honestly, at this point, I don't even call them managers because I still handle the majority of that. They're like more of my sales trainers in a way. Like they're like just like my right hand man essentially. They don't really have like a name, which could be an issue that they don't really have a name. But like they to the team they are a setter manager, but like. To me, they're just like, yo, like, I can't make this call. Can you guys take this meeting or whatever type of thing? So like, they're just like, I'm essentially like a business partner at this point. Sorry, ask a question all the time. Oh yeah, do I hire both? Yeah, it depends on how big the team is. Like with a team of 20 people, I do have a closer manager and a setter manager. Yeah. On like a team that's maybe smaller that has like 2 closers and 2 setters, I'll probably just hire a closer manager.
Perfect.
Yeah.
How do you do like with pricing? I know you spoke about like charging more. Do you have like a rule of thumb when we go above X closer, you raise price this much? Like any kickback for that?
Not really, because that just gets a little too hard to track and all that kind of stuff. Again, like how I go with clients is like I just try to pitch as high as I possibly.
No, I meant like I meant like for the offers, like the client's offer.
Yeah.
Like their pricing.
Oh yeah, it just all depends on like the feedback you're getting from the actual market, right? So like for example, like there's caveat to it as well too, right? So like let's say you're closing at 55%. So you're like, in your head, you're like, oh, let me raise the price, right? But if everything is clarity pay, it's like, you're kind of a toss-up there because it's like the only reason why you're getting a 55% close rate because you're just relying on financing. And potentially if you were to raise that to 7K, like they might not get approved for that much, right? So it's kind of caveat depending on the offer. But yeah, like an average rule of thumb is like, if you're closing at a high percentage, like raise the price.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Good? What the hell are we doing there?
Okay, so this is Guided Mastery, but this is now Josh Cheng. Now, Josh Cheng is different than all these other guys. He runs his own coaching business, so if you're thinking about working with coaching businesses and you want to understand what works on the ads process and content process and just back-end sales process, you're literally listening to someone who's making 6 figures a month and doing it with their own coaching business so you can see that broken down with you. So really pay attention to this recording. This is his speech from my mastermind.
All right, what up? I know a lot of you guys might not know who I am.
But today we're going to be going over the biggest business decision that we're not making. Again, all of you guys, I'm assuming, are majority growth ops. Half clients are making, I think, around like 50 to 100 a month, if I'm right. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. But you guys are all making money. But you guys are all one band away. I know all you guys run ads, so this is going to be catered just for you guys. Quick question before we get into this. Think about the last people, or the last 3 people you guys paid around 15 to 20K or 30K with. How did you find him?
He's in this room.
He's in this room?
G.
And did you find Jace through ads?
No, I found the whole like he got scammed one time stuff.
Everyone's down here.
Everyone. I didn't get 15K from that.
The point is, like, most of you guys pay big money to work with people, and most of the time you guys find them through organic in the first place. You know, for you, Sue, all of us find Jace, or you guys all found Jace through organic as well. So this is going to be not the basic content creator advice. It's going to be business conversion strategies. And there's an actual difference, and we're going to be going over what that actually is. First thing I'm going to be going over is a little bit about me. You guys don't know who I am. I've been posting organic content for the past 3 years. Generated over $1 million with info with just organic. Maybe like 2,000 ad spend. But these are my average KPIs for the month. Usually we book around anywhere from 30 to 50 calls. Our show rate is always around 90%. It doesn't drop under that. Our close rate is anywhere from 60 to 90% every single month. Cash collect around 6 figures. The AOV is a little bit off. It's a little bit low here. And again, we attract a lot of ICP on a daily basis. But I want you guys to listen to what resonates with you here. You guys are either at 100K a month or more. You guys are using paid ads as your main growth channel. Every month feels like you're one algorithm change away from a real problem. You've thought about building a brand online for months, but keep telling yourself you either don't have time or you're just going to start eventually. You guys have watched competitors with smaller budgets charge more and close easier. And you guys want to build something without worth owning and not just something that actually just pays you out. So the problem with the current model being paid ads, your business is built on borrowed land, right? All you guys don't actually own your revenue. You guys have to consistently just keep paying every single month, spend more to actually make money. So you're just renting from Meta and they can shut you off at any moment in time. And these are some stats that I put up. But 150,000 ad accounts were banned by Meta in one single week in March 2026. 10.9 million accounts removed by Meta in 2025 alone, and ROAS dropped by 38% overnight. So if Meta banned your account tomorrow morning, what would your revenue look like by, I guess now, Monday? So you could have been hitting a ceiling without even realizing it, right? Paid ads don't actually scale forever in the way that you truly want it to, right? You guys can be spending more money every single time and month after month. But again, as you grow, the margins get smaller, right? More things break, and you guys have to find all those little tweaks to fix and actually grow every single month. So 10% plus year over year cost per click increases across Meta, and 87% of industry paid more per click in 2024 alone. So with paid ads, you pay for every lead, cost goes up every single year. And here we talk about organic, the audience compounds and the costs go down over time. So your business could be worth more than what it is right now. If you guys are only running paid traffic, 44% of your business value is tied directly to your actual reputation, right? If you guys are hoping none of you guys are actual scammers, but if you guys are, scamming anyone, it's going to catch up to you guys at some point. I'm sure you guys can think of a couple names that have, dropped off in the info space in the past, year, even really big names. So let's talk about having the same exact income you guys are having, if not more, but with an actual brand, right? So without a brand, your revenue stops the moment the ads stop. Right, but with a brand, the revenue keeps flowing without actually having to spend more money. Your CAC, cost per acquisition per client, goes up every single year, but with organic, again, it drops down. And then little to none owned audience versus actually having an audience that fucks with you, all year round. So not all leads are the same. The highest quality paying clients, like all you guys, are coming from organic traffic, right? So paid ad leads, they're always going to give you the cold traffic objections, right? Tell me what you do. Shops you and your competitors, negotiates on the price, high no-show rate, higher churn, lower lifetime value over time. Again, with organic, I've been following you for 6 months, a year, 3 years. Again, they came specifically for you, not because of all your skills, but because they just trust you as an actual person. They actually asked you and DM you, how can I just pay you? Tim's a good example. You're talking about how all the guy DMing you about, that stuff. Again, these guys show up ready, and again, there's low friction. Again, the lifetime value of each client actually just grows if you guys have a good product. So the people doing, again, 10 times more than what you guys are doing right now, they all have a name, right? I know there's some guys that you guys don't know their names and they're running paid ads, but most of the names that you guys know all, again, have a name, and you guys can name, you know, Iman, Hermosi, all the big names. So you know who they are, you know what they stand for, and you actually know their actual story. So what do all the business owners that are doing 5X doing, again, have in common? The audience that actually already trusts them, right? So by the time they go on the sales call, the decision is already made, right? Again, the reason why our close rate is 60 to 90% every single month, minus the fact that I have a cracked closer, is the fact that our organic content is so strong that we literally never have objection other than logistics. And we sort it out every time. So how to build a brand the right way, what the top 1% actually do, and what, again, almost nobody talks about. So I'm not going to go over like the basic shit like post value content and host 3 times a day and all that bullshit. But your point of view is the actual product, right? A lot of you guys, I haven't watched your guys' content, I don't know you guys yet, but most of you guys, I'm assuming, are posting about the actual thing, like what you guys do all the time, right? Help you guys scale, right? The little intricate things about all the little data points and all those little metrics. But the market is flooded with valuable content. And what's missing is an actual perspective on the things that you guys are doing, right? So here are 5 ways to get more clients as an example, right? Versus every coach is struggling to get clients, every coach struggling to get clients is solving the wrong problem, right? I want all of you guys to think about your content when you guys are giving advice out as an actual perspective that you guys have, again, using your own story, right? If I give an example here, if I like to use this one, like your favorite athlete, right? Let's use Cristiano Ronaldo for an example. He can tell you exactly how to kick a soccer ball, kick it with your laces, run up like this, and just kick that shit, right? We're going to listen to the advice, yes, but if the difference between him telling us how he kicks a soccer ball and how he gets ready for a soccer game, that advice we're going to listen to 100 times more and actually hold value to it a lot more. So consistency is the key to growth versus, again, consistent people still fail. Here's why, right? Calling out an actual pain point and, again, explaining it using your actual story, which you guys go through. So every profitable brand has an actual enemy, right? So I'm going to use an extreme example here. Hitler, right? It's an extreme example. But again, the reason why he was able to cultivate all of Germany was because, again, he cultivates Germany against Jews, right? Whether you like the guy or not, you know, I don't really mind. But I don't have your opinion, right? I'm going to cut that from the YouTube, right? But everyone has to have an enemy, right? If you're in the fitness space, I'll give an example. The easiest way to actually grow an audience in the fitness space is to say that you hate influencers, right? If you're a fitness coach, right? You hate all the influencer advice that goes out. If you're someone who's in the growth ops space, maybe you hate everyone talking about value, or you hate everyone, you know, talking about money or flexing lifestyle all the time, right? You could be the one guy who goes against the industry standards. So, not a person, an actual belief, and a false narrative that your audience already presents. So, for example, Gary Vee goes for excuses and victim mentality. Hormozi, complexity, he just makes business simple overall. Tesla, they fought fossil fuels, right? These were all the common enemies for these brands here. So without an enemy, their content is just actual information. And with an enemy, it's an actual movement, right? So you guys have probably already seen something like this before, but again, the average lead needs to watch about 7.5 hours of content. And if you're just posting ads like over and over and over again, even if it's 30, 50 creatives a month, you have to keep in mind, you guys can be doing that. Again, keep in mind, I'm not bashing ads completely. I think ads plus organic is great. But if they're only watching paid ad content, realistically, the buying cycle is just stretched a lot further, right? Would you rather have someone buy from you in 6 months or a week, right? Again, the content consumed before a prospect trusts you enough to spend serious money. And then the 13 touch point standard, the average buyer reads about 13 pieces of content before they choose a vendor. And then 81% decide before the first call, right? This gap between when they book a call to when they actually show up. If I were to show you guys my setters processes on post booking, the SOPs we've been building for the past year, the conversations for post booking, we have at least like 20 messages going back and forth just post booking. And then we're sending resources, at least 3 to 5 resources beforehand, sending them to Reels, getting them to talk to clients as well. So again, show up rate is high. It's around like 90% every single month. Our close rate 60 to 90% as well. And again, you're not trying to go viral. You're trying to actually accumulate hours with everybody. Oh, another point. If someone's following you and they're probably following 5 other people doing the exact same thing as you, as long as you show it in front of their face more, they're going to recognize you more, right? A great example is like Tim, right? I've been following Tim for the past like year and a half. I see his face like every day on my feed, right? But again, most people start at step 5. So again, here's how to work with me. And the ones who build an audience actually start at step 1. So number 1 is just vulnerability, right? So I was in the exact same spot as you are in right now. Here's what that actually felt like, right? Most of you guys talk about, again, with your hooks, like if you're an entrepreneur or if you're a business owner stuck at 30K a month or 50K a month, or you have a lead flow issue. You guys all say the same thing and it catches nobody because nobody actually calls out how that actually feels, right? So here, number 2 is competence. Here's what I found that actually changed everything, right? For example, my business was stuck at 30 to 50K for like 8 or 9 months. And I had mentors and I had all the help I could ever want, but I never actually scaled I never scaled to 6 figures until I did this one thing. And it wasn't any changes with my business. I actually fired my entire team right before I hit my first 6 figures. Fired my setter, closer, CSM. The only person I had was a VA with me. And again, we did 6 figures that month. I was setting, I was closing, I was doing everything, and all it took was just a simple mindset shift, right? So again, my perspective or my positioning with my marketing most of the time is how you don't actually need to solve everything with like quick little things that everybody says, and sometimes it's just mental reframes. Again, proof, here's what happened with my clients when I use this. Conviction, number 4, is here's what I know to be true that most people in this space will not say. And then it's number 5, work with me, right? I think most of you guys try to look at leads as just leads, but if you understand content on a more psychological level, just understanding how the human brain works and why people actually buy, like I look at all you guys here, and I don't ever think you guys will ever buy from seeing a couple ads, right? Again, we're going to use the example of Jace. You guys have all seen his organic content, and you guys probably bought from him maybe 3 months, 4 months later, or if you guys saw the mastermind opportunity, you guys bought now, right? But if he just ran ads, you guys literally would never be here. So a part of your story that actually converts, it's not the actual win. People do not buy success stories. They buy the actual transformation stories. So I'm going to use another analogy here. Just someone call out like their favorite movie.
Star Wars.
Star Wars? What did you say? Titanic? Where?
Mhm.
Hey, no, it's not. It's cool too. But like with your favorite movie, whatever it is, whether it's Batman, Spider-Man, right? I don't care what it is, right? At the end of movies, I don't know if this is just me, but most of you guys probably want to be like that main character at the end of the movie. Like, I want to be Batman now, or I want to be Spider-Man, or as a little kid, you wanted to be that person, right? The only reason that happens is because you guys actually watched the entire movie, right? If you guys watched the last 10 minutes of Batman and you guys saw a guy in a bat costume beating people up, you guys probably wouldn't actually want to be Batman, right? The only reason you guys want to be someone like Batman is because you saw his parents get killed, right? You saw him go through all the training, spend all the money on all the cool shit, right? The Lambos, the girls, the lifestyle overall. And because you saw all that and you saw all the pain and what came from the pain, which is greatness, that's why you want to be him. So I want you guys to start thinking about your social media and your personal brand in that way, right? People do not want to be like you if they don't know shit about you, right? And again, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? It was, okay, it'll come back to there. So, being liked by the masses, or being liked makes you popular, and being respected makes you rich, right? If you guys think about some other big names in B2B, you guys don't necessarily just like the person so much, but you guys deeply respect what they do, right? One of my, actually not one name drop. So again, with like people who like you, right? Your followers enjoy your content. They like and share your posts all the time, right? They feel good after watching. When you post a $10,000 offer though, again, they keep scrolling, right? Again, being respected, when followers actually believe you, see what they can't, right? They feel challenged and not just validated all the time. They actually trust you when you make them uncomfortable. And when you actually post a $10,000 offer, they actually DM you. Actually, I'll give a quick story as well. So when I was stuck at 30 to 50K a month, I had offers that were worth anywhere from 1K and the max being 7K, right? And then the moment I actually started charging 5 figures, like my highest ticket now is 20K, and we get those paid in fulls by a B2C audience. And without payment, obviously some use payment plans, but again, we get tips from B2C audiences that have no brands, no experience with anything. They're just starting up. They just have a decent job and they're willing to pivot just because they've watched my content for long enough and we just shove it down their face. But you should know exactly how your audience perceives you. When you guys are posting content, if you guys look at your actual page, you guys, I may be wrong and I could be right, but I don't feel like many people actually understand how their audience views them as a person, right? If you look at any big name like Hormozi, we all probably have like the same image about him, right? If you think about Iman, we all have the same image about him, right? If we think about Fishner here, like we all have the same image about him as well, right? But when people look at you, what image do they have about you, right? And if you guys genuinely can't understand what things they like about you, what things they don't like about you, what things they resonate with, right? It's hard for people, or it's hard for you to market yourself better. So, one thing, do you guys know who Junya is? Like that Korean like content creator guy, you know who he is? All right, his big thing is again creating content for your audience. And I genuinely think I stopped creating for my audience. I just selfishly created content just for myself. Shit that I wanted to talk about, shit that I do, shit that's going on in my head, and again, just my actual life. And then again, the audience will show up either way. Because if you're going to show up for your audience, can you guys genuinely do that for, I don't know, the next 30 years or the next 10 years, right? Just posting content, talking about all this random bullshit all the time that you guys don't actually want to talk about versus talking about shit you guys actually want to talk about, right? So again, create for an audience that you are always one step behind them versus creating from yourself. And again, you are setting the trends, right? Nobody makes a shit ton of money. No one leads an industry without being the one who starts shit. So your brand can't outgrow you, right? This is more on the self-development side of things. But again, your business doesn't actually grow if you don't grow, all right? If you guys were to ask yourselves or think about, you know, maybe a year ago before you guys were making money online to who you guys are now, you guys are probably two completely different people, right? You guys think about problems a new way, goals a new way, right? You guys plan things out a new way, stress a new way, anxiety a new way. You guys handle everything differently. So again, if you guys can't continuously grow internally now, your business, it's kind of hard to catch up, right? So number one, the ceiling on your brand is the ceiling that you have on your own growth. The business owners who have not done inner work creates content that sounds like everyone else, right? You guys can see it. Guys who are just starting to post content, they sound exactly like everyone else and they wonder why they can't make any money, right? Again, number three, the first step to building an actual brand is understanding yourself on a deeper level and not just a content strategy of like what to post, how many times a day to post, what topics to talk about. If you guys haven't seen a therapist, I genuinely highly recommend all you guys go see a therapist. You'll learn a lot about yourself. So the creator who makes complex things sound simple win every single time, right? Again, the things that we know, like all the, you know, every value thing you can think of right now, it sounds easy to us, but anyone who's on the other side, if they can't understand it, they can't buy it, right? And before they even get to that buying process, they won't even watch our content if we can't make complex shit super simple for them. So again, if you cannot explain a topic simply, you just don't understand it well enough. All right. So again, you can do it. You get results. You can teach it. You can explain it to someone in your field. And if you can simplify it, a cold audience can actually say, of course, you know, how did I not think about it that way? I truly believe all it is when it comes to hitting new financial milestones is just breaking new beliefs at every single level. Right. So if you can be that one guy who breaks beliefs basically every single day and shows up for their audience every single day, again, your audience has no reason why not to trust you to the fullest capacity. So going viral and making money, again, are not the same thing. You guys should probably know this by now. But viral content, it's broad, shareable, lots of likes, attracts 95% of the audience who will never actually buy from you. Versus conversion content, again, it's fewer likes, almost no public engagement, triggers DMs from people who just, again, describe you exactly. Again, a creator with 200,000 followers can make less than, again, one with 8,000 followers. You guys know this. And then one build fans and the other build actual buyers. So stop measuring your views and likes, right? And just start tracking how many qualified DMs do I get from actual posts, right? Instagram used to have the feature of you can see where, followers are following you from which reel. I hate that they took it away. And now my setters manually do the work of finding which reels they come from by asking the leads like a shit ton of questions. So we still know where they all come from. And all I do is just, if you guys don't use trial reels, I just grab my top grading, or not my top performing, but any reels that brought in the most ICP leads. I just have my VA post like 10 to 20 times a day on trial reels, and then sometimes we'll boost the post as well. But I don't care about my views. I don't care about my likes. I just care about how many qualified people I'm getting for free. So point 15 is the people who win at personal branding are doing it for the wrong reason. Okay. And that is exactly why they win. So I'm going to use this story here. The Wright brothers, again, if you guys don't know, like they built the planes, built the first plane because they were obsessed with flight, not at actually building a plane, right? Their competitor was funded and quit the moment the goal was taken away. If you guys are actually passionate about the things you guys are doing, for me, I used to be a fitness influencer and I became a fitness coach. And then now from biz up and now moving more A to B. But if you're not actually obsessed with what you do, you'll get burnt out and you'll probably quit as soon as you don't hit a milestone or you get discouraged, right? There's this one saying I actually learned from my mentor, but it's, you can either be happy and satisfied every single day, but at the end of the month be dissatisfied, or be uncomfortable and dissatisfied every single day and actually be happy at the end of the month, right? A lot of people try to just coast through the month and every single day kind of just flies by, right? You guys get minimal work done. You guys don't do the hard things like posting a 60-second video, right? Or scripting a little small video, or posting that YouTube video that can, again, be 30 minutes long, and then they only need to watch 6 hours of, or 6 videos really to just buy from you. But yeah, we won't do that. But if I told you if you could bring on just an extra 20K, 30K a month, would you do it? Right? Would you trade 5 hours a month for an extra 30K? Right? Most of you guys would say yes. So the full framework was this. Part 1 and why you need to build it. Number 1, again, with paid ads, you're building it on our land. Number 2, you've hit a ceiling. Number 3, it's worth half of what it could be. 4, the best clients don't come from ads. This is honestly the most important one. You guys should know for yourselves, right? And then number 5, the people above actually have a name. So how to actually build a brand the right way. Keep in mind, remember, your product is not the actual product. Your POV on the product or the situations is the actual product. Every brand has an enemy. Trust has a timeline, right? The part that converts, again, is not the actual win. It's what you guys go through on a daily basis. Number 10, respected beats liked. 11, create from your actual self, right? Use your own stories. 12, your brand can't actually outgrow you. So if you guys aren't like going to the gym or like even doing peptides or actually trying to like grow in any way, shape, or form on a daily basis, your business will plateau. 13, simplicity wins every single market. 14, viral content is not money content. 15, obsession outlasts strategy. So 12 months from now, or even 6 months, we'll say, you could have 2 completely different businesses, right? Path A, which is you guys just running ads, right? You guys are still renting revenue from Meta. CAC is creeping up 10, 12% every single year. No real brand value. The best clients are still choosing someone else, right? Paying for every single lead forever. Or Path B, you have an audience, again, that nobody can actually take away, right? Every single sales call that we take or my closer takes, we don't get compared to any other coaches or mentors like whatsoever. Maybe once every 2 months. I swear we don't hear shit from anyone else. 2, organic leads compounding over every single month. Businesses is actually worth more. Your inbound DMs are pre-sold ideal clients, and authority that actually makes every ad dollar work harder. So again, the cost of actually waiting every month you don't start is your competitor doing it before you. So the brand built first in the right category wins the category, but the category is you. You guys have probably heard like you are the niche. Again, it's a staple piece, right? You guys genuinely just have to start talking about what you guys do up in here in your brain, right? Not what you guys do on the computer. Number 2, your audience that you build now or this year lowers all your costs next year, right? If you guys added on again an extra, let's say 1,000 actual buyers in the next 365 days, how much would that turn into next year, right? An extra couple 6 figures. And then paid ads generate attention. Again, you keep paying for it, and organic generates attention that actually builds up and accumulates over time. All right, so I'm going to use my own metrics here as well. But again, same business ad spend, but just adding a personal brand. The sales calls close rates go from anywhere from like 20 to 40%, with a brand 60 to 90%. Average deal size, baseline again, or you can just charge a fuck ton more because they just like you, right? Cost per lead blended in, again, it rises every year versus flat or declining as organic compounds. And then inbound versus outbound leads, again, with cold traffic, it's basically all outbounds. But with organic, a growing inbound at zero extra cost. Again, I always just like to think, if you were to add an extra, 20, 30K a month for free, would you do it for a couple extra hours? Yeah. So again, we build the boat and now you just have to build the engine around it. The personal brand is the actual engine, right? And the people that are 5X doing what you guys are doing, again, already built theirs. And then again, one last question. The business owners in your market that are doing 5X what you're doing, they started building a personal brand at some point, but when do you wish they actually started? And then we got Q&As.
Okay. How important is YouTube for you?
Bro, YouTube is like if I didn't have YouTube, I'd be at like $0 a month.
You serious?
Yeah, because we do all of our traffic comes through Instagram, but we make all of our leads, even just DQs, make them watch at least 5 YouTube videos before jumping on a call with us. And we'll send them obviously the VSL, and then we'll send them 3 things that are kind of tailored to their situation, whether it's content, settings, sales systems, team hire, whatever the specific thing is. I have YouTube videos on everything. We send them YouTube videos on exactly that, so they know we have value, and I plan all the YouTube videos to handle objections throughout it. But then we send 1 or 2 mindset things to break mental blocks that they might be having as well. So by the time they're on the call, they literally have no objections ever. It's just, I don't have enough money. Can we make this work somehow? No, we just got 30K yesterday, so we're about to be ripping.
So you have a YouTube VSL?
Yeah. We have YouTube VSL. I have a previous, I would create multiple VSLs and you change them and update them every 6 months. But then your setters as well, my setters, I'll say they go, my entire sales team, they go above and beyond, in terms of making sure the leads are leads. If they ever tell me they have DQ leads, I'll go in there, set myself, and I'll make dirty K on my own.
Yeah.
And then I'll threaten to fire them. At the end of the day, every lead is gonna buy at some point if you actually have a brand, right? Even if we have, let's say 20,000 DQs in the DMs right now, we still send them free assets to make them watch on YouTube to boost the engagement at least of it. Just because at the end of the day, if we can help them make their first 5K on their own, they can just pay us.
Yeah.
But yeah, YouTube's a report. You had a question?
What kind of videos you send after post cooking?
Post cooking, we always send the VSL that's catered to them, whether it's a B2B VSL or a B2C VSL. Then we send 3 YouTube videos that are catered to their exact situation. For example, if it's a content issue, there's subsections in content, right? They say I have issues with content. Is it conversions, getting leads, right? Is it just what to post, or how to ideate, or how to formulate your thoughts, or how to speak better? So whatever they tell me, we'll send them 2 or 3 YouTube videos about whatever they tell us in the DMs, or my setter will. And then it comes to if we can almost pre-assume what objections they're going to give us, fear being a big one, we'll usually send them YouTube videos about my story or things that handle fear directly, just so that they can know that we're all human at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right. One of the biggest things with my brand is I'm super open about everything, big months, low months, when I'm not feeling great, when I'm feeling great as well. So things that are happening in my life, whether it's parasocial relationships that my audience has with me. And so no matter what, again, our B2C audiences are paying 20K, 18K, 10K, and they don't always need payment plans either. So it's great, but it's only because they've watched me for 6 months or a year. And then any guy that is, following us, we usually can get them to buy from us within the first 2 weeks because we spam them YouTube.
Yeah.
Question. How do you get them to actually watch the YouTube video? That's a problem that we have for some reason. If you're sending them 6 videos,
yeah.
How do you actually make sure they watch it before they hop on the call?
It's the way that we position it. For example, because we position the calls not as a basic strategy call, because it's with a closer. So we say is our partner or CSM. Depending on if they're B2C, we'll say CSM. If they say if they're B2B, we'll say my partner. But when they book in the call, we just tell them no matter what, you have to watch the post booking video on the actual the page itself on the GHL. And we send them all the other YouTube videos, and we tell them without watching these, or like our person on the call is going to ask you a couple questions about the things to make sure that you watch them. Just to know that you're actually really about this, basically.
Okay.
So we just phrase it as like, if you don't watch this, we won't take the call with you.
So you have a landing page after they book the call?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the actual landing page just like results in like the roadmap of like what the actual program kind of looks like.
How long is that video?
Like 10 minutes.
Alright.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it really? Do you really make more money being more like professional, or what do you like? How do you define a professional? Because sometimes it's like just trying to go viral, I'm trying to do this, but sometimes it's like
Yeah. I follow a rule of like, if I'm posting 3 times a day, I always have one of them be value, one of them just be just more so like what's going on inside of my head, and the third one kind of just be like the lifestyle, kind of like LARPing stuff. But if you follow like a rule of having like a good mix of everything, people like you for like X reasons. Like if I can name like 5 reasons why people like me, like it's cars, Miami, maybe girls, but like a lot of it is like being Asian and like family, right? Because you know, being Asian, they naturally associate you with like trustworthy and wholesome and all those kind of things. So I just play into the role more. Not saying I'm not wholesome or anything. I just play into the role. But at the end of the day, like when I see like anyone that I ever want to buy from, I don't really buy from them just because they know their shit, because I really do assume most people know their shit. If they're making content about it, to an extent, they know. It's just I'll pay people that, you know, will do things that I don't want to do or like learn on my own. And I just have to like the person at the end of the day, right? Because if I don't like the guy, I'm not going to work, you know? I'm not going to get motivated by the guy. When I'm feeling down, right, I want to talk to the person that I'm paying to help me with whatever.
So is it more like your philosophy is like do a mix of that on Insta, or is it just like get the brand on Insta and then force them to YouTube where it's all technical on YouTube?
I mix it on everything.
Mix it on everything?
Yeah, because like having the 2 YouTube channels, it doesn't make sense until you're like a super big brand. Yeah. But like if you're just starting out, like it just makes sense to have it all mixed in one, because someone might find you for lifestyle and see money. And if you have like a really B2C audience that like freaking like UGC, like anyone can do it. Like you just post a shit ton of vlogs, you know, because people want to do the thing. But if it's like fitness coaches that you help, then it's like you have to post workout shit, you know, to try to relate to them. But a mix of like vlogs, like the Miro board education stuff, and then a really big one is just like what's going on inside your head. Because at the end of the day, like everyone sees people as scammers, right? Trust is at like an all-time low. Info is only getting harder every single year. So the only way to make up for like all the scammers and like the deception and like the uncertainty is just like show that you're a real person and you have problems too, right? So like on my YouTube, I'll do a film shit. If I'm feeling like down or sad, I'll literally pick up the camera, record a 15-minute thing, and just talk about my fucking story, what's going on inside my brain. But I always give a solution of how I'm going to solve it, just so I don't look like a guy who like doesn't have it figured out. And I'll have a problem, I'll talk about it, and I'll say I have the problem, and I'm going to talk about how I solved it. And then like another YouTube video down the future, it's going to be me solving that issue and then having a new issue. But like they see your growth over time.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh yeah. How do you never run out of ideas? Like I get, like obviously you should never run out of thoughts in your brain. So like that's how you probably get continuous ideas. But like I'll be honest, like my main fit, like I want to build a brand to like do it, but also at the same time too, it is to make money. So it's like without talking about the same thing over and over again, like what, like obviously it's repositioned this way or whatever. But like how do you never run out of ideas?
I'd say the thing, because keep in mind, like as you grow, the reason I say your business grows when you grow is because as you grow, the way that you think about things also change, right? Mm-hmm. So as you document like the growth that you're having, naturally ideas will come to you about that aspect. But when it comes to actual business, it is the same things, right? It's like, I give an analogy, like if your mom tells you to clean your room the first time, you might not clean it until she tells you the 5th time, right? Just like CTAs, like you just have to keep talking about the same things. You don't even have to change the positioning of it, unless there's something happening in the market. But you just talk about the same things with value, because remember, they're not buying for the value either way, you know? Yeah. So like, if they're buying for you, like keep talking about you. You know, talk about like what you're doing and how you're changing. But other than that, it's like my setters are always telling you. Yeah, setters are closer.
So makes sense.
Alright, so if you guys got to the end of this video and you didn't get any value from it, I apologize, but that is literally impossible. This video was so important. It took so long to make. It's literally everything that I've used to hit multiple six figures per month with my own agency, over 550K at its peak, and I've helped dozens of other operators scale to multiple six figures, and dozens more scale to 20, 30, 40, 50K plus. Now, if you want to work one-to-one with me and get all of the SOPs that I use from every client profile, every client launch, 7-figure per month offers, and also scale in my own agency from every acquisition system to AI system, I will include the video after this. Go below, book a call with my team, you hop on a call with me, and I will show you how you have multiple six figures as an operator, exactly how I've done it. You'll be working one-to-one with me, my team, hop on weekly one-to-one calls with me, and have a one-to-one channel. And I also guarantee a six-figure client in the first 75 days, or I will sign one on for you. Book a call with me now, and let's get it.